Good morning, everyone. It's 9:30. Can I just check that everyone who's registered to participate in this Matter 4 session can see and hear me? If you can't, just put your hand up. Okay, and can I just also check that the council has set their recording function, please? Yeah, that's record. Okay. My name is Carol Dillon and I'm accompanied by Louise Crosby. We've been appointed by the Secretary of State as the examining inspectors for the Shropshire local plan. Looking at the participants list, we met a lot of you in last week's live sessions. Today we're going to be exploring whether the local plan has been positively prepared and whether it's justified, effective and consistent with the national policy in relation to the identification of housing and employment needs. As you know, we've had to revert to this virtual format at very short notice, and I'd just like to thank everyone, and particularly the council, for assisting us in this. And hopefully you've all had a chance to digest the revised guidance note that has been published to cover the virtual event etiquette, particularly for any people who this virtual format is that they're new to. So hopefully we intend that you shouldn't actually really find that anything is very much different to a face-to-face session. So the key things for today are that all your electronic devices are set to silent and that your cameras are switched off unless you're being addressed by me or have been invited to speak. And that really will preserve all of our bandwidths and will help in making sure that we don't have any connectivity issues. You might find that when I speak, I'm not directly looking at you, and that can be a little bit strange to begin with. And this is because of the position of my camera and my multiple screens, or I might be taking notes. So I will be listening to you, rest assured. If you lose connectivity, please rejoin using the link that's been provided. And if you encounter any difficulties in that, please just try to restart your device first of all. We don't have a facility for dial-in, unfortunately, but the event is being recorded and it'll be uploaded onto the website, and it's also being live streamed. And therefore, I don't intend that I'll be in a position to be pausing the event. If you do wish to respond to any questions that relates to your representation, then please use the hands up function and I'll come to you in turn. Obviously, please be a little bit patient because there are quite a lot of people here today, and I will be looking across screens, etc. So it may well be that I do miss you and I do need to be prompted. But hopefully, if you use that function, the yellow hand will be clearing up for me. There's going to be no cross-examination of participants, and neither will it be permissible to respond back to any point that's made by a participant unless I've invited it to aid understanding. But I'll generally always give the local authority an opportunity to respond to anything that's been said. It's been drawn to our attention that some of the recordings last week had sound quality issues, and I do apologise for that. We have tried our best. The recordings on Teams will be as good as the participants' PC microphones, so I'm hoping that there should be an improvement on last week's communal microphone arrangement. Now, last week, reference was made to minutes of 5 particular duty to cooperate meetings that the council held with other councils. And that's just come through to us a few minutes ago, so I haven't actually had an opportunity to have a look at that yet. What I suggest that we do is that we'll get that circulated and there's an opportunity over the lunchtime to digest them, and then I'll take a view on how and if we need to deal with them. Now, Getting towards the end of my opening now. Does anyone wish to draw to my attention anything that's relevant to last week's sessions or the switch to the virtual format that we've done today? If you just like to raise your hand. So, Mr. Reid.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dillon. Thank you very much, Mrs. Dillon. Thank you for, it's actually about the meeting minutes. Thank you for indicating that they've been sent through. What I didn't take a note of, because I was just digesting that, was whether that's available on the public website link or whether that's been sent directly to you or to the inspectorate rather.
Well, I know this it has directly come to me and I haven't had an opportunity to open it yet. And what we'll do is we'll make sure that, I mean, it's literally just in the last few minutes. So what we'll do is if they haven't already, they'll be uploaded as quickly as we can onto the council website. Obviously, there are some constraints with, you know, with that. It's not an immediate sort of process, but we'll make sure that they get circulated around the participants today so that you've got time to look at them. It may well be that you have time in the there's some time in the mid-morning break. We'll try and get them circulated as soon as we possibly can, but certainly the lunchtime. I won't be looking at them until the lunchtime. So.
No, certainly, Mrs. Dillon. I've seen that the council have just come online. It may be that they've heard what I've just asked, and if they could send it through to one of my team, they have various emails for various of my team. If they wouldn't mind, and if they have the opportunity to be able to send it to one of my team, that would be very helpful.
Okay, I'm sure that Kerry is listening, and she'll attend to that. She'll attend to that for me.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Good morning,
Mrs. Dillon. Good morning. I've just had a message on my machine that some members of the public are having difficulty accessing the live streaming. So I wonder whether the council could just look into that, please.
Okay, thank you for raising that. Because it is being, I know it's a bit of an inconvenience, but because we are recording it, and I can see that the recording and transcript has started on my screen, I'm quite comfortable to continue on, and I believe that anyone, you know, it's the opening at the end of the day, and anyone would be able to catch up if they miss anything on the live stream. But I don't think I need to ask, the council will already be looking into that for us. Thank you. And I've got now, it may be, is it Mr. Wilfred Owen? Beg your pardon if I've got the, if I'm addressing you incorrectly.
Yes, ma'am. So Wilfred Owen, can you hear me, by the way?
Yes.
You hear me? Yeah, thank you. It's Eddie West from the council. Just to let you know, Wilfred Owen is the room we're in. Okay,
oh, I beg your pardon.
No, it's fine. Easy mistake. We name all our rooms after famous people, but we are in the Wilfred Owen room, but he's not in the room today.
I did think I hadn't seen him on my participants.
No,
that's a good start anyway for a Tuesday morning. Bit of humour.
Yeah, just to let you know just about the information we provided about the correspondence between ourselves and ABCA that we sent through. Obviously, we pulled that together quite quickly. They are, just to confirm, they're not minuted meetings, they're correspondence between us and representatives from ABCA regarding a schedule of meetings with correspondence around those meetings, which include emails and letters to indicate the kind of work we were looking to do at that point, kind of in the process. But I just want to say for absolute sort of clarity that they're not actually minutes of meetings. They're information around the information, which
okay, I beg your pardon, but I haven't, as I say, I haven't had an opportunity to look at them yet, and I had so
yes, madam, if I can just add, it's Hugh Richards here, also.
Hello.
Yes, so the minutes were the meetings were not formally minuted, but what you've got is evidence as to what was discussed at those meetings.
Correct.
And the fact and evidence to show that the meetings took place as a matter of fact.
Okay, thank you. I think that's clear to everybody, so thank you for that. Now, moving on, I think now I don't see any other hands up. So you should all have today's agenda, which we will be following. Hopefully today you'll find that that we're running in order, and we won't be running up and down the agenda. It will be from that as 1 to 10, I think it is, from there. So I'm hoping that everybody's got a copy of that. I do have a number of supplementary questions that will help to unpack those issues, and what I'll do, I'll be posing those to the council first of all, and then inviting those who have made representations on those particular issues to come in there. Obviously, I think, as we said previously, it's very difficult for us to police who has said what in their representations. We have read them all previously, but there are a number of people here today, and obviously it's not possible to have a full list of what everybody said. So I am asking and trusting that that everyone will act appropriately and only come in on matters that are relevant to their representations. I'm sure I'm not going to have to there'll be any issues with that. Now, I'll normally address the council representatives first, and I'll give them an opportunity to respond to any points that are raised by the participants. And I really want to assure everybody who's either here today or watching that all of the submissions can be taken as read, because we have read them, and that's whether or not the representatives are participating today. And the focus of the scope of the agenda and the points made in those representations have really sort of formed the basis of the agenda. Now, as we did last week in the live events, face-to-face events, I should say, we'll be taking breaks around 1.5 hour intervals and at lunchtime. Now, I'm aware that with virtual events, it can be more tiring, and obviously you're staring at screens for long periods of time. But what I would ask is that you don't actually leave the Teams meeting at any time until we've actually finished. And during the breaks, please do remember to have turned your cameras and your microphones off, because obviously you might get caught eating a sandwich or two, or even a cream cake or something. So you don't really want that to be broadcast. So if you're just mindful of that. The reason that we ask that you don't leave for the duration of the session is that you end up back in a lobby, and that just causes more delay for us to get going again after the break. So as ever, if anyone's unhappy with anything about the session as it unfolds, please let me or the programme officer know straight away so that we can seek to resolve it. Now, Mr. West, we've already heard from, but I just wonder if the council could switch their camera back on, and if they could introduce themselves in turn and just tell us who they are and what topics they'll be covering today. Thank you.
My name is Liam Cowden. I'm Principal Policy Officer, and I'll be covering employment.
Hello.
Yes, hello, I'm Eddie West. I'm Local Plans Manager, and I've got an oversight over both housing and employment.
Thank you.
Daniel Corden, one of the other principals in the team, and I primarily focus on housing.
Thank you.
And Hugh Richards, planning barrister advising the council.
Good morning. Now we'll move on. Our discussion today needs to stay focused on the level of the global housing and employment land requirement numbers proposed for the plan area and how they've been derived. We recognise that there may well be some overlap with the earlier matter discussions, and in particular the matter 2 and matter 3. There are some matters that we asked participants to park until today. I recall there was affordable housing issue came up, and there were a few other things that came into discussion, and I think we agreed that they could be raised in today's session. So I'll be trusting that those participants do that. If they so wish at the appropriate time. At items 5, 6 and 7 of the agenda, our discussion will extend into some matters concerning housing land supply, and that discussion will inform how we proceed with stage 2 of the examination when the housing land supply will be explored. But we just need to refrain from creeping into area and site specifics because they will be explored in stage 2. So it's a bit like on the duty to cooperate session when we were talking, I was asking people to keep to the activity. This will be stay away from the area and site specifics, please. The council's provided documentation which seeks to evidence how the housing and employment land requirements have been derived. In respect to unmet needs of the ABCA, which is the Association of the Black Country Authorities for anybody who's just joined the session, a statement of common ground has also been submitted alongside a series of other statements of common ground. And no doubt you're aware that our initial questions set out in documents ID1 and ID2 and the council's response to these and the housing, greenbelt and economic strategy topic papers which were published after the formal submission of the plan for examination. So I'm expecting that there'll be some of the documents that the participants may well be referring to today. Now, in terms of the concerns raised by representatives, from the written submissions lodged, there are a number of common concerns relating to soundness, and these tend to include the actual level of the proposed housing and employment requirements and how they were calculated, the rationale for the uplift to the housing and employment needs and how these have been calculated, the relationship between the housing and employment growth proposed, the potential for inconsistent references of figures throughout the plan, implications on the lack of a housing trajectory in the plan, and the implications of the council's approach to saved housing allocations for confirming a housing land supply. That's not an exhaustive list, but there's some of the main common themes that are coming out of it. I would like to turn to matter 1, discussion point 1. And what we'd like to first of all explore whether the preferred approach to the housing growth and the housing requirements set out in policy SP2 of 30,800 dwellings over the planned period of 2016 to 2038 is justified, positively prepared and consistent with national policy. Now, just before we start unpacking that, in its housing topic paper, the council set out how it's calculated the local housing needs for the area, and that's based on a standard national method, and that's informed the plan's overall housing requirement, which is a higher number. That seems to be accepted as a starting point by most people, and it's actually the uplift that's been added to that local housing need figure, which has been the source of concern in terms of the level proposed and its rationale. And in summary, there's a school of thought that the figure is too low. There's a school of thought that the figure is too high. And there's also a school of thought that the figure is just right. So they are the three positions really, different reasons for those stances, and surely they'll come out today. So I'd just like to address the council first of all. So if you could just switch the camera on. Thank you. So I'd first of all like to start by, if you could just explain which components which make up the differential between the standard local housing needs figure and the housing requirement. Like, what are they? Can you explain what they are? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Dillon. In summary, the housing requirement consists of three broad components. The first is the element required to meet the local housing need, which was calculated at 25,894 dwellings. The second is the contribution to the unmet need forecast to arrive in the Black Country authorities, which totals 1,500 dwellings. And then the third component is that element of flexibility, which totals 3,406 dwellings, which is around 10% of them. Do you want me to go through the process that we undertook to derive those values, or is it just the overview that you want at this stage?
I think just the overview, and probably what I'm interested in, obviously we'll be looking further into the unmet needs of the Black Country authorities anyway, so we'll park that for now. Obviously I'm clear in terms of how the local housing need figure has been. I've got a question a little bit later on about population projections, but we'll just leave that there. And I think thirdly, it's the flexibility. I think if you could maybe explain to everybody how you've applied a degree of flexibility.
Yeah, that's fine. So first and foremost, what I point to is the consultation process that we've undertaken as a council. So we've taken an iterative approach to the development of the plan, and that includes the housing requirement. In effect, we've had a series of regulation 18 consultations which have informed our proposals. With specific regard to the housing requirements, at the issues and strategic options stage of consultation, we identified 3 options for levels of housing development. We consulted on them. Those options were obviously informed and subject to sustainability appraisal and other technical assessments. And as a result of that consultation, we identified a preferred scale of developments within the subsequent preferred scale and distribution of developments. In terms of the factors that drove our decision to go for the level of growth, the level of flexibility that we're proposing, there were a number of factors that we considered. First and foremost was the need to provide flexibility to ensure that changes to local housing need are able to be met, because we want the plan to be flexible rather than in a position where potentially it could be considered out of date quickly if housing need was to increase. But importantly, we identified a number of objectives or opportunities, if you like, in Shropshire that we felt a high level of development would support us in sort of contributing towards. Now they are sort of summarised in the explanation to policy SP2, in particular paragraph 3.6. But in summary, we felt it provided us with an appropriate opportunity to positively respond to sustainable development opportunities identified through the plan process. It provided us an opportunity to increase the delivery of family and affordable housing to meet the needs of local communities and support new families coming into Shropshire. It provided us an opportunity to support the delivery of specialist housing for older people, people with disabilities and other groups within the community. It provided us an opportunity to support the diversification of our labour force, and it supported wider aspirations, including increased economic growth and productivity. So those were the sort of factors that we were considering. Obviously, in terms of identifying the preferred housing requirements, we very much considered the responses to the various consultations that we undertook, and as I said, the iterative process allowed us to draw out key concerns and issues and opportunities, and reflect that within our approach to the housing requirements.
So can I just ask, in terms of that flexibility figure of 3,406, it's a very specific figure. Is that a top down or bottom up type of figure? Is it something that's come from reducing down? How have you come to that figure?
The figure is very specific because it's the difference between the requirement and housing need. In effect, it's not a specific figure in terms of that much equals so many dwellings, if you like. It's more to do with the difference between the requirements and levels of housing need. So it's been informed by consideration of a range of factors. It's not a specific figure to achieve us. It provides us an opportunity to achieve a range of opportunities, if you like, rather than being a specific figure because that's required to achieve X, if you like. And it's been drawn out through the consultation process.
And how did you come to the overall, the option, the alternative options for housing growth? What drove those different potential options? Because obviously they've been like as you say, the local housing need has been taken off that, and then you arrive at the figure of flexibility.
Yeah, so we basically reflected on the objectives and opportunities that were identified, and identified a series of effectively uplifts above the local housing need calculation, and consulted on those as various options. They were informed by the sustainability appraisal and habitat growth assessments as well. Effectively, they represented specific uplifts, percentage uplifts above local housing need. 13%.
So when you say opportunities, do you mean sites?
It wasn't so much sites, no. It's more that list of sort of objectives that I discussed in terms of opportunities to deliver more affordable housing, more family housing,
right? Okay.
Rather than specific sites.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That clears that up for me. Now I'm going to open. I think Mrs. Crosby, you have your hand up if you'd like to come in.
Yeah, it's just a few procedural issues that have been going on behind the scenes while you've been speaking for Still, and I've been corresponding with the programme officer. So there's a couple of points that's probably worth making. First, about the live stream, that is working. I've checked it and Kerry's checked it. We're just wondering if people have gone in through the correct link. So if you go to the examination website and the section which has things at the top there, planning inspectors documents, council documents, at the bottom it says live stream links for the week commencing the 11th of July. If we can just make sure people are going in through there, then that should resolve that one. Just another point, we're having problems, much Wenlock, so Mr. Urban and Mr. Tyler are not able to get into the meeting for some reason. Kerry's tried to get them in, but it doesn't seem to be possible. What we've agreed is they've sent a list of questions to Kerry, what they were going to ask or points they were going to make. I'll just make those points on their behalf and they watch on live stream me saying what they were going to say and the response back. Is everybody happy with that? I think that seems to be the best way to try and resolve that.
Thank you. Now,
can I just, sorry, it's Eddie West with the council, apologies. It's just on that point about Much Wenlock, would it be helpful if I have a chat with my computer people to see if we can resolve that issue at all, or I just don't want Much Wenlock to feel as though they haven't had the opportunity. If that's been agreed, that's fine, but I can potentially see if we can. I can ring them to see if anything can help on that issue, or if it's been resolved, we'll leave it. But I just don't want them to miss out on the opportunity.
Yeah, I think maybe Kerry's been in touch with IT. I'm not sure. I think she's tried lots of things that normally fix these issues, but yeah, it seems that there's an ongoing problem. We have other alternatives available to us if at the end of the sessions they feel like they've not had an opportunity to have their say, so we can maybe look at that at the end of the day if they're not happy with the outcome.
Thank you. I see Mr. Holmes does have his hand up at the moment. And is it a procedural matter at the moment?
No, sorry, Mrs. Dillon. It's just responding to the council's response. So I'll hold off
right, okay.
at this point.
A
Yeah.
little bit quick. Okay. Yeah, it's just so to avoid any confusion, if you can put your hand up after I've asked you, invited you, that would be helpful, and then it won't confuse me. Okay, so going back to my questions now, I'd just like to sort of ask if any of the participants consider that any components of the housing requirement have been omitted. Anybody satisfied? Don't have any questions in terms of that. So moving on, unless anyone has anything to say about the first question that I asked, which was about the components. Oh, we've got a few hands here. I'm going to take them in the order that they came. It's quite helpful now that Teams actually numbers you. So from 1 to 4 I've got. So I'll start with Mr. Green. You can just pop your camera on, Mr. Green, and your microphone.
Done. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can do. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Crosby. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss the opportunity to respond generally to question 1.
Right. Okay. Well, what I'd like to do there, could I just, what I would suggest that we do is, I've got a number of questions, and it might well be that you're able to come in with what you want to say under one of those questions. And then what I'll do at the end of that question 1, I'll check to see if anyone has if there's anything that hasn't been covered that somebody wants to say. If we can do it like that, and then it keeps everything.
I'll wait till the end then to see what's being covered in that case. I just didn't want to miss the opportunity.
Yeah. Okay, but I will check at the end of every question. Thank you. Every block of questions, I should say. Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Mrs. Dillon. Yes, can I just deal with that in the context of the Black Country need? Of course, there's a requirement for the plan to be sound that it's positively prepared, as you've asked in the first question. And that requires a strategy so that unmet need from neighbouring authorities is accommodated where it's practical to do so, and I quote from paragraph 36 in the NPPF, practical to do so and consistent with achieving sustainable development. And the proper approach towards what is meant there with regard to sustainable development is informed by the relevant case law on what amounts to sustainable development. And I refer to, if I can, the Barwood Strategic Land case against East Staffordshire, and I'll give you the reference, Mr. It's 2017 EWCA 893, which indicates that there's no separate identification of sustainable development outside of the presumption within paragraph 11. What that means essentially is that when one's reading paragraph 36, one goes back to paragraph 11 and asks oneself the question under paragraph 11 as to whether the requirement to meet the needs of neighbouring authorities, unless there's a strong reason for not doing so, is met. So there's no softer test under paragraph 36 for the purposes of assessing soundness as there was in paragraph 11.
I have actually got, you've sort of jumped ahead of me, so to speak. So yeah. So
the reason I say that is because, of course, you know our case on this, which is that the Black Country needs simply haven't been properly assessed. There hasn't been a proper application of paragraph 11, and as part of a proper analysis as to what the housing requirement should be, it should incorporate a proper amount of provision for the Black Country. And just on one specific point, if I can raise it at this stage, and it concerns the SA work that was done on the housing requirement figure, and I dealt with this on the first day, but the figures that were identified did not incorporate any SA work for the Black Country need element. So when it's said that the SA, as it was earlier on, that the SA work assessed the housing requirement, it didn't, to be clear, assess anything with regard to that.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll return to that under question 2, but just so you know.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Coxon.
Good morning, Ma'am. John Coxon on behalf of the Strategic Land Group. I just wanted to address, Ma'am, the flexibility portion of the requirement that we discussed there. I think you'll see from our representations, Ma'am, that we're generally supportive of the council's approach. Clearly, paragraph 2A.010 of the PPG sets out the circumstances in which case it may be appropriate to plan for a higher level of housing growth than local housing need. And indeed, the government is reliant upon positive authorities exceeding local housing need if it's to meet the national target of 300,000 homes per annum. Just in terms of Shropshire, just to add to the circumstances that I think the council set out in their justification and their supporting text, recent delivery has been way above.
Are you support? I think this seems to be a support, is it?
Well, I think, Ma'am, if you mentioned the 3 camps, I think where we are actually is in there's justification for a higher figure.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Right. So I'll let you continue. Yeah.
In terms of recent delivery, it's been way above local housing needs. So in very simple terms, it wouldn't be boosting supply if we were to plan for a lower requirement. There's a need to align housing and jobs growth. Now, I won't go into that in detail now because I see there's a question later on the agenda. We pointed to, Ma'am, that there's evidence of worsening affordability in Shropshire, despite those high levels of growth, which are actually exceeding the requirement that is currently being proposed in recent years. So high level of housing being delivered, but affordability still worsening, which indicates the need is potentially higher. And then that's underlined by very significant levels of affordable housing need. So the SHMA identifies a need for 799 affordable homes per annum. That's core document EV 097. And obviously paragraph 2A.024 of the PPG sets out that where the affordable housing need is very high, that may be a circumstance for increasing the housing requirements above local housing needs. So, as I say, Ma'am, we're generally supportive of the council's approach, but we're definitely in the camp of we think it's not enough. I just had a secondary point, Ma'am. I wasn't sure whether you're going to come on to this later, but it is related to the overall housing requirements. And it's the expression of the requirement as a minimum figure, because clearly policy SP2 sets out the wording that it uses is around. We consider it should be expressed as a minimum. I think in terms of those components of the supply, Ma'am, the 3 components, the one that takes you above local housing need and then the unmet needs of the Black Country, it's termed as flexibility. But I think in terms of all those factors, they are need factors. And the MPPF talks about boosting significantly the supply of housing, which we'd say is completely compatible with a minimum requirement. And paragraph 61 talks about assessing the minimum number of homes needed. We've referred in our statement, Ma'am, to other examples such as Middlesbrough and Lichfield, where this issue's been explored and it's been arrived that the housing requirement should be a minimum. So we very much feel, ma'am, that there's a need to change the wording there so it's expressed as a minimum. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Thank you. Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Ma'am. We touched on this last week, and firstly, just to say that I think there's sort of three core issues here. I mean, affordable housing as a component and how that's been factored in, the flexibility element and actually what that really means in practice, and also the unmet need from the Black Country. I'll reserve that third point because I think that you want to cover that subsequently. So, in terms of the affordable housing, obviously we did touch upon this last week with matter 3, but I think it's important to give it the consideration it needs, and we know that the LHN is what it is. We haven't disputed that per se, and that of course takes into account affordability, so it looks at affordable need, but of course there's a difference between that and actually the need for affordable housing, and as has just been touched upon now, I think that the SHMA draws out in very clear terms the gulf that we now have with what the requirement is saying, and of course what the actual affordable housing need will be over the planned period, and it's quite substantial in terms of the difference. So the council's policy is effectively stating 7,700, so 350 per annum, and of course the SMA is talking of 799. Now it's in nobody's interest to create a plan that simply isn't deliverable, so one might assume that yes, if we were to plan for 799 dwellings per annum, that's probably too much. However, there is certainly scope, in my view, to increase that figure as a happy medium, and I think there's plenty of scope within the plan, within the most sustainable settlements, to boost that figure, and of course you do that by boosting the overall supply. As we touched upon last week in terms of levels of delivery against what both the existing and the emerging housing requirement would be, it's quite clear that they've been very high. I think it was 1,900 last year. Now I take the council's point, you know, that delivery does fluctuate, of course, based on economic circumstances, but delivery also fluctuates dependent on land supply. So where there hasn't been sufficient sites available by virtue of them being outside of settlement boundaries, etc., that will of course have constrained supply. So I don't think that in itself is a reason not to try and boost things somewhat. The flexibility point, I think that 3,406 dwellings, I think you asked a really key question there, you know, what does that mean as a specific figure? Well, it seems to me that it's a little bit confused. We've actually, you know, from looking at para 3.6 of the plan, there's a number of factors that seems to be attributed to. So it's not just affordable housing, of course, it's older persons housing, it's ostensibly making some allowance to capture economic growth. I think the council needs to be a bit more precise as to what that is really to achieve. Just going on to my second point around flexibility per se, I think we sort of need to use the term quite carefully. Obviously that flexibility element of the policy, as I understand it, relates solely really to the LHN figure. What I think it also needs is a buffer to protect against both non-delivery and under-delivery on allocated sites. It's a tried and tested approach. Ma'am, we've made reference to where buffers have been used elsewhere. Footnote 11, page 5 of our matter statement refers to the inspector's approach at Aylesbury Vale, for instance, where I think it was a 5.2% buffer. If you were to apply what we're recommending here of a 5 to 10% buffer, it's effectively 1,500 to 3,000 on top, and it again just sort of protects against that under delivery. So I think that's important that is captured somewhere within the requirement. And you know, while some may say that's quite a significant figure, actually overall relative to, you know, 30,800, it's not a massive uplift. So I think it's something that could be addressed now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I've still got some people with hands up, but some of those people have already, I think they've spoken. So could everybody just check whether they need to take the hand down? Okay, so I've still got Mr. Green. Mr. Green, was there something that you wanted to?
Yeah, sorry, I thought I had lowered my hand. Actually, you're going to give me an opportunity later on, I think.
Yes, I did. Yeah, that's what I thought. So yeah, but you just need to take your hand down, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I thought I had.
It's easy done. Easy done to leave it up, I should say. That's what I meant. And Mr. Pollard. Hello there.
Morning, thanks, Mom. I'll keep it brief. I think Messrs Holmes and Coxon have probably made quite a number of the points. I think we sit in the camp of very supportive of the council. Our submissions through various consultation stages have affirmed that clearly this is an authority where the circumstances of the PPG justify a need above the standard method. And I note Mr Coxon's point around the government being reliant on authorities such as this being positive in preparing their numbers. I guess, and it comes to the heart of one of the points that Mr Holmes raised, really is around the extent to which the end requirement and the flexibility of circa 3,000 homes is being pulled in many different directions, and whether or not it's whilst the council have correctly considered all the various factors that could lead to higher need and demand, the extent to which they offset one another and or the scale of them is being underplayed. Whether clearly our view would be that, you know, and you could make the justification for certainly a higher figure to have more positive benefits. I think one thing I'd note as well on a point Mr Holmes made about around past delivery, clearly the council should be applauded for supporting more homes, but I think it's clear that that has been underpinned as well by strong need and demand pressures that are unlikely to abate, those being the things that we'll be discussing no doubt today in terms of comparatively strong job generation and therefore attraction of labour, points around sustained affordable housing need, and the points around areas of significant pressures from arguably displaced or, you know, households that aren't able to find their needs met in surrounding areas. So all of those factors have seen the population of Shropshire continue to grow, as you would expect, given it has been delivering homes. And I guess the point there is that those need pressures are going to continue. So it is the extent to which the flexibility and the level of provision beyond the standard calculation is of a sufficient scale. I think we'll touch on a number of the points in detail later, so I'll leave that there.
Yeah, and obviously everybody will get a chance at the end if we haven't covered everything. Hopefully we do. But it's difficult because sometimes these things will stray from one thing to another because they're all obviously interconnected. But if we can try and keep it as tight as we can, I'm just going to give the council an opportunity to come back if they want to on any of those on what they've heard.
Thank you, Mrs. Dillon. Yes, I think we've got a number of points that have been raised, and yeah, we can try and take them in turn. I've made a note of them, so I'm going to say them. Forgive me. First and foremost, in the context of affordable housing, I know there was reference made to the calculation in the Strategic Housing Market Assessment, or SHMAR. As we discussed last week, I think it's important to recognise that the definition of need within that calculation is different from that within the standard methodology. And that is recognised within the MPPG, which recognises effectively when you're looking at subgroups, it's the whole population that it looks at rather than population growth. And as such, it's not unusual for it to be significant, well, proportionally higher, if you like. And because of that, it's important to recognise that the mechanisms available to meeting that need are different than pure population or household growth, because it's about providing the right housing. So for instance, with regard to affordable housing, people in need may already be in affordable properties, it's just not meeting their needs. And if we can provide an affordable unit that meets their need, that therefore unlocks another affordable property that can meet another need. And that could be a chain. So it's not as simple as to say 799 households in need per annum means you need to provide 799 dwellings, affordable dwellings per annum. It's not as simple as that. It's also very important to recognise that the sub-national household projections inherently include all need, whether that's open market or affordable. They're inherently in those projections, and also the standard methodology already includes a specific adjustment for the affordability ratio, and I think it's important to recognise that. So those are factors that we very much recognise and have informed our proposals with regard to affordable housing.
If I may as well, I just want to pick up on a point which I think Mr. Holmes made about the level of delivery and not wishing to set a plan at a non-deliverable rate for affordable housing. We completely agree with that. Obviously, I will say the rate that we propose within the policy of the is higher than what we are delivering at the moment. It's around 90 to 100 houses, affordable houses, higher than we are delivering on average at the moment. So it is we are aspiring for higher levels of that, which is the right thing to do, obviously. But we do need to be realistic about that as well and how we deliver that. And obviously there are a number of options and a number of ways we are proposing to deliver affordable housing, not only via more traditional means about Section 106 agreements on market housing, but through exception schemes, which have been very successfully applied in Shropshire. And we've expanded, I know we're not talking about that policy today, but we have expanded upon our exception policy to identify the opportunity for potential for across affordability and market proposals as well, to increase the delivery of exception schemes. So I wouldn't want it to look as though we are not particularly being aspirational on affordable housing. I think we are, but at a reasonable level, we think we can actually deliver.
Just expanding on that as well, when we discussed this matter on Thursday, we also pointed to the housing topic table, which talks about the wider mechanisms that Shropshire Council is sort of pursuing to support the delivery of affordable housing outside of the sort of policy environment, if you like. I think that's useful to reflect on. There's a lot of different activities that Shropshire Council as a wider organisation, particularly our housing enablement team, are pursuing. So that's worth looking at, and that will support our delivery. Just going back to the other points that were made, in terms of past delivery, I pointed out last year the delivery was 1,586, not 18 to 1900 as was suggested. We have hit that rate at one point in the past, but equally, I think it's important to recognise that at one point in 2011-12, there was 724 dwellings completed. So there are inevitably peaks and troughs in past delivery rates, and we have to be very responsive to our past trends and recognise what can happen to ensure that we have a deliverable housing requirement. I mean, if you look over the past 15 years, the average level of delivery is about 1,300 dwellings per annum. That's over a 15-year period, so it's quite a significant trend. Now, clearly that period included a peak more recently and a trough, which is a natural cycle and something we're very much aware of. As to when those peaks and troughs occur, well, inevitably that's factors outside of Shropshire Council's control that influence it. We're obviously, I suggest there's valid fears that we may be heading towards a trough again at some point in the near future. I couldn't possibly comment on that because it's beyond my expertise, and there's a lot of people obviously that have views on that. But what I would say is, when we're looking at our housing requirement, what we need to consider is deliverability over a longer term. It's not just in a short period. And we consider that we've struck that balance right. It's aspirational but achievable. And I think that's quite important. In terms of the uplift, it is 11% above local housing need if you exclude the specific contributions to the Black Country, which we consider to be a reasonable uplift, having reflected on the various factors that we consider are important to consider in that context. I noticed there was some reference in terms of flexibility to the supply rather than to the requirements. That is a different issue. The requirement is how much we're anticipating to deliver. The supply is the pool of sites or pool of land available to deliver on. Now, obviously, you've indicated we'll be discussing that at a later date, so I don't want to go into that in too much detail. But the supply we've identified, we consider does have around 10% flexibility in it. So we do consider we've identified an appropriate level of flexibility to supply as well as to the requirements.
Okay, thank you.
A couple of other things. In terms of the suggestion of a minimum, I think we'd always make the point we've very much recognised the housing requirements is not a ceiling, and I think the terminology we've used recognise that. So we do say around 30,100 dwellings. We consider that's appropriate to recognise flexibility, particularly in the context of the fact that the housing requirement does go above the local housing need. So we consider that is a reasonable approach to the terminology on that matter.
If I may just contribute on that one as well, the word around, I know we can get into the issues about particular words and where they fit into policy, but we have used the word. I think we actually had this at a past local plan examination as well about what was the precise word or what was the right word. I think around is where we have currently pitched it in the adopted development plan. That is the word we've used, and that has not hindered housing requirement being met, and indeed us delivering a sufficient housing supply. So I think it works as a figure, sorry, as a word within that context.
Couple of last points from me, and hopefully we've addressed most of the issues that were raised. In terms of the housing requirements, I know one of the questions you asked Mrs. Dillon was about the fact that the flexibility figure was very precise. Of course, one of the things I should have said is the fact that the housing requirements is a rounded figure, 30,800 dwellings. The local housing need calculation obviously is a specific figure, so that inherently leads to that sort of more precise looking figure, if you like. But it's the idea is that it's a rounded figure in terms of the housing requirements to reflect the fact that it's an around figure, if you like, rather than a ceiling on development. And then the only other point that I would make is obviously we've had the census household data recently published.
I was going to get onto that next. I was going to.
Okay, so I'll leave that to the next question. Okay.
Is that the Sorry, is it the census or the population? Population projections.
There's the actual results of the census in terms of households in Shropshire.
All right, and Terry, you can continue.
Okay, I was just going to make the point. They are quite comparable to the household projections that have informed our housing requirements as at 2021. So they're very comparable to the 2014 base of national household projections, which you could argue provides further support for the validity of that data in terms of informing a housing requirement for Shropshire. Yeah, yeah. I mean, just expanding on that, I know that in the past people have referenced the 2018 household projections. It is apparent how they do significantly diverge from what the census data is showing the household figure to be for Shropshire as at 2021, which is quite interesting. And obviously we consider endorses the 2014 base household projections that informed our calculation.
That was that was linking into my next question actually on under my sub question under discussion point 1, and it is about the so I'll possibly ask the floor now whether unless the council want to say anything else about the extent to which those more recent projections are that people have referred to, whether they are actually relevant.
Yeah, apologies, Ma'am, but I just wanted to come back a second just to pick up, I think, a point we didn't respond to from, I think it was Mr. Reid, about the SA process and the contribution from ABCA, the unmet need from ABCA.
Yeah.
I will, it's just a sort of point of clarity on that one. Obviously, the SA process is an iterative process throughout the plans making and in the final environmental report into which on the SA, we of course SA the policy we are having a discussion about here today, which incorporates the element of unmet need within the overall housing requirements. So I will say that I do believe that has been subject to the SA process because of the fact that this policy has been SA as part of the environmental report. That was just a sort of point of clarity.
And the other point Mr. Reid made was to refer you to paragraph 35A of the NPPF and the reference to unmet need from neighbouring areas as accommodated where it's practical to do so. I've said it before and I'll say it again, you need to read the whole paragraph because it asks us to and is informed by agreements with other authorities.
Yeah, thank you.
So sorry, coming back to the 2018 household projections, I'd just make a couple of points. The first is government obviously consulted on changes to the proposed standard methodology, and they did at one point suggest using the 2018 based household projections. Ultimately, they concluded that it was appropriate to remain with the 2014 based household projections. Shropshire Council considers that was a very sensible decision. We have looked at that in 2018 based household projections. We don't consider that they are representative. And a key factor in that is the fact that the population projections on which they were based actually only included 2 years of migration. And the ONS themselves acknowledged that there are locations where that may not be appropriate. And we consider that was very much the case in the Shropshire context. So we felt that there were significant issues with the population projections that inform the household projections. And as I say, the latest household figures from the census are much more in line with the 2014 based household projections than the 2018 based household projections. I can tell you the difference if that would be helpful. So the 2014 based household projections are still slightly higher than the census figure at plus 1,349. But the 2018 based household projections were actually plus 5,148. So to me, that very much supports the fact that the 2014 based household projections are more representative in Shropshire.
Right, okay, thank you. Mr. Pollard, your hand's up. I don't know whether that's a legacy hand or whether you had something to say about the projections.
Yep, no, Mum, just a quick point on the census, really, I guess. I wouldn't disagree with the council's assessment of the 2018 projections.
Right, okay.
What I would say, though, is that if you're looking at the 2021 census population, as well as the households, I believe from a quick look now that the population is quite a bit higher. The 2021 census count of 2021 is over 4,000 people higher, I think, than the 2014 population projections, which obviously sit within the household projections, were forecasting. The alignment, comparative alignment of the households would therefore suggest that obviously household sizes have been increasing, i.e. that greater growth in population has been accommodated within those households. That's a trend which is contrary to one which has been going on for quite a number of years, and also in the context of an acknowledged ageing of a population where those households tend to be smaller in size, would suggest there is growing numbers of arguably households that are concealed in some form or other, which, whilst the council has highlighted, is reassuring in terms of the 2014 household count. You could make a case equally that actually that greater growth in population is suggesting that some amount of dwellings and households being accommodated isn't actually of a scale sufficient. And again, it would just underpin the reasons, the rationale for continuing to go above that standard method figure, which is rooted in those 2014 projections. I'd also make a very quick point, and I think again this is from very quick maths, so I'm happy to be corrected, but across, for example, the Black Country Authority as well, the 2021 census shows a stronger growth in population than the 2014 projections. So there's some you know, point there again that those figures are that there is more population pressure, not just in this location but in surrounding context as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cully.
Thank you, Mom. Good morning, everybody. So is the camera on? Because I've got a line through the camera.
No, I can't see you.
Right, okay, I will try again.
And actually, when you're trying to get your camera on, what I'll just say, what I should have said earlier on, if people can just try to remember to introduce who they are representing, just for the benefit of those that are people who are watching. Obviously, we're getting a little bit more familiar as the faces are coming on, but it would be and the sessions are continuing, but it would be good. So.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Ian Cully, Lead Planning Manager, City Wolverhampton, on behalf of the Black Country Authorities. It's just a really quick point about the census, and it's obviously generated a lot of publicity over the last week or so since it was released. I think it's really important to say that that's an interim position in terms of the census publication, and it will need to be adjusted as time goes on. So I think we need to be really careful about putting too much emphasis on the consistency of the census with the 2014-18 household projections. So, for example, as I said, it's an interim position based on raw first census results. So there are inevitable adjustments that would need to be made in the light of the COVID pandemic. In terms of students not being residents in particular places, particularly in the larger cities where there are concentrations of universities, and also seasonal workers as well who weren't able to obviously live at their preferred place of work. So I think we need to be really nervous about the weight that's given to the interim 2021 census results. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Kells from the CPRE. Mr. Kells?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just adjusting my microphone. I was going to come in on this on the Black Country because Mr. Green is dealing with this, but it might just be because it's a census question that I'm coming back to. It might be appropriate for me to comment in terms of that. Obviously, Mr. Cully is right that there's further work to do, but the census results for the Black Country are not at all consistent in terms of households with the 2014 figures. They are extremely consistent with the 2016 figures. There are problems with the 2018 figures. As you're aware, they're only based on 2 years of NHS figures, and they made a decision not to go for a longer time period specifically because they thought it would be inconsistent, but it does mean they are volatile. And they've tended to end up not just here, but across the country in reflecting very immediate effects of what's happened in the last couple of years. So I think the 2016 figures, so while in terms of 2014 and 2016, it doesn't make much odds in terms of Shropshire, it makes very significant odds in terms of the Black Country and in terms of the certainty with which those figures are derived. And in terms of household size, we have seen a levelling off of household size more generally, which may reflect the fact that household size is affected by wider economic factors, which are not to do with supply, and that's something that has certainly been suggested. And in terms of the Black Country figures, those, I would say that those factors are likely to remain, and therefore an idea that somehow by increasing the supply above it, we would move to a situation in which household size continued to fall is an unproven and hopeful aspiration, not one that would necessarily be borne out by the factors, which is, for example, that younger people are staying longer before they start to get mortgages and so on, which is nothing to do with supply, and is a structural change to the housing market. So the consistent figure is with the ONS 2016, and in the light of that being the most reliable up-to-date figure, while agreeing with Mr. Cully that it needs to be tested, and there's been huge problems, as you're probably aware, with student numbers, particularly in places like Coventry, where you get phantom because people don't deregister, which may be a problem in places like Wolverhampton, opposite to what he's saying, where you know, with these figures. So at the moment, I would say that the interim position is that they fit the 2016 figures. They also fit the 2016 figures in Shropshire, although it doesn't make much difference, and that is a position that we accept, and let us see what happens. But it does affect, therefore, weather very significantly, and the difference is something like 8,720 households. And if you projected that forward, as we do in our statement, for the Black Country going forward, that would be 15,580 households different, which is very significant when you're talking about the unmet need. I'll come back to more general, I have some general points about that and why that is very concerning in terms of what it might mean for people moving out of the Black Country under the Black Country, but I thought you'd want me to pick up the census point while we're here.
Yeah, and it is contained within your, it's quite technical information that we're discussing now. So I have got the access to all of the statements, so I haven't, I'm aware of.
I can,
revisit that.
If it's helpful, I have a chart which shows the comparison of the census with the 2014 figures. That's not obviously in my statement.
No, I'll not accept that, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
But thank you for offering.
So that's where I got the 8,720 figures.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Green, because I'm keen to be moving on, because I have got a lot of other questions. If we can, if there's something that you want to add to
on the figures, as it has been put to you, the figures, the note I've got is that the 2014 based figures for the year we're now in, 2022, for Shropshire Council is a population of 320,800. Households of 141,944. And the census figures for 2021 are showing a population for Shropshire of 323,600, which is partway between the 2016 based projections and 2018 based projections. But for households, the census figure for Shropshire for households is 139,600, which is lower than the 2014 base projection. And that's just a point which is relevant to a point I wanted to make in my general comments later on when you, let me mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Right. Just thinking about the other components of the housing requirement. Is there I'm back to the council, please. If you can switch your camera on. Are there any other the qualitative considerations that have been factored in to the calculation? So are things like the affordable housing, are they when you refer to qualitative considerations, what are they? I think I've read that quite a lot in the evidence, and I'm just wanting to be clear what's meant by qualitative considerations that have been factored in. And what evidence exists to justify them.
If I may begin, I'd also refers obviously to the local economic growth opportunities that obviously this plan is eager to advance. We obviously need to reflect upon wider strategies within the council area, including the economic growth plan and the proposal for a sort of an uplift in labour to support that. So it is an attempt. It is qualitative, but it is an attempt to support that economic growth opportunities which are being derived from wider economic growth, wider strategies within the council. That was specifically referenced in our issues and options paper under the high growth option, which is one of the 3 options we tested about those options. So we specifically mentioned that, and that's as well as the housing situation, it also supports the economic growth situation as well. So that I'll just point to that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to build on that, I think I'd probably refer to that sort of summary list that we put in paragraph 3.6 of the explanation to SP2 again, because that was the sort of qualitative factors. They're obviously informed by things like our strategic housing market assessment, which looks at the needs of specific groups within communities. But obviously, as we've already discussed within the context of affordable housing, it's important to recognise that those figures are about the whole population rather than as a specific growth element, if you like. And as such, it's not as straightforward as saying that equals that many additional properties. It's more complicated than that, which is why it's more, in our view, it's a qualitative consideration more rather than the quantitative consideration, because whilst we recognise there's a need for affordable housing, it's important that we don't duplicate what's already within the standard methodology. And it's also important that we recognise that the approach to meeting that need isn't as straightforward as you need to provide that many additional affordable dwellings. It's much more complicated than that. And that's why our response is more expansive than simply a housing requirement. It's about our approach to the delivery of affordable properties and our approach to the delivery to facilitating the delivery outside the policy framework, which again I've referenced the housing topic paper and the range of mechanisms that we are as a council pursuing.
Thank you.
Can I also add, that the requirement does also seek to reflect upon known opportunities in the development industry as well. On that one, obviously we are aware and have been aware since the beginning of the plan making process that there are a number of strategic options in terms of site options, which we will be having a conversation about later on this week, particularly around the in Ironbridge and the Barracks at Clyde. So that those were opportunities which needed to be reflected within the overall housing requirements. But we also obviously needed to support the needs of existing settlements as well. So it was an opportunity. It was reflective of opportunities, known opportunities of delivering on significant locations and brownfield locations as well.
Okay. Thank you. I've got a Mr. I think it's Mr. Andrew.
Yes, that's
Mr.
correct.
Andrew, beg your pardon, yes.
Not sure if that's come on now. Apologies, I'm having to do this on my phone as I couldn't connect via my laptop. It's a general point because I've lost track a little bit where you're up to within question 1, but it was just a general sort of thing. It's already noted by the council and others that obviously the housing delivery over the plan period is going to be subject to market fluctuations, which is outside the control of everybody. Our concern is that by adopting the higher growth rate of 15% above the identified needs, it's more likely to result at some point in the plan with an out-of-date plan. And that's going to bring the associated pressures for development of unallocated sites, particularly around rural settlements, to meet desire rather than identified needs. And therefore it risks decisions not being plan-led. And we feel that could mean that this plan with a higher target is unsound. One of the initial issues and options was the moderate growth option of 5%, which was the preferred option of most respondents to that initial consultation. And that is still 5% above identified needs, and therefore we feel that still satisfies the NPPF para 60 need for boosting housing above the needs, and we feel that's a more sustainable and sound option. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Right, I think we've had the discussion on affordable housing, and I'm satisfied that the question I was going to ask in regard to that, we've covered that in the discussion, so I'm going to move on. Now, before we move into question 2, this next subsidiary question really sort of is moving us towards the ABCA issue. So this is, if I could ask the question to the council first. I can ask the council to switch their camera on. Thank you. So it appears to me that the overall housing requirement hasn't really altered, even though some of the Black Country Association Authority needs have now been factored in, and I'm just wanting to understand that a bit more, please.
I think first and foremost, it's important to recognise the local plan has been prepared using an iterative process. So at each stage, which is generally structured around the various Regulation 18 consultations we've undertaken, we've carefully considered the information available to us and ensured that proposals are appropriate moving forward to inform future proposals, if you like. In the context of the contribution to ABCA, we did very much consider that in the context of the proposed uplift, and we were ultimately satisfied that the level of uplift was appropriate to incorporate that contribution to the Black Country while still maintaining an appropriate level of flexibility. I think it's very important that we emphasise the point that we very much consider that flexibility element of the uplift, if you like, is appropriate. As I say, I think it's around 11%, and that we consider that's a reasonable uplift. I think it's also very important to recognise that a number of the qualitative opportunities that we've discussed can be contributed to both by the contribution to the Black Country and the flexibility element of the requirements. So things like increased delivery of supporting new families coming into Shropshire, that's clearly compatible with both of those aspects. As is the diversification of the labour force and increased economic growth and productivity, they can be supported by both of those opportunities. So we felt that they were very much complementary. So we very carefully considered it in the context of the housing requirements, and ultimately our view was that they were complementary and as such were appropriate aspects of the wider housing requirements.
if the overall number hasn't really changed between but you've now factoring in these unmet housing needs, what implications does that have on the plan's overall growth strategy? Does it become a medium growth strategy, which then you add on some unmet externally derived need? Can it really be regarded as a high growth strategy still, given that the overall number hasn't altered since you've added those unmet needs in?
Well,
I'm just trying, if somebody can if you can try to explain that to me, please, because I need to understand that.
Okay, just really.
Does that make sense? Because
it does make sense, and I think our response to that is really kind of a reiteration of this point that the qualitative issues that we've expressed are compatible with delivering that unmet need from ABCA. So we're aware that obviously if we accept unmet need, it effectively becomes our need, and that is part of the process. I will say that our requirement does continue to be above that overall housing need, even with ABCA's contribution factored in. And as Mr. Cord has explained, that we do think that there are qualitative advantages to Shropshire from accepting an element of unmet need from ABCA, particularly regarding uplifting labour force and particularly regarding uplifting opportunities for workers within the county. So I will say the two are compatible. I think what you're getting at is if you accept 1,500, you add 1,500 on the other end. I think we've taken a more nuanced approach to that and reflected the conversations throughout the process to arrive at what we think to be an overall deliverable housing requirement, which factors in the local housing need, that element of local housing need, or net housing need.
So what evidence do you have about the like that, when you're saying that's the deliverable figure? What evidence exists? Can you point us to something so that I can understand how you've arrived at that plan? It's probably it's maybe a planning judgment, but in terms of there must be some deliverability evidence that you can point me to.
Yeah, so I think the most important information we point to is our past trends. So that shows what's been delivered in Shropshire over a significant period. So as I said previously, I think over the last 15 years, delivery has averaged around 1,300 dwellings per annum. So that is very much set trend, and we realise there's peaks and troughs in that. So that's the average over a long period of time. We balance that with the aspiration to boost delivery in Shropshire, but equally it's a balance, and as you say, there's planning judgments involved in terms of what is actually deliverable over a longer period in Shropshire. But yes, the past trends are very much a key consideration in that context. I will just when I was saying the figure 11%, that was based on the proposed housing requirements. So I should say that the uplift above housing need is actually 13%, that the flexibility applies to. So apologies for that, but just so you're aware.
Okay, thank you. I can see Mrs. Crosby has a hand up, but I'm just going to check. Does anybody else wish to say anything about that issue? Mrs. Crosby, is it, first of all, can I just, is it a really urgent matter? I'll let you.
Well, I was just going to bring in the question and the point from Much Wenlock Council that I said, right, okay. You know, remember at the beginning I said that they've sent,
yes, thank you.
what they wanted to say. So this is in relation to question 1 on the agenda, and I'll just read it verbatim.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris Tyler, Much Wenlock Town Councillor. It is evident from the Shropshire Council local plan submissions, Appendix 5, page 345, and with the increase of the review by 2 years from 2036 to 2038, that Shropshire Council have added a further 15 dwellings to the Much Wenlock quota. Based on the SAMDEV policy, Shropshire Council have previously provided for 150 dwellings to be built up to 2036. As such, the increase following that SAMDEV policy calculation would take the figure to 165 dwellings. Can the council officers explain why the formula has changed, resulting in a 33% increase for Much Wenlock against a 5% increase to Shropshire Council to accommodate the extra 1,500 dwellings from the West Midlands? Thank you, and I'll leave it there.
We are straying into area specifics with that question, and we're trying to keep to the upper the global figure, but as the question's being asked, I wonder whether the council might want to assist.
I will try. So if I'm correct, some things to do with Much Wenlock and effectively how the localised housing requirement in Much Wenlock is derived. I mean, I will acknowledge there was a change, I think, from earlier iterations of the plan around that overall requirement, and it is not an equation. It is not an equation around. It's not a mathematical equation around how we plan for localised housing requirement. It has to be a planning judgment applied, and in this instance, the planning judgment did include reference to the opportunities around a particular location, the site allocation. And I know we don't want to talk about that today, but it's the answer to the question really around the opportunity which was derived from a site allocation, which is included within the proposed plan, and the potential increase in housing numbers on that allocation to support benefits of the proposal, particularly around alleviating flood risk. It was basically it was how that site could be delivered to unlock the opportunity of the site in relation to mitigating flood risk both on and off the site, and the evidence provided by the site the agent in this instance led us to agree to that, and that led to an uplift in the localised housing requirement. So I know that's very specific, but that's kind of our response to that particular point.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to get sucked into the area specifics today, but thank you for that. And just moving back to that, the issue that we had about the Black Country Authority's unmet needs being factored in. I think Mr. Reid, I think you were next if you were wanting to speak about that.
Yes, I was. Thank you very much, Mrs. Crosby. Mrs. Dillon, forgive me. I should say I represent Bradford Rural Estates Limited. I haven't said that yet. Can I deal with what's been said by way of the justification by the council in this way? Firstly, with regard to the growth rate, you asked the question, has there actually been a change in the growth rate as a result of the accommodation of the Black Country Authority figure? The answer is that there has been, and the point wasn't, of course, answered by the council. But if you look back at the SA work, you'll see that the original calculated figure for high growth didn't take into account a BCA need. And necessarily, when that BCA need is taken into account, it will have the effect of reducing the growth rate. and we indicated last week the extent to which it reduces it, essentially down to a moderate rate. And you've had no proper answer from the council on it. And the reason is because we're right. So there's no explanation as to why, in the light of the need for a positively prepared and justified plan, that decision has been taken. Now, one issue that has been, or one point made by Mr. West, was that the council considered the matter carefully and thought that it was appropriate that they could fit the housing requirement within the overall figure. But as we say, and as we'll deal with later on, they haven't looked at that issue at all. There's just simply been no assessment of it with regard to the significance of using more land in order to accommodate Black Country needs. And what has been done here is essentially to amount to, or what it essentially amounts to, is an accounting exercise, nothing more.
Thank you.
And what really this means, can I just say this, I'll deal with the flexibility point in a minute. What this really means is, and what actually you're seeing, is the council failing to grapple with the consequence of having to accommodate as an additional figure the 1,500, and to deal with and grapple with the consequence in terms of greenbelt release. I'm not going to go into the specifics, but we will eventually deal with actually that process of reasoning. Now, the last point concerns flexibility, and what has happened with regard to flexibility as a result of the accommodation of the Black Country need. And the flexibility figure was, that's to say, the 11% stroke 13% that was relied upon by Mr. Corden. That was settled upon before the accommodation of the Black Country needs, as we understand it. So that there has been a reduction in the level of flexibility by virtue of the accommodation of the Black Country need. So however the council looks at this, the result is a failure to properly deal with the need to find further land beyond that which they've identified so far.
Right, I'm conscious that we're now at nearly 10 past 11, and I was wanting to take a break at 11 o'clock. I'm just wondering whether the it'll only be Mr. Green. If your point is going to be very quick, we can deal with that before the break.
Thank you. Charles Green from the CPRE. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we're not straying into question 2 yet. So
We're
I think
bridging it. I said earlier we were edging towards it. So
I think what I want to say can wait till after the break.
okay, thank you very much. And as I say, I'll check. So, Mrs. Crosby, you have your hand up. No, that was a legacy hand. Thank you. That's what we call a legacy hand, when someone keeps the hand up. So that would conclude the discussion point 1. Is there anything that anybody would be wanting to say under discussion point 1 that we haven't covered? Mr. Green.
Yes, that was exactly my point. Right, all along I've been waiting to come in on discussion point 1, but it can wait till after the break.
Yes, yes, exactly. Thank you. Okay, so I'll just remind you, when we're going to break now, we'll break until 25 past 11, and if we can return back to our screens by 25 past 11. If you just keep your Teams meeting open, but just do make sure that your camera and your microphones are switched off. Thanks a lot, and I will resume at 11:25. Thank you. I'll just give people a couple of more minutes. Okay, everyone. It's 11:25, so I propose that we resume. Thank you. Can everybody hear me? I presume that would be a yes. Then, just before I bring Mr. Green in, I'm conscious that the council would be interested to hear your response to the point that Mr. Reid had made earlier, if you can recall that, and that was in response to the question that I'd posed about the Black Country needs of Black Country Authority needs number becoming being added into the overall housing requirement. I'd just be interested, just so that I can go away and be quite crystal clear what the approach has been and why there's a variance, if indeed there is a variance in opinion.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Dillon. I think I'd just start by making the point that when we were undertaking the duty to cooperate process with the Black Country authorities, we recognised the functional links between Shropshire and ABCA. And we also recognised there was unmet need arising in ABCA. In our strategic approach to the level of growth, Shropshire Council was proposing a high level growth. And we do as we recognise the functional relationship between the two areas, I think it's important to recognise that some of that growth would come from the Black Country authorities. As such, it was considered appropriate to specifically recognise that. So it's a component of the high growth in and of itself.
Is there any evidence? Can you point me to any evidence that'll help demystify that for me?
Yeah, I think if you look at the preferred scale and distribution of development consultation document, which is EV 004.01, that's when we first proposed.
Sorry, can you just repeat that? EV
004.01.
Yeah.
So that's when we first proposed the housing requirements, and that document makes several references to the sort of strategic context of Shropshire. So, for instance, paragraph 1.8 specifically recognises that Shropshire is not an island and there's interactions with other areas, and that those interactions will be informed by the duty to cooperate process. Similarly, I think paragraph 2.7, which talks about the preferred housing requirements, it talks about the fact that that will have significantly positive impacts on supporting the delivery of the county's recently published economic growth strategy, and it will reinforce Shropshire's role within the wider region and also help support the delivery of the objectives of the West Midlands Combined Authority. So it recognises that strategic context from the very outset. And as I say, I think it's important to recognise that the level of the high growth provision inherently relates to other areas, including the Black Country. some of the growth that would be accommodated, and that would come from the Black Country. And effectively, this change specifically recognises that and recognises that it is a contribution to the Black Country's unmet needs. But importantly, it still maintains an appropriate level of flexibility for Shropshire Council to respond to its own needs.
Mrs. Dillon, hang on, can you put it back on? Yeah, Mrs. Dillon, Mr. Reid characterised that as an accounting exercise, according to my notes. But it's not an accounting exercise of the type that Mr. Reid has in mind. In effect, you know that the local housing need figure has been uplifted for reasons of flexibility, or which include aspirations for growth and any number of reasons, uplifted by about 4,900 or so to get to the 30,800, and that's about a 16% uplift. What the acceptance of the figure of 1,500 need for the Black Country does is to accept that part of that, part of the drivers for growth is unmet need in the Black Country. And by looking at the relationship between Shropshire and the Black Country in more detail, for the reasons set out in the housing topic paper and the employment topic paper, a figure has been attributed to the Black Country driver for growth. And that's the figure of 1,500 plus 30 hectares. So if you like, the accounting exercise is to recognise that part of the uplift over local housing need to achieve high growth comes from unmet need in the Black Country. And therefore, it's not a matter of adding 1,500, it's a matter of recognising the 1,500 as part of the high growth uplift. So it is accounting, but it's not a fiddle, which is what Mr. Reid's remark is pregnant with. It is a recognition that part of the drivers for growth in Shropshire at the moment is unmet need in the Black Country. And that's why there is no simply adding on 1,500 to the 30,800. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Mr. Green.
So it's Charles Green from CPRE, and thank you for your patience, Mrs. Dillon. I just wanted to, well, you have our arguments on housing matters in our hearing statement. I don't know whether you've got that in front of you, because the pie chart that we show on what is...
You can just give me the references, please, because just
well,
with everything being I've got everything electronic, and I do have some technical difficulties in
reference to our statement is M4.13.
4.1, yeah.
But I'm referring to the pie chart, which is on page 26 of 65 in that in the numbering, page 26 of 65, which is actually page 4 of our hearing statement, because we had to split our hearing statement up. Right. So you've got our general comments, but I just wanted to have a few minutes to elaborate on what the council has said in their Matter 4 hearing statement and what Mr. Corden in particular has said, and it deals with the iterative process he's talked about, flexibility, which you're concerned with, and your original introductory question was on components of need.
Yes.
Well, here is a pie chart showing you those components of need.
Okay.
Are you're not able to get it up in front of you?
No, I can't get it at the moment,
Okay.
but I know I'm aware that there's tables and pie charts in your...
A coloured pie chart. Well, that demonstrates how the local housing need figure, the objectively assessed need figure, the government figure of 25,894 is arrived at in the first place. So the population element of that, the council only need 12,490 houses for the increase in population. The next component is the component relative to fewer people living in each house, which is a larger element than one expects, and that is 8,256. On the admit this is it's all maths, which Mr. Reid doesn't like, but thinks it's too simplistic. But in some cases, it is better to be simplistic.
Yeah, and I will have another read of that when because obviously I'd like to take my time to read that to read that again in the context of what you're saying. So I'm taking the references down.
I have to read it again myself from time to time. But that 8,256 of the elements, because it is projected that fewer people live in each house, is part of one of those components that you're talking about. So it could be part of, elderly people not living in families anymore, but moving to a two-house family. Yeah. It is part of that component. So I'm coming on to what I really want to say. The next element that used to be the government formula, but as we know, there is now the affordability index as well, and that element is 5,148 of Shropshire Council's supposed requirement of 30,800. Well, that includes a huge element for affordable housing. That is the whole point of it, to make houses more affordable. It's a moot point as to whether it does, because house builders are not going to build more houses quickly in order to drop the price. So there's a whole debate around that anyway. Our pie chart then shows on top of that the 1,500 and this, it's slightly spurious 3,406, but just a point on figures. Those two combined, 4,906, are actually 19% more than the OAN figure of 25,894, not the 14% that Mr. Richards mentioned. So you can see that's a visual representation of what Mr. Richards is saying. The extra the council are going for includes the 1,500. Yeah. But my real point is that OAN figure of 25,894 builds in flexibility. So the flexibility that the council seek with going for their higher figure is already built into that 25,894.
So is your point that it's a bit of double counting?
It's not double counting, it's extra counting. It's adding on things that are not needed. That need figure already provides for the flexibility that the council want.
Okay.
They talk about their extra figure being required to support the long-term sustainability of the county. And they list at paragraph 2.1 of their Matter 4 hearing statement 5 opportunities the higher figure seeks to provide. But I'm saying all those considerations can largely be provided within that OAN need figure of 25,894. There's always a conflation of need with demand. That 25,894 is meant to be all that Shropshire needs. And as you've seen from my analysis, that government formula is itself a bit contrived. We know that because when the 2018 based figures came out, the government didn't like it and required everyone to still use the 2014 based figures. So what I'm saying is our evidence continues to demonstrate that that high requirement of 30,800 houses is not justified and is therefore unsound. And I'm going to make no bones about also reinforcing the point that every house that is built at the moment contributes to yet further increases in greenhouse gas emissions. So the high targets are also unsound on climate change grounds. They're unsound on sustainability grounds. They're unsound on climate change grounds. The fact is that for the foreseeable future, every extra house built contributes to making Shropshire less sustainable. That's a matter that the council and we say that's a matter that the council and the inspectorate should balance against the climate emergency in weighing up whether this requirement of 30,800 houses is justified and therefore whether the plan is sound as far as housing need is concerned. Just as an extra, Mr. Corden mentions the iterative process. We've already commented on that, but the iterative process started with offering 3 options to the public: high, medium, I forget what they were called, 3 options. The public wanted the lower option. The council plumped for the higher option, which turns into this 30,800. So our point was that they've heard what the public said and ignored it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'll just allow the council just to have the final word on that before we move into. So we must move on to the second question.
I'm not sure we've got a huge amount to come back on that, Ma'am. What I would say is, just as a sort of a wider point, we do not ignore consultation responses. We of course consider them, and consultation responses are one element of our consideration around arriving at a preferred approach. So just to cancel Mr. Groom's comment there, I don't think we've got anything else to come back on there.
Okay, thank you. Okay then, so moving on to number 2. Okay, so now we'd like to explore whether the provision made within the plan to fulfil the identified unmet housing needs of the Black Country authorities is justified, and is the plan's approach to delivering this effective and capable of addressing this in a sustainable manner within the plan period in accordance with national policy. So I think, as I said earlier, we've got, I think there's probably 3 schools of thought, which are it's not justified, it's too high, it is justified, it's just right, and it's not justified, it's too low. So we've got the 3. So what it would be useful probably to listen to see what the council's stance is first of all. I think what that is, but I'll listen to the council first of all, and then if we could maybe consider the issue about it being too high first and then too low thereafter, if we can try. And so what I'll do is I'll invite the council, and then I'll invite anybody to put their hands up who thinks it's too high, and then once we've done that, we'll go to the too low, and then that keeps all of the it'll avoid repetition, and hopefully it'll allow an easier discussion. I may have some subsidiary questions, but it depends. What I'm going to do is, instead of me going through those, I'm going to listen to what you all have to say, and hopefully I'll have ticked them off by the time we finish this question. So I'll hand over to the council now.
Thank you, Mrs. Dillon. I think what I'll start by is just directing you towards our housing topic paper in the first instance, which I think provides a useful summary of the considerations. First and foremost, as a result of the duty to cooperate process, Shropshire Council recognised the functional links between itself and the Black Country authorities, and we also recognised that the Black Country authorities forecast that there would be unmet need arising within their area. Having reflected on that and our proposed strategy, we considered it was appropriate to consider whether Shropshire Council could contribute to meeting part of that unmet need. We're very much aware that there is no specific methodology for how a contribution should be calculated. So we reflected on the functional links effectively between the two areas. And as a starting point, we looked at migration because we felt that if need is unmet, one of the obvious changes would be changes to migration patterns as a result of the inability to access a property, if you like. What we sought to do is look at the proportion of migration from the Black Country authorities that was directed to Shropshire out of total migration from their area. And we looked at a 5-year trend which averaged around 3.34% of the total migration out of the Black Country that came to Shropshire. What I will say is we also looked at longer term trends, but actually I don't think that made a significant difference. And as a sort of starting figure, if you like, that looked at a rate of around 943 dwellings to accommodate the then understood level of need that they had identified, which is some 28,239 dwellings. We very much recognise that there are wider qualitative considerations, and they are documented in the housing topic paper, but we discussed them with the Black Country authorities through the duty to cooperate process, and they very much informed our proposed contribution, which was the 1,500 dwellings. Those wider considerations included such factors as constraints and opportunities, the interplay between the two housing market areas, the actual nature of the linkages and the relationship between the two areas, there's potential for other local authorities to contribute to meeting need, and also the need to future-proof proposals. And ultimately that informed our proposed contribution of 1,500 dwellings. What I should say is, although we look our proposed sort of starting point, if you like, was the migration trends, we did also look at things like commuting patterns, which actually had a sort of a relatively consistent sort of starting point, if you like. So we did sort of sense check that as a starting point. And then, as I say, ultimately the qualitative factors that we considered inform the proposed contribution of 1,500 dwellings. And that was, in terms of the approach, we considered it was appropriate to integrate that into the housing requirements, and we've obviously already discussed that to a certain extent under the first question. But the idea was effectively we accept that it becomes our need, and then it's met in accordance with our proposed spatial strategy for the distribution of development, which we note does allow for development within those areas with the strongest linkages to the Black Country authorities, which are primarily the sort of eastern belt of Shropshire, and also the sort of central area of Shrewsbury as well. So in summary, that's the approach that we want to take into identifying appropriate contribution. And as you've already recognised, Mrs. Dillon, that has been agreed within a statement of common ground between Shropshire Council and the Black Country authorities. Yeah, so I think that's probably quite useful sort of summary, but the topic paper does provide a bit more detail on that process.
Can I just check? There has been some criticism about the level of evidence that existed at the Regulation 19 stage, and I'm just wondering, could you just confirm what what evidence did you draw on at that, you know, at that point in relation to that Black Country Authority needs, you know, the figure that you arrived at? What, because obviously there would be discussions, but then those discussions must have been based upon something, and I'm just wanting to try and understand that, what evidence actually existed at that stage, because obviously the housing topic paper came along after submission, if my memory serves me correct.
Yeah, yes, you're right, Ma'am. In terms of the evidence, there wasn't specific evidence provided to justify that specific figure at that point in time. Obviously, the state's common ground with ABCA has talked about considering of migration patterns, the geographic proximity and physical links. So it's couched within that sort of a more strategic approach, and obviously those the conversations around proximity, and particularly around which particular areas on the east of the county and wider areas could contribute effectively to an element of unmet need within the urban focused agenda of the council and the pattern of growth proposed in the draft plan. But that specific evidence, you're correct, was provided post submission on request by yourselves on that one. But you know, I think it's fair to say that the state's common ground clearly indicates that we did identify and look at potential migration trends sort of at a relatively high level in arriving at that figure, as well as the wider qualitative issues.
And were there a number, you know, in terms of the figures that were discussed? Was there a higher figure and it came down, or a lower figure that came up, or how did it come to the 1,500? What?
I think it's a general conversation, and obviously, as we've already said, there's no set methodology around this. I think it was a member of the participants list last week, I think it was Mr. Young, mentioned about the lack of a regional approach to this, and clearly we are working in a duty world where those conversations are, you know, it is a conversation around what is appropriate for the for those particular areas. So there wasn't any specific conversations about what could potentially be high need or otherwise. We clearly are aware through the plan making process that there has been sites promoted. Some are on the call today, which are proposing a higher number. But clearly our beginning point really is about what is appropriate for Shropshire within the urban focused agenda that we were proposing, and within, particularly on the east of the county, I would point out, the implications of the Greenbelt release. So those, I think, were kind of high considerations in arriving at what we felt as though was an appropriate number. Obviously, that was part of the conversation with ABCA and has subsequently led to an agreement. We don't agree on everything, obviously. There is a recognition that ABCA want that to be the starting point for the conversation with an early review. Obviously, as we said last week, we do not yet know what the end result is of unmet need as well. So it makes it very complicated, I would say, to actually arrive at a figure, sort of a range of options around that, because we don't yet quite know what we're dealing with. And we touched upon that last week around the issue around the SA on our response on that point. So in answer to your question, no, there wasn't any specific consideration of higher or lower figures. It was a part of a conversation and an offer which was made and has been accepted.
So I think we said we were going to take the too high first, if we can a school of thought, I'll say it first of all. So Mr. Tyler from I think Much Wenlock.
Good morning.
Just say it's Mrs. Sorry, it's a minute. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I've got the wrong. Sorry.
It's Mrs.
Tyler.
From Much Wenlock, okay. Representing Much Wenlock Town Council and the Much Wenlock Neighbourhood Plan Refresh Group. And I apologise sincerely for the difficulties which we have had in trying to get into the meeting. So now I'm in the town clerk's office and we're in.
Right, that's why it's right. Okay, that's fine. Yes. That's why it was a Mr. Tyler.
Yes.
Thank you.
So thank you for allowing us to speak. So on the provision for unmet housing needs for the Black Country, we cannot agree that the Shropshire Council local plan for delivering unmet housing needs of the Black Country is justified in all respects and all locations. The designation of the Eastern Belt Strategic Corridor, SP14, paragraph 3, 142A, notably the A458 onto the A4169, is unjustified inasmuch as it is counterproductive to sustainable employment growth, tourism, and sustainable development for key centres, hubs and clusters along its route. Development for housing and employment over high-level agricultural land is the opposite direction of travel to guarantee both food security, biofuel and green energy production, which is vital not only for this country, but for the whole planet. We are seeing how the global economy and supply chain can be disrupted and threatened at the drop of a hat. Can Shropshire Council please explain in detail why it is proposing engaging in more development on open countryside to supply the urban centres in the Black Country?
This is something really for, in a way, it's for that. We're only looking at the overall numbers, I'm afraid, today. Yeah, I can't go into the.
I just have got another sentence which includes that, if that's okay. And does it have any guarantee of the employment need in the Black Country? Does the Black Country not have one of the highest rates of unemployment in the region? And are the key centres taking development but with none of the infrastructure advantages that a strategic centre would bring? Thank you. Thank you, Inspector.
I'll take. I've got two Mr. Tyler twice, so I presume that there's another. Is there another speaker from Much Wenlock by any chance? No.
No, not on Q2. We've got question on Q3. Thank you.
Right, okay, if you could just both, I've got two Chris Tylers with their legacy hands up, so if they can just get remove those when you can, thanks. Mr. Kells, the CPRE.
Thank you very much. I want to just address two things. The first one is about the numbers and the justification. And secondly, I want to briefly say the three actual practical reasons why this is so problematic, which we've put in our statement. The first thing to say, there is a common problem. I'm dealing with a plan in Charnwood where we have exactly the same problem of an unmet need figure being produced by an authority and then is simply received as part of the duty to cooperate without any way of testing that figure, which is at an early stage in a local plan development. In this case, we have significant newer evidence which supports the the submissions that we put in at the Regulation 18 stage to the Black Country, suggesting there were a number of issues. We've referred to the problems with using the ONS 2014 figures. And just to add one point to that, of course, when I said that the census is consistent with the ONS 2016 figures, that is excluding the, as we would say, entirely arbitrary addition of 35% to Wolverhampton's number, which adds about 5,000 houses on, which don't exist. We've also had, and I referred to it briefly last time, the combined authority. I must apologise, and the Black Country people told me about it was not commissioned by them, it was commissioned by the combined authority. I referred to it being the Chilmark report, which has looked at and taken examples, Willenhall and West Bromwich, it took as examples of where there was additional growth. If you extrapolated that report, which they have yet to do, and I will be looking at before the Regulation 9, if you simply extrapolated across all the same level across all the parts of the Black Country, you would come to a very significant amount of new housing, something in the order of 10,000. Now, you can't do that because, of course, other areas may not be able to supply that amount. But the point I'm making is that there are two very significant pieces of evidence which bring into question that unmet need figure, consistent with comments that we made at the Regulation 18 stage and consistent with the census figures that we have come out. So our view is that that figure is not a figure on which we can justify this additional figure. And Shropshire Council made it plain today that in coming to their conclusion on the Black Country, they were cognizant that that would mean exceptional circumstances in the Greenbelt. Therefore, the level of justification for taking additional housing from the Black Country has to be seen in the context not just of a numbers figure, but also whether that is sufficient to meet the requirement of exceptional circumstances as set out in the MPPF. So that's the figures side of it. You're aware of the additional consultation on the Regulation 18 that the Council has just started on Monday, the ABCA have just started on Monday. So I won't say any more about that. That is probably not as significant as the Chilmark or the census results. So then, in a sense, it comes to why does it matter in the sense of they are providing, as they say, for unmet need. They kindly have come to ABCA and said, we will take some of your housing. So why is that a problem? Isn't it just adding more on? And there are three reasons that I would give, and they're in our evidence. It's not simply adding housing to Shropshire to meet the Black Country's need is not a sum benefit. It has significant downsides, and the first one is the issue of traffic generation. And I know you'll be looking at this in more detail, so I'm not going to go into it in too much detail.
Thank you.
I very much hope that you will have the opportunity when you're visiting sites to look at some of the railway stations that are made so much play of along the M54 corridor. Some of them are little more than halts. If you look at Cosford, the difficulty of accessing Cosford railway station from the road, even to get a bus into it, is significant. So there is some rail service which is made a great deal of, but is actually pretty ineffective. You've got the rail services to Telford is much better, but it's very limited, that rail service, and very limited bus services, as you would expect out to places like the M54. And anything you do to bus services in those areas comes with the downside that you are affecting the people who already use them. So, as we've said in our submission, we consider that these will be largely car-based commuter settlements, which will be heavily dependent on services in other places, particularly in Telford and the Black Country, with significant journeys to make to get to those sites. So it is not a location which is well located, even compared to some other alternatives outside the Black Country. It has very significant issues with connectivity. And the second point which follows on for that is in terms of emissions, it is also a poor location, because what you are doing is you are locking in these long-term unsustainable locations with poor services. We're offered generally by the developers of these sites, we're offered some services which, as we know, sometimes happen, sometimes don't. But when we come to the major issues like getting to hospitals, getting to shops, getting to leisure facilities, these will always inevitably be very reliant on car journeys. Many sites will simply have the M54 between them and the local rail service. So on all those counts, it's likely to lead to greater traffic generation. There is an assumption, as has been put by the council, that replicating the existing commuting patterns is a good thing to do. In a climate change world, we should be reducing that amount of commuting between areas. And the third point, which I think is also a significant one and has perhaps been underplayed, is that this will be bad, in our view, for the Black Country itself. Mr. Corden said something which I don't think I've heard Shropshire say. I may have missed it in their evidence, but if I have, I apologise. He referred to a qualitative advantage to Shropshire this morning, to a qualitative advantage to Shropshire in labour force terms in accepting overspill housing from ABCA. Now, I just want to address that very specifically because I think that's an important point. Mr. Pollard referred to displaced households, which I think is a good way of putting it. The fact of the matter is that the people who move out of the Black Country to Shifnal or Albrighton or Much Wenlock or to Junction 3 if it happened, would not be the people who are struggling to survive in the Black Country at the moment. I live in the Black Country, I know the area very well. It will be highly skilled people who can afford to move out to these places, who can afford to then commute either into the Black Country or to the new opportunities that Shropshire says it's providing. So in terms of the qualitative advantage to Shropshire in labour force terms, you have to take account of the impact that will have on the Black Country's own supply of labour, and particularly on the people in the higher brackets. I know this from a long time. I was on the steering group of the Black Country study in the early 2000s, and the thing that was desperately needed was for the Black Country to retain its highly skilled people, and this would have the opposite effect. So that is, to my view, an extremely important issue. I just leave you with one factor in terms of that, which will give you an idea of how important it is. as I understand it, the current NVQ4 level, if you look at the Black Country, 25% of people in the Black Country have NVQ4 and plus. The average in the West Midlands is 34%. I suspect in Shropshire it's higher, but Shropshire Council might, I don't have that figure to hand. But what you're doing is you're taking the best and brightest people from the Black Country out into the commuter belt around the Black Country. That had a significant downside. And if I might just finish by saying, if the actual need is justified, well, that might be bearable. If, as is the case, we think that it's a chimera and there simply are not the number of households justified, you're effectively allowing the situation to get worse in the Black Country, because if the demand doesn't really exist in the Black Country won't then build the houses to compensate for it. All you will see is a moving out, and that will be detrimental to the Black Country. So that's our case, and those are the three general points why it's simply not a matter of adding up the numbers and coming to an unmet need figure. Sorry, I've been slightly I've gone slightly round the houses if it wants, and I think I've covered all the matters.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I think what I'll do now is I'll let the council. I don't know whether I'll defer to the council to see. Do you want to respond to that now, or do you want to listen to the people who think it's too low, and then respond?
I'll just come back.
All those ones. Which way would you prefer?
We'll come back on a few issues now. That's all right.
Yeah. Okay.
Mrs. Dillon, that'd be helpful. Just in terms of Mr. Kell's point, I wasn't quite sure whether he was talking in a world where land at Junction 3 was allocated or not. It sort of got a little bit confused by that point. But the point being, I think you referenced about greenbelt release for housing, and I would say that, you know, in terms of this plan, the proposed plan, correct if I'm wrong, Mr. Gunn, but I think there is only one site proposed, two sites proposed for residential developments, which are currently in which would need to be removed from the belt. Bear with me, please. And they're both in Alderley, so they're relatively small sites in Alderley. So there's no proposed greenbelt release in this plan. So up to 38 in Shipnell or Bridgenorth, which are two settlements specifically referenced in the agreement with ABCA about how that unmet need could be sustainably accommodated. So there's no proposed release of greenbelt for residential in those locations.
Just expanding on that, effectively our strategy for meeting the need, which as we've sort of previously explained, we're incorporating into our own need, is in accordance with our spatial strategy for the distribution of developments, which, as we discussed on Thursday last week, is effectively it's an urban focus, but also recognises the rurality of Shropshire and the importance of ensuring the long-term sustainability of those rural communities. So effectively the pattern of development directs the majority of development to urban areas which have the infrastructure best able to support development. And as I referenced previously, in terms of those areas with the strongest connections to the Black Country, it is the Eastern Belt, unsurprisingly, so Shipnell, Bridgenorth, Albrighton to a lesser extent, but also Shrewsbury, which is obviously the strategic centre of Shropshire. And in effect, whilst we're not identifying specific sites or locations where the need would be met, because we feel that this is a more flexible approach, the spatial strategy clearly allows for development in locations with the stronger functional links to the Black Country. but also locations with infrastructure to support development.
Just want to check to see if there's anything I want to ask at this point before we move on to the views of others. Okay, right, we'll move on to the participants who feel that the figure is too low for the Black Country needs, and then obviously that potentially has a knock-on effect for the overall local housing needs. But if we can just stick to the Black Country unmet needs component. Okay. Mr. Kells, is your hand's up? I think that might be a legacy hand that needs to come down.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, thank you. Right, okay. Well, Mr. Cully, I'll bring you in first as someone representing the Black Country authorities. It's probably pertinent anyway and you were first in line as well. So I'll let you begin.
Thank you, Mum. Gosh, where do I start? So my hand was raised kind of mainly in relation to the previous question. So apologies for that, but I think it does touch on issues relevant to the question you just posed as well. And there were a number of specific issues that Mr. Kells raised that I would like to respond to, if that would assist the examination. I think initially, then, as you're aware, the Black Country authorities welcome the principle of Shropshire making a positive contribution to meeting unmet needs arising in the Black Country, and I think that's really important. And the housing background paper refers to the Seven Oaks local plan. I think it's para 3.25 to 3.34 of the housing background paper, and it's clear from the inspector's report to the Seven Oaks local plan that local authorities have a duty to contact their neighbours through the duty to operate as soon as it's clear that they cannot meet their own needs. So the Black Country authorities engaged in that process from 2018, and that followed the publication of the Black Country Urban Capacity Study. So from 2018 onwards, it was clear that we couldn't meet our own needs, and we welcome the positive engagement with Shropshire. So in principle, we think it's entirely appropriate for the Shropshire local plan to make a contribution to meeting needs arising in the Black Country that we can't accommodate within the administrative area. I'm conscious that that's kind of touching on some of the DTC issues, but I think it's important to remind the examination of that point. So if the principle of making a contribution is accepted by the council, then the question is, what's the basis for that contribution? And as Mr. Corden said, there is no nationally prescribed approach which sets out how local plans should consider or must consider that calculation. So we note that the housing background paper provides a methodology to support the 1500 contribution, and we're satisfied that a methodological basis exists for that figure, and as Mr. West said, having regard to the Shropshire local plan strategy. So it's a combination of the plan strategy and the analysis of migration trends and transfer work data, etc., that's set out in the housing background paper. So we accept that there is a methodological basis for the contribution, but as you've outlined yourself, Mom, that we don't necessarily consider that that's the end of the matter, hence our request for an early review mechanism that we raised in relation to the duty to cooperate. I wasn't intending to kind of repeat that that discussion now. I'm happy to, but I would it be fair to anticipate that our point has been made on that issue?
I may have a subsidiary question on that, but if we can park that for now, and I'll have a think about whether or not I need to, when I listen to everybody else, I'll decide whether or not I need to ask it or not.
That's absolutely fine. So essentially, we note the basis for 1500. We see that as a contribution at a particular point in time, but it may be that over the remainder of the local plan period, then there may be a requirement for Shropshire to accommodate additional development requirements arising in the Black Country over and above the 1500 homes. So that was a kind of general point on the rationale and the scale of the contribution. Just a couple of points that were raised by Mr. Kells a few minutes ago, and I will be brief. I think in terms of the census, then we discussed that earlier, that we should exercise extreme caution in giving any weight at all to the status of the raw census data as a means of questioning in any way the validity of the 2014 household projections. And they are the household projections that the PPG encourages us to use for the purposes of calculating local housing needs. So major concerns with any weight that's given to the census information. The second point was around the Chilmark study, which Mr. Kells referenced. That study has only just been published, and I'm cautious, Ma'am, about introducing new evidence to the examination, but that document is published on the Black Country Plan website, and there is a set of FAQs and a summary of that document, which we can provide the examination links to if that would be of assistance. I think, yes, the study does anticipate that there may be some additional brownfield capacity within the Black Country, but that's not of such a scale which in any way kind of strategically undermines the approach that we've taken to brownfield capacity or total capacity within the administrative area. Yeah. And many of the recommendations that were in the Chilmark study, we knew that we had to address those points anyway in the urban capacity study. So again, I would be extremely cautious about giving any weight at all the Chilmark study as a basis for kind of undermining the Black Country's case that we cannot meet our own needs. That simply, the study just doesn't take you to that place. And then final point was around the outmigration issue, and the point that if housing is provided outside of the Black Country administrative area, then there will be a leakage of our younger people, our kind of high earning households. And I hope that Mr. Kells continues to live in the Black Country in spite of any housing that's provided in neighbouring areas. We need you, Mr. Kells. I think that the simple matter is that we don't have the luxury of being able to decide who moves in and out of the Black Country. So the Black Country authorities have a duty to work with neighbouring authorities to identify how our shortfall can be met, and that process is about providing for locations in the most sustainable locations in neighbouring areas with the best links to the Black Country. So that's really kind of as much as we can do. And the relationship with Shropshire, as has been explained in the examination, is a strong one, and so it's entirely appropriate in principle, for Shropshire, particularly the eastern parts of Shropshire, to help to meet needs arising in the Black Country. So those are the kind of initial points I wanted to raise. As you said, there may be further points that we'll need to touch on as as further questions develop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Mrs. Dillon.
Hello again.
Hi. So I think, just to start off with, obviously the fact that the council has recognised the links with the Black Country and therefore taking a proportion of its unmet need is to be applauded. That's something I think that's widely shared around many around the table. However, it is the sort of methodology behind that 1,500 figure that I think causes the concern. Now, there is a quantitative element to that, that I believe gets us to 943 dwellings, and that is based on that out-migration pattern which has been assessed. But it doesn't actually go far enough. We have the remainder of that, which is the qualitative assessment, as I understand it, which looks at travel to work patterns, and it also ostensibly takes into account other issues as well. I think if we sort of look at the migration patterns and we were to apply that, say, in respect of the other authorities with whom there is a relationship to the Black Country and how much unmet need they might need to take. South Staffordshire, for instance, obviously has a much greater relationship, and if we were to apply that accordingly, they would probably end up having to take quite a substantial share, which no doubt would be unsustainable to them and unpalatable. There's another issue linked to this as well, where we talk around this sort of 10,770 figure that's effectively been banked from these authorities with whom there is a relationship to the Black Country, but it's not clear exactly in some instances where that share of unmet need or sort of what that share of unmet need is designed to tackle, whether that's Birmingham's or the Black Countries. So South Staffordshire has pledged 4,000, for instance, Solihull just over 2,100. It's not clear whether that is Birmingham's unmet need or whether that's the Black Countries, and there doesn't seem to be a great deal of discussion around that. I think, to take this forward, we know what paragraph 35 of the NPPF says. It says not to defer the issue. We have a substantial unmet need figure as it stands in the Black Country, 28,239. I take the point, I think Mr. Hughes raised it last week, that has not been tested yet on examination, but nevertheless, it is the figure that the council is working to. It is the figure that we have on the table at the moment. It's what they've based their methodology on in getting to that 1,500. What I think is required here is to expand on that methodology and dare I say, make it a little bit more quantitative instead of qualitative. Now, you may be familiar with our research from we've provided this as part of our submission. We tried to give it an enticing title for what could arguably be a bit of a dry subject to some, but the Black Country's Next Top Model is Lichfield's evidence on the matter. This is effectively a three-stage functional relationship and gravity model. So it starts off not too dissimilar to what the council have done, of course, looking at patterns of out-migration from the Black Country to Shropshire, using the ONS migration estimates. But we then make a series of adjustments to that. So we look at travel to work patterns. We make adjustments for sustainability. So it's effectively weighting those results, looking at where, for instance, railway stations are, public transport links, where are those most sustainable locations. We then apply market signals to that. So that is effectively the ONS median workplace-based affordability ratios, and also the standard methods affordability adjustment, which we'd add to the figures as well. So that effectively gives us an adjusted base share for all of those districts, those authority areas with whom there is a relationship to the Black Country. We then make a final adjustment which takes into account environmental constraints. So I exclude Greenbelt when we talk about that, because that's a policy-led restriction, as we know, rather than environmental, but that's factoring in things such as triple SIs, and unsustainable flood risk areas where you simply wouldn't build. That then gets you to a position where every relevant authority has an amount of unmet need, but we also introduce a cap on that. If we didn't do that, then poor South Staffs would end up with about 37%, I think it was. So we cap it at 25%, we then reapportion. And actually, where that gets us to is a figure which I think is quite sustainable for Shropshire. It's not a massive uplift. It's 2,000 on top of where they are for the Black Country, and that equates to 13% of that overall 28,239 figure. Obviously, at the moment, the council's 1,500 would equate to 5%. So it's entirely achievable. We've sought to provide a solution. It's not intended to be combative or to frustrate the process. It's something that enables yourself, Mum, and the council, moreover, to really grapple with the issue now rather than deferring it further down the line. So, as I say, you'd be effectively looking at just over an extra 2,000 dwellings added onto that. I would also add that the council have already made inroads here by safeguarding a number of parcels of land, particularly around Shifnal, for instance. So, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to increase the figures, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes.
I didn't have any further points, Mum.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
It's because I'm looking at the lozenge and then I'm looking at the site. I'm looking at the list and I beg your pardon.
Yep, I'll turn myself on.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Mrs. Dillon. I'm conscious of the time, Mrs. Dillon. It's
Yes.
12:30, and I'll take a little time, it has to be said, because this is obviously a major point that we're making.
What I was hoping to do was to listen to that point, and then that would take us. We'll see how long that takes. But we can go. I'm quite happy to go past the 12:30 mark for lunch a little bit. So how long do you think you'll be?
Well, I'm not too sure, because there's two major points that I want to make. The first is the issue of approach and as to whether or not the authority have properly taken into account the Black Country needs. And the second is to delve into some of the detail as to what is said is the methodology for arriving at a figure contained within the housing topic paper. Now,
Right, okay.
I think it's going to take realistically 15 to 20 minutes.
Right, okay. I think what we'll do then, we'll break for lunch now then, because it is virtual and people's eyes are probably starting to get a bit tired.
Yes.
Probably my re-inviting Mr. Holmes is a symptom of that as well. So I think if we do that then, and then that'll give the council, and because the council obviously I would like them to respond to what you've got to say, so that might take some time as well.
Yeah.
That would then lead us to the end of number 2. Now I had been hoping to get a little bit further than we have, but obviously it's a big issue that needs to be unpacked and understood, so that's not an issue. And I think that some of the other questions that we've got after that they'll be a little bit more succinct, I think. So
Yes.
So it's 12:32 now. So I wonder if we could, how do people feel about a 45-minute break? But I am conscious that people will want to read those 5 the correspondence relating to those 5 meetings. We'll do an hour to give you that, and then we'll press ahead. So if we can all resume back at 1:30, please, and just remember to keep your cameras, stay in the meeting, but keep your cameras off and your mics off, so I can't see what you're eating for your lunch. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
I'll just give people a couple of more minutes to join. Okay, I'll make it 1:30 now, and we'll resume this matter for session. So thank you for coming back and keeping your microphones and your cameras switched off as we've asked. So thank you very much. Just before I bring Mr. Reid in to give his answer to question 2, our discussion point 2. It was something for the council that I meant to ask earlier on and didn't, and I'm just it's a point for them to note. So I wonder if they could just switch their camera on, just in case I move on and then miss it. So it's just really for you to go away and think about. I've noticed that there are a number of representations in regard to matter to the ABCA needs, and drawing attention to some potential inconsistencies of referencing through the plan. So all I would just say is, if you could you have a check through that, and then obviously if there are any modifications that you need to make to it, just something, not something to respond to, just something for you to note. So thank you. Okay, so I'll invite Mr. Reid if he's there.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Dillon. I said there were 2 points that I wanted to deal with. The first relates to the general approach that the authority's taken towards accommodating the Black Country needs, and the second relates to some of the specifics that are identified within the topic paper that I'll return to, having dealt with my first point. In terms of that first issue, you know our case, Mr. Dillon. It is that the authority here has failed to consider appropriately what amount of Black Country need can be met within its area. And before looking at the approach that's been taken by by Shropshire, which I'll return to in the context of the additional information that we've been provided with, it's worthwhile noting, and I just wanted to say something about the CPRE's position, but it's worthwhile noting that the Black Country authorities themselves, to the extent that they are spoken of through ABCA, are clear about the extent of the need that exists within their area, even on the most optimistic basis. You know that the position is that some 11,500 houses are still not provided for. That's on the assumption that all of the commitments that are anticipated by ABCA come to fruition. So the need is absolutely, I don't underplay it when I say it's a massive need. And to the extent that the authority says otherwise through their advocate is plainly wrong, So the question becomes whether or not the authority has actually done anything here to properly provide for anything amounting to even a part of that need. And there has been no consideration at all of the potential effect for further land to be made available to accommodate that need. Further land, none whatsoever. No essaying of it. And no, we now learn from the email correspondence that's been provided, no proper discussion around it. Mr. West was frank in his honesty insofar as he said that all there was a general conversation about what the appropriate level should be. And you've seen my position on this. It's not my position, actually. It's the position of inspectors up and down the country, that one can only reach a conclusion as to what the level of provision should be by way of the DTC discussions through a proper analysis of the requirements under paragraph 11 of the NPPF. And that just simply hasn't been done. This, of course, bears on the DTC issue, and that will be the subject of a further discussion. But it is right, putting aside what Mr. West has said, to look just at what has been provided to us today. And I should say, on behalf of my clients, we're a bit disappointed that this wasn't provided sooner. Had it been provided as part of the evidence base, actually, be my submission eventually, actually there wouldn't be a need for us to have had 5 days worth of examination, because what has been provided simply cannot be regarded as sufficient for the purposes of establishing the DTC. And putting aside the fact that there's no minutes anywhere in relation to the discussions had between ABCA, putting that to one side, and all of the requirements under the PPG, other examiners' reports, which indicate the importance of seeing the reasoning and the analysis that goes through the process. That's why one has minutes. Putting all of that to one side, actually what we have here is nothing more than a record that there were discussions. We have no knowledge as to what the content of those were. And then some draft letters, and indeed a finalised letter that indicates nothing other than that what Mr. West has described to you is absolutely right, that there was nothing other, there was no detailed analysis. So not only has the position not been essayed, not only has there not been any focused discussion, not only has there not been any evidence presented by the authority seeking to accommodate or seeking to justify its position, it has also not gone about the process systemically in the right way, because the authority simply has not looked as to whether there's a strong reason for not providing for the Black Country authorities' needs to any extent. And one cannot reach a conclusion on the basis of all of that, that one has here a plan that is justified, positively prepared, or consistent with national policy. Just simply cannot be established in my submission. And the plan, again, I say it frankly, the plan should stop here. The plan process should stop here. Now, it may be that the authorities say, well, you don't need to worry too much because actually there's a figure that we provide for in the plan, and it's a round figure. If you remember that Mr. West said this earlier on, it's not a minimum figure, so there could be more. But of course, one needs to bear in mind what we're looking at here, which is development, which inevitably, if the ABCA needs are to be provided for over and above, inevitably will require the release of Greenbelt. And if that's right, this authority is telling you that you can rely upon that phraseology around that figure to justify on a speculative planning application, very special circumstances for the additional amounts. And that simply cannot be established. And that point, the problem facing that point is that we are dealing with a plan-led system. And one should not be relying upon ad hoc planning applications to meet needs, if those needs exist. And that's why the PPG says, make sure you address needs as part of the plan and do not defer them. So that point goes nowhere. It couldn't, even if it were able to be established, that there's very special circumstances capable of being established on the basis of need. It couldn't deal with that that guidance and policy with regard to how one should be dealing with issues, and that's why we have the DTC process through the planning through the local plan making process. So that's what I say by way of the main point in relation to matters of approach. Can I go on to deal with the issue of the topic paper? Because the topic paper has been said to be a document that describes some of the reasoning of the authority as to how it got to the levels identified for ABCA, namely the 1500. Are you just getting that to hand, Mrs. Yeah. Yes. I'll make some reference to some of them, just so you have the page references, and I'll make my high-level points. All of this comes from the Savills document. I'm not saying anything other than that which has been presented by them. The first point to note is that whilst it said that this is what the process of reasoning was, there's no evidence at all that this level of detail actually featured in the analysis of the authority at any relevant stage in the decision-making process. Now, the DTC, rather the statement of common ground with the Black Country, does refer to migration. And you'll see a reference to that, paragraph 810 of the statement of common ground with ABCA. But one sees nothing as to the sorts of detail that's been provided in this document anywhere in any contemporaneous analysis of the authority. Now, I'm not going to the next stage of what could be the logical consequence of that sort of observation with regard to whether in truth this was part of the justification, although that conclusion could be reached by yourselves. The important question is on the evidence. Can one see that analysis forming part of the decision-making process? And there's nothing within the documentation. And that sort of documentation, what it would expect to see, as you know, in terms of your experience in dealing with plans and their preparation, one would expect to see that, as much as one would expect to see the provision of minutes, etc. So that's my first point. Can I deal then now with the way in which the process was undertaken? The first point is on migration and the use of migration as a way of justifying the figure. Now, what was used as a starting point, said to be a starting point, and I won't keep saying housing topic paper, all my references are going to be to that until I say otherwise, is 3.110. the starting point was migration on the basis of existing migration levels. And the use of existing migration levels to establish what should be the proper provision for the Black Country is plainly in error. And the reason that's in error is because it doesn't take into account at all the aspiration that must be incorporated in the receipt of any further Black Country needs. The aspiration for delivering the needs in question, unless there's a strong reason for not doing so. By starting with existing migration levels, you incorporate none of that. But in C 3.89, the authority itself recognised that there is likely to be increase in migration as a result of the shortfall in the Black Country itself, but didn't seek to identify what that level would be, just didn't try to quantify it, and so sat back on the existing migration levels. Again, obviously an error. And then in addition, what that doesn't take into account in terms of using existing migration levels is the constraints that both exist now and will exist in the future in the Black Country and Birmingham, importantly. No taking into account of the position with regard to Birmingham. And it's to be noted that 44% of outmigration from the Black Country area is to Birmingham. So if Birmingham is constrained, it will necessarily have a knock-on effect with regard to Shropshire. In addition to the question of aspiration, there's also the point that one needs to look at the overarching strategic changes that are occurring in the area. And I'll give the reference, this is a Savills document 4110, which shows the infrastructure provisions that are in place within the area, which will have the potential for increasing the levels of migration that haven't been properly taken into account. And then the last point is that what has been undertaken by the authority when analysing the position on the basis of migration is to look at, and that's how one gets to the 3%. If you see that, no doubt, when you look at it, the 3% or thereabouts figure that is then translated into a housing number. What that's based upon is the outmigration that derives from the whole of the country. Let's say outmigration from the Black Country, going to all parts of the country, as opposed to those local areas that are neighbouring and surrounding the Black Country. And if one looks just at those, which is the logical approach, we say, then you're looking at a much higher migration figure at 6%. And you could see that 418 in Appendix 11 of the Savills document, or Appendix 5. And of course, if one does that, even if you're using it as a starting point, increases the level dramatically. That's on migration. The second point that you haven't really been asked any, or it hasn't really been the subject of any observations on the part of the authority, but we've referred to it, is the other factors that were taken into account. It's 3.113 in the topic paper, 3.113. The other factors that were taken into account, which was said to be qualitative issues that led to then the 1500 figure. And what you won't see are those qualitative figures anywhere being identified in any document, just like the migration, but more importantly, with regard to the statement of common ground, anywhere those various factors that were taken into account that I'll return to. And again, I don't repeat it in any depth, but there has to be some doubt as to whether that featured in the decision-making process of the authority. But importantly, those qualitative issues that I'll, as I say, return to, they led to an increase in provision. They didn't lead to a restriction on provision. So those factors couldn't be said by the authority to get one to a situation where one shouldn't be going above them. So in that sense, they don't actually bear on the question that you need to decide, which is whether sufficient provision has been made. And your analysis actually could just stop there. But in any event, what those factors establish is that the paragraph 11 approach that I've referred to consistently in my submissions has not been adopted by the authority. And I'm passing by this, and I can see that I started at 5:15. I've just got a couple of more minutes left to say what I want to say. But just as I pass by this, it's said by the authority, see Mr. West's submission to you earlier on, that there's no methodology for the purposes of identifying what the figure should be. Just so you have my position on that. There is a methodology. It's under paragraph 11. That provides the framework, and the framework that inspectors have adopted for assessing what should be the proper level of cross-boundary provision. And so what I'd ask you to do, obviously in your own time, and we won't have time for it today, but ask you to do, Mr. Dillon, is just to look at those factors that have been relied upon by the authority in 3.113 and ask yourself, do any of those elements that are identified there lead to the conclusion that there could not be further provision within Shropshire to accommodate Black Country needs? And the answer to that question is no, none of them do. Just to give you an example, one is the proposed spatial strategy and the implications of that. Well, the spatial strategy, it's said to be urban focused, but you've seen the strategic corridors that identify specifically areas in the Greenbelt for potential development. And indeed, see another of the factors, known constraints, including the Greenbelt, there is the release of Greenbelt in order to accommodate housing within the plan's approach. Now, everything else, like opportunities in Shropshire, unmet need, potential for other authorities to contribute positively towards meeting unmet need, all of those factors point towards providing more, not less housing. So the analysis, even if one's looking at it on its face as being a correct and full description of what was done, it simply doesn't stack up. So for those reasons, the answer to your question is no.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Pollard.
Thanks, Mom. Just a quick point, really, just to build on points made by previous speakers. I think, first off, to note, I think we're in support of the principle again of adding, recognising there is an unmet need and that it needs to be accommodated. I guess, as per some of the messages of the earlier speakers, it's the scale and the positivity of the approach. I think the key thing, obviously, is that there's it is a very large unmet need. We've identified that in our hearing statements. We've also sought to place emphasis on recognition of the functional relationships, not only to the Black Country, but also, I think as the previous speaker was saying, around into Birmingham as well. And it is important to note that these are households that if their needs aren't being met in their source authority, if they're to stay anywhere near their home routes, etc., are in genuine need of a house. In terms of the reference made to migration before and forward looking, and I think that's an important point, departing it from just current trends or 2011 trends as the migration is sourced from. I would note, like I say, that we've emphasised the importance of relationships between Black Country, Birmingham and the whole area. And it may or may not interest you to know that Birmingham has released a new HEDNA in the recent week or so. And just to make the point there that I'm not going to major on this, because whether or not you look at it is obviously up to yourself, but that highlight that gives some concern that Birmingham's unlikely to meet its full need over its next generation of plan. Certainly that's referenced at paragraph 6.98 of that document, but it also importantly says that any lowering of the housing number for Birmingham would be likely to point to a higher need across the wider HMA if a consistent approach to migration assumptions were adopted across the HMA. And the reason it gives for that is that the need would increase in the other HMA authorities is that it would see a return of greater levels of migration from Birmingham to the other local authorities. Thus, as the population declines in Birmingham, it increases those local authorities in those local authorities the former Birmingham residents move to. So it's just this forward view of migration, really, a recognition that there are impacts on how those trends would need to shift, and obviously where does that go to? Well, it goes to Shropshire. Obviously is playing a good part in terms of trying to address some of those unmet needs, but clearly those unmet needs, I would argue, are more likely, the pressure is still on and is significant. So it goes back to that point around could a more positive approach be taken, and how does, and again that would be set no doubt in the context certainly of your question 4 around this point that the council has already identified around its increased need and pressure for labour. So, there is a relationship there in terms of being positive in providing for unmet need and addressing some of its wider goals.
Yeah. Okay, if I could go back to the council now, please.
Yes, Madam, good afternoon. It's Hugh Richards. I'm going to lead off the response, if that's all right with you.
Yeah.
In my submission, it's useful to remember up front that this is not a need that arises in a housing market area. It's a cross-boundary issue that is inter-housing market area issue. That's important in that it distinguishes it from other examples where inspectors have been dealing with a single housing market area. But secondly, the extent of the unmet need in the Black Country has not been fixed at examination. We don't yet know whether the Black Country authorities have, in the vernacular, done enough within their own boundaries. Thirdly, the 11,000 odd, which at the moment is the subject of the Black Country authorities' attention, is not a need that Shropshire Council has been asked to meet. There has been no request from the Black Country authorities for us to make any further part of that need yet. And the yet is important. Shropshire Council has deferred, in inverted commas, nothing. Now, so that's the introductory points. So far as the meetings and discussions that were held, and which are the subject of the most recent email of this morning, we say that they are adequately, underlined adequately, evidenced. Are there transcripts of those meetings? No. Are there official minutes of those meetings? No. But if you ask yourself the questions, were there meetings? Did those meetings take place? The answer is yes. if you ask yourself, were the discussions at those meetings on the relevant topic? Then the answer is yes. And then if you ask yourself, is it clear what the outcomes were? Is it clear what must have been discussed in order to lead to those outcomes? The answer is yes. If you ask yourself the question, could or should there have been a better evidential trail? The answer is always. There could always be a better evidential trail. But is the evidence trail sufficient, underlined? The answer is yes. So that's my second point. My third point is this. You are not conducting an examination into a regional or a sub-regional strategy. Many of us around this room have fonder and fonder memories of regional examinations, because if we couldn't see the merit of them at the time, we certainly can now. Shropshire Council is going to do two things. It is going to continue to engage with the Black Country authorities under the duty to cooperate that surrounds the Black Country local plan. And it may be that in the context of that, as the evidence base for the Black Country plan emerges, and you know that this week the Black Country authorities are consulting on four additional sites, 7 additional sites in Walsall. So the evidence base is emerging. There may be agreements reached in those duty to cooperate discussions. And then, of course, secondly, Shropshire Council will continue to engage with the Black Country authorities under the duty to cooperate in what we might call future Shropshire local plan. And taking a level of unmet need from the Black Country could and may be the result of both of those two duty to cooperate processes. So it's important that you remember that the 1,500, and when we get to it, if we get to it, the 30 hectares of employment land, are not the last word so far as Shropshire Council is concerned. Now, there is an issue over what the appropriate trigger should be in order to arrive at the last word, but that's for another question. And then my fourth point is this. The Bradford Estates and my own friend Mr. Reid really need to make up their mind, because they can't say to you in one breath the duty to cooperate is failed and require you to put your pen down, and then in another tell you that they want more land allocated in this plan in order to meet Black Country need. You've heard from Mr. Holmes earlier this morning about the Litchfield model and his great calculation that produced the answer: an additional 2,000 homes are required over the 1,500 that Shropshire Council have already agreed to take. None of that can be achieved if you put your pen down and simply say the duty to cooperate has failed and that's the end of the process. But I'm moving backwards now into matter 2 issues, which I think I made our position clear. But those are the 4 points that I wanted to make. But I believe that Mr. West and Mr. Corden may have some others.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Yeah, I just wanted to build upon the point that Mr. Richards made about the conversations and the on-running conversations that we will be having with ABCA in the course of their local plan preparation. They're obviously at a point in the process now. We will be involved in that process, and we will be engaged with them as they move on that point. We obviously do not agree with ABCA's position on the early trigger point, but it is irrespective of whether a review is from an early trigger or a normal plan review around that. It is obvious that issue of unmet need will carry on, and we will continue to have those conversations. But once we know the outcome of those conversations from their examination. So that was the first point. Just sort of a point of clarity really for Mr. Richards. We are completely in that process, and we will continue to be in that process. I think I just wanted to make a point. I think Mr. Reid said it was just in relation to the consideration of sort of wider options around Greenbelt, and I think he made a sort of an assertion that to meet unmet need elsewhere, it was inevitable that Greenbelt would need to be released. I don't see any evidential basis for that personally, but it's sort of perhaps a minor point. But also just in terms of pointing you in the direction of the fact that Mr. Reid's client's land north of Junction 3 has been assessed as part of RSN process into our options around the wider site, in terms of sites over 250 and 25 hectares, in terms of our wider sites, our larger sites. And as part of that SA process and site assessment process, one of the issues which we do take into account, and it's documented in the SA of the site, which site's number is P26. P26 amended. P26 amended, and it's on page 103 of the SA into our strategic sites, and it does specifically reference in our considerations that the site's location, proximity to the ABCA area could mean it is an appropriate area to meet cross-boundary needs arising from the ABCA area. So just to get into context, that consideration about the potential for that site to meet cross-boundary needs has been taken into account in the SA of that site. So that's just what I wanted to make a point.
Okay, thank you.
Just with regard to migration, I just make the point that, of course, the subnational household projections and associated subnational population projections inherently consider migration as part of the considerations in terms of changes to population household levels. And in Shropshire, migration is a significant component of household growth. That, of course, includes the existing migration trends between the Black Country and Shropshire. So I think it's important to recognise that the household projections that form the starting point for the calculation of local housing need are inherently based on a consideration of migration patterns. And those existing trends, of course, inform the level of growth that is forecast within the household projections. As such, it is recognised as an appropriate consideration for informing growth in terms of household projections. So that is already a recognised factor that's incorporated into the household projections themselves. I think that was one of the factors that we recognised when we were considering what is an appropriate starting point for a contribution to unmet need arising in the Black Country. But also we've got to recognise that, building up across referring to a point that Mr Richards made, it's not Shropshire Council's role to establish how all the unmet need in the Black Country should be achieved. Rather, it was our role to identify an appropriate contribution in Shropshire. And I think that is very much reflected in the methodological approach that we've utilised. It's about what is appropriate in Shropshire, not specifically how the unmet needs from the Black Country should be met. And that is a key distinction. And we consider that appropriate factors are being considered in informing our contribution.
Can you just explain that again to me? Just so I understand, so that I'm crystal clear on it in terms of that point.
So household projections are linked to population projections, and the household projections obviously inform the local housing need calculation. The considerations within the household projections generally consist of change as a result of natural change, so births and deaths, and then migration patterns. In a Shropshire context, the main driver for population growth and household growth is migration. It's inherently migration. I think our natural change is generally, I think, it's a decline in actuality rather than growth. So the majority of the growth in Shropshire is as a result of migration patterns, and of course that includes migration patterns between Shropshire and the Black Country. So that's already inherently part of the household projections, which lends it some weight in terms of its use as a factor to consider when you're identifying what is an appropriate contribution to be made. Those past trends inform future trends in terms of migration patterns. What we've sought to do in the methodology is effectively look at if there's more unmet need and the migration trends that exist currently effectively increase in line with existing ratios, that would give us an indication of what would be appropriate to meet in Shropshire as a starting point. So that is effectively the starting point for the methodology. What we haven't sought to do is exclude other authorities, because that wouldn't then be a continuation of past trends. That would be Shropshire Council in effect determining where it's appropriate for the unmet need in the Black Country to be met. And that clearly is not our role. Our role is to identify an appropriate contribution in Shropshire. We consider the methodology that we've identified as an appropriate starting point, and then includes consideration of wider factors, which again we consider as appropriate to do. As such, we consider the methodology is a reasonable approach to identifying an appropriate contribution to unmet need in Shropshire.
So is that why the plan doesn't specifically identify specific allocations to meet the unmet needs of the Black Country? Is that the reason for that?
Yeah, well, in effect, as we've discussed previously, the point was that when we were looking at levels of growth, high growth, if you like, one of the motivating factors is the fact that inevitably high growth means that more people are coming into the area. When you look at the relationship between Shropshire and the Black Country, it's clear that there is a relationship, and that's one of the reasons why we considered it was appropriate to meet needs from the unmet needs arising in the Black Country and Shropshire. It's also evident that means that one of the sources of their high growth, if you like, is the Black Country. So in effect, it was a recognition of where that growth, that high growth was originating from. So it's from our perspective, it's all in the round. We consider that it's one and the same. It's two sides of the same coin, if you like. So yes, in effect, that's why we considered it was appropriate to incorporate it into our housing requirements, and that's why we considered it was appropriate for it to be met in a way that's consistent with our wider spatial strategy.
So if you haven't identified specific sites to meet Black Country needs, on what basis can you be sure that they're going to be met in the most sustainable or in a sustainable manner?
But I think the first thing to point to is the fact that the spatial strategy allows for a sustainable pattern of development. As we previously discussed, it has an urban focus, but allows for complementary development in the rural area. As part of that urban focus, there will be development within areas that have the strongest functional relationship with the Black Country. And we've discussed those previously, but obviously it's the eastern parts of Shropshire and also Shrewsbury. So the spatial strategy inherently allows for growth in the areas with the strongest functional relationships to the Black Country, which are also the areas where it would be most sustainable for that growth to be met. So we feel
if that's the case, why isn't that? Why does that need to be made clearer in the plan?
Well, the problem is if you identify specific sites, you're effectively reliant on that specific site to come forward to meet that need. Whereas we feel that the approach we've identified is more flexible and that it recognises that need as part of, effectively we're accepting that's part of our need and then it's met in accordance with our spatial strategy. So by achieving our spatial strategy, we meet both Shropshire needs and the Black Country needs. And we feel that's an appropriate and sustainable way of meeting those needs.
But how will you measure that need, that you've met the Black Country needs are being met within Shropshire when you monitor it? Because surely you would only be able to say that at the end of the plan period when you've delivered the full housing requirement. I know this is straying a little bit, but it's important for me to be able to understand.
I think just to come in there, Marm, I think it's obviously we've made the point that once we accept an element of need, it becomes ours to deal with in effect, and we accept that. Our approach is, it as has been explained, that it's incorporated within the urban growth agenda, so it is within the housing requirements that we will monitor the delivery of. So it's not a distinct part of our housing requirements. Effectively, it's 1,500 less for ABCA to find. It's being found within Shropshire. It's been incorporated into our housing requirement, and we will monitor the delivery of our housing requirements. So that's how we will know whether that needs to be met. And because we've indicated about the potential locations in the east of the county where that need would be met, primarily settlements around places like Sheffield, potentially around Bridgnorth, we can monitor the delivery of housing requirements in Bridgnorth and Sheffield.
But in asking the question, how will we know whether that need is being met? The answer is in exactly the same way as we will know whether the need that is organic to Shropshire is met. So that, for example, to take a hypothetical example, if Shropshire at any point in time is only delivering 80% of the annual requirement, then it's delivering 80% of Shropshire's need and 80% of the Black Country's need. We don't identify a settlement or an allocation that says, right, that's the Black Country need, it's going to be met on that site, and it's nothing to do with the Shropshire 5-year housing land supply. It's accounted for in a completely separate way, and if that land doesn't come forward, none of the Black Country need is met, and if that land does come forward, all of the Black Country need is met. It's simply not accounted for like that. It becomes part of Shropshire's requirement, just as it does up and down the country. We don't discriminate. Once the requirement figure is in the adopted plan, we don't discriminate about where that need comes from or how that figure was arrived at.
And I think the point Mr. Richards makes is a good one, because it provides more certainty that the need will be met. Because if, for instance, you allocate a specific site, if that site fails to come forward, the need will not be met. Whereas the approach we proposed allows for the flexibility that we've identified to achieve the housing requirements to also apply to the unmet need that we're meeting for the Black Country. Inherently, the mechanisms available to ensure our housing requirement will be met will also apply to ensure that the need from the Black Country will be met.
Because when we come to the supply side, you'll know that there's a buffer. If you allocate a specific site to meet the Black Country's need, that site or the Black Country New doesn't benefit from any of the buffer.
Yeah, you're reliant on one site for delivery, and as I say, I think this approach allows for greater flexibility and certainty about the ability to meet the need.
Thank you. Was there anything else that you wanted to come back on in terms of what the questions that we had before lunch, or Mr. Reid?
Yeah, I just wanted to, again, I think it was something that came up that we discussed last week, but it's just about the Birmingham issue. I know Mr. Reid sort of mentioned it in his comments about that, but I'll just reiterate, obviously we are, and we've already made a point on this one, but I just will reiterate it because Mr. Reid has mentioned it, in that we've not been asked to contribute in the same way ADCA have, and consistently. Birmingham have not. They are a very relatively early part in their plan making process. The issues and options paper, we understand it might be the end of this year, it might be early next year in terms of their plan. So they are at a very early stage. So we do not have any evidence yet about what that unmet need is. So I do not think it's reasonable to bring that into the information.
And was there anything, I think it was Mr. Pollard, in terms of his contribution? Any points that you needed to come back on there?
I think we're
covered
okay.
them.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we were okay with them. Thanks, Mum.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kaz, I think you've got your hand up, but I think we've already. Is it a quick point?
Yes, ma'am. Two very quick points. The first one is in terms of this question of sustainability. The question must be if people are moving out of the Black Country, and of course the 1,500, but in effect it will be more because there's additional we're providing above the need. If that is happening, the real question is this a sustainable solution to the problem of where these people should live? If we then move them into the Shropshire and then say, well, it's a sustainable answer because it's sustainable in terms of Shropshire, if you think of it from the point of view of the person who's moving, if you can see them as a person or the group of people, then I think you have to look at the sustainability overall. Yeah. The second very brief point I want to make, there's been some reference to infrastructure, and I just wanted to draw your attention to look at EV 072, which is the M54 study. And if you go to para 3.7 of that at your leisure, you'll see it refers to the infrastructure that is seen to support the benefit of those areas. It was referred to with infrastructure benefits. You'll see the doubtfulness of some of that infrastructure in that relation. The Northwest Relief Road of Shrewsbury is mentioned. HS2 is mentioned, which have very little effect on the M54 corridor. Since then, we obviously have the electrification issue, which isn't mentioned. And clearly that does provide some benefit for users of that line. But the point I would like to make is there is no radical infrastructure changes within those corridors, which would suggest to me that there is a dramatic infrastructure change which will suddenly change the balance in how people will travel into and out of the Black Country to support that. I just wanted to draw your attention to that. I'm sorry if it's slightly out of time, but infrastructure was mentioned, and I thought it was important to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor, is there just anything that you would like to come back on that before we move on?
No.
Anything from the council to? Or are you happy to move? Do you just what? Should we?
I'm happy to move on. Just.
Thank you.
That's fine. Yeah. Thank you.
I think from the discussions that we had, due to cooperate, we touched on the local plan review mechanism. I think the council made it clear what their position was, as did Mr. Cully on behalf of the APCA. So I'm not proposing to discuss that any further unless there is anything that anybody particularly wishes to draw to my attention. Okay, thank you. So on to question 3, and this discussion point 3, I should say, and this is really about whether the plan should set specific requirements for specialist housing, and that would include for the needs of older people, self and custom build, the armed forces, the travelling community, boat dwellers, any and any other specialist forms of that have been identified in the SHMA. So just really first to the council, if there's anything you'd like to say about that.
Yeah, just by way of an introduction, obviously we discussed the potential for a requirement for all the people to be identified within SP2 on Thursday last week, and I think obviously there's a level of overlap, if you like, between that and this issue. I think the point we made on Thursday is we consider we've assessed and reflected on the needs of different groups within our communities, and that assessment is summarised within the strategic housing market assessments. Based on the information within that, we feel we have an effective strategy for meeting the needs of different groups within our communities. And obviously with regard to older people's housing, we discussed what that strategy entailed, but just by way of a recap, obviously we've got draft. Do you not want me to give a recap?
Yeah, I was going to say it's about the. I'm really wanting whether there should be specific requirements rather than what the strategy is. If you don't.
Okay. Yeah. Well, going back to the point that we made on Thursday, then our view is that we've given it due consideration. We have an effective strategy for meeting it, but we don't consider it's necessary for a specific requirement to be identified. And I think we took you to the National Planning Practice Guidance on housing for older people. And specifically referenced paragraph 006, which, you know, just summarise, paraphrase if you like. It specifies that local authorities could provide an indicative figure or range for the number of units of specialist housing for older people needed across the plan areas throughout the plan period. So it recognises that local authorities can, but there's no specific requirement to do so. Given that we consider we have an effective strategy for meeting that need, we don't consider it's necessary to do so. And obviously the explanation to DP1 recognises what the need is in the context of the strategy for meeting it. I'd also note that in 006 of the NPPG, it does recognise that would be an indicative figure rather than a specific requirement. So our view is that there's no specific requirement to set a requirement. Rather it's about how you effectively consider and meet needs through the plan process, and we consider that we have an effective strategy for doing so embedded within the local plan, which as we know should be read as a whole.
Thank you.
Sorry, just to add, obviously we talked about the wider strategy on Thursday, so I don't want to.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. It was about a specific number in the policy, and I think we've got Chris Tyler.
It's Mrs. Durbin, Carol.
Yes, and I was thinking, and I couldn't. Sorry, at that point I couldn't. I knew the face, but I couldn't think of the name, and that was why. And I thought, yeah. So sorry about that.
We do apologise.
No, it's fine, and I apologise as well for.
It turns out it's a global problem, wouldn't you know it? So on Microsoft Teams, that is. So I'd like to talk about the specific requirements for specialist housing, and we feel actually that in some ways Shropshire Council is, when it comes to the small areas which we represent, the smaller locales, we are being we're sort of being, the implication is that we're too small to worry about, or that we're, you know, we're in the wrong place or answering the wrong question or something like that. But so what I'd like to say, if I may, is that can Shropshire Council explain how they intend to ensure that they can supply 2-bedroom properties and single level developments which are suited to young first-time buyers, the elderly or disabled, within the market need for maximum profit, particularly on single large developments and small windfall sites found in the key centres, hubs and clusters. We are experiencing a growth in the older population. I'm one of them, many of which are likely to be seeking to downsize from existing large family homes into smaller, more economically sustainable housing. We already see at the Ironbridge Power Station development that they are seeking to reduce the number of affordable homes due to falling profit margins, and similarly the need by developers to overcome flooding on sites by extending the numbers of dwellings, which may in turn affect the smaller specialist homes supply. So thank you very much,
Yeah,
Inspector.
thank you. The difficulty here is that this is straying into stage 2, the development management policies, because we do have policies to examine on some of the aspects that you're referring to in terms of residential mix. Maybe just quickly invite the council just to, you know, it is difficult and straying into other things, but I perhaps you could just quickly respond.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Dillon. Yeah, as you've recognised, this is one of our development management policies, our DP1 specifically on residential mix. I completely understand that obviously the plan should be read as a whole, and that's where it does get difficult. But in summary, one of the aspects of that policy is seeking to set a requirement for 2 and 3 bedroom properties on sites of 5 or more dwellings. So if you get an opportunity, Mrs. Durbin, I'd suggest you have a look at DP1. Basically, paragraph 2 talks about the fact that in locations where there's been a local housing needs survey undertaken in the last 5 years, we'd expect 50% of the dwellings on the site of 5 or more dwellings to respond to the needs identified within that. Generally speaking, as you say, that need tends to be for small properties. Where there hasn't been a local housing needs survey undertaken in the last 5 years, we effectively fall back on what the strategic housing market assessment indicates, which again, as you recognise, is a significant need for smaller properties. And in those instances, we'd expect 25% of open market dwellings to be of 2 bedrooms or less, and a further 25% to be 3 bedrooms or less. So there is a very much a recognition that smaller properties are part of the need moving forward in Shropshire. And I think we have a policy approach here that will seek to facilitate the delivery of those smaller properties as part of a wider mix to ensure that we meet the needs of our communities. So I honestly think that the policy approach within this plan will support the delivery of those smaller units, as you say, which will meet the needs of younger people and the elderly. And that's as part of the wider strategy for meeting those needs. So in a nutshell, that's what I'd suggest is our starting point for that issue.
So what I would suggest is for stage 2, if you look out for, it'll be policy DP1 seems to be the most relevant, so it might well be that you can have further discussion about that at that point. So I'd like to move on now. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that covers that point. I'd now like to, we should be moving on to discussion point 4, which is where we're starting to bridge into the bridge between jobs and homes. Now, I think what I would like to do, I would like to jump down to discussion point 5 first. If we can do 5 and 6 and 7, and then we'll move back over to back up to 4 again. I think that'd be more logical, and then we'll move into jobs, because otherwise I think we might end up starting to stray a little bit. So thank you for switching your camera back on, Council. I think we covered a bit of this last week in terms of about 5-year supply. This is a very general, I don't want to get into site specifics, but it was that issue about because of the reliance on SEMDev, you're still going to have your SAMDev saved allocations, and then you're going to have your new allocations for the plan. It was whether or not we were able to determine whether the council would reasonably determine whether or not the council had a 5-year supply of deliverable housing land. The reason why I'm asking it again is it came up in an earlier session, and it might well be that there were people that weren't at that session, so that's why it's sort of I can't quite recall without looking at my notes how it cropped up, but I know that it did, and I can't remember if it was a specific question or whether it was something that came out of the discussion that we had. I mean, I've certainly got my notes and I can refer back to them, but it was just really for the benefit of people here today that might not have been privy to that conversation. So I wonder whether the council would, and I think as well it's about is there any, and this might be a question for everybody else to think about when the council sort of responding. So the council intends that the housing site allocations from the SAMDev plan do not form part of this examination, and consequently, can we determine whether or not the council has a 5-year supply of deliverable housing land? Is there any up-to-date evidence that's missing from this examination, which is critical to undertaking a comprehensive, up-to-date assessment of the housing land supply position? So when I'm talking about any critical evidence, I don't want to talk about site specifics. It's the blocks of evidence. So if you could just furnish me with your answer, and then we'll open it up.
Thank you, Mrs. Dillon. Yeah, I think if we start with where we were at last week, basically we made the point that the housing supply for a plan inevitably includes sites beyond the scope or beyond the actual allocations within a plan. And I think that's specifically referenced in the actual explanation to policy SP2, specifically paragraph 3.8, which talks about the types of sites that make up our supply. So it includes sites with planning permission or prior approval, so existing commitments, sites with resolution to grant planning permission, so sites coming through the process to get planning permission, the same SAMDev allocations, obviously the local plan allocations themselves, and then things like windfall opportunities. So it's inevitable that the sites that make up a supply to deliver a housing requirement extend beyond the allocations within a plan. And I don't think that's unique to Shropshire. I think that would be the situation in any local plan, particularly one where a local plan follows on from a previous one, and obviously we're in the process of implementing allocations, so significant proportions of them have planning permission and are being built out as we speak. So that would be my first sort of point. In terms of the evidence about the deliverability of sites, I think we discussed last week the fact that one of the schedules within the 5-year housing land supply specifically deals with saved allocations. And in fact, there's a schedule that deals with each of the different components of the supply and effectively talks through the deliverability or developability of sites within each of those components. So we feel we've put together significant evidence about the deliverability and developability of sites to inform discussions as to whether a 5-year supply exists in Shropshire. We're of the view that we have a robust supply, and as we discussed previously, that does include a level of flexibility around 10% above the housing requirements proposed within the plan to provide confidence about the deliverability of that requirement moving forward. So I think that provides a good foundation, if you like.
It does, and presumably you don't think there's nothing missing from your evidence. You're confident with it. It's defensible and it's complete. Yeah.
Yes, we update the 5-year supply annually, and we critically review the deliverability and developability of sites when we undertake that exercise. That's informed by discussions with site promoters and developers where it's appropriate to do so. We're very much of the view that the information provided within it is robust and provides confidence about our forecasts and in terms of when those sites will come forward. Having said that, we also have a precautionary approach, so we do allow for non-delivery. That is because we consider, whilst we consider the sites are deliverable, inevitably there are slippage in terms of when sites come forward. So that is also built into that calculation. So we are of the view that all the information is documented within that supply statement and provides confidence in terms of the deliverability assumptions we've made.
Are there any participants wish to say anything? Mr. Barnes. Hello.
Thank you, Mrs. Dillon. Hi, Rob Barnes, Taylor Wimpey and Persimmon. This does overlap slightly with what we discussed last week. Just to recollect the points we made there was to encourage you to look at the schedule which is appended to GC4J, which talks about the SAMDEV sites, and we say that if you go through that, you'll see examples of that should at least raise questions in your mind as to whether some of those sites should be included or not. What there also is, as part of that, is an understanding that those sites, of course, should have been delivered by 2026. So if they're not being delivered by now, or at least showing clear evidence of coming forward, that does raise a question mark as to whether they will come forward at all. There's a second element then to the supply, which is the inclusion of SLAR sites, which again is an appendix to GC4J, and again we'd encourage you to look through those, because I think the level of coverage they get is probably even less than the already fairly concise coverage that the SAMDEV sites get, and you go through those SLAR sites and you see comments that, well, this site's still occupied, but we're reasonably confident it will come forward, and it'll probably be this, and there's uncertainty there, which in my mind raises considerable doubt about whether these SLAR sites should be included. And then the third part of it is that really the SLAR sites are sort of windfall sites. I know we're coming on to windfall on Friday in the delayed session, so I won't go to that there. But the point is this, that whether you're looking at making a decision on the 5-year position, or whether you're making a decision on whether sufficient houses have been, sufficient supply has been identified across the whole plan period, we think that the SAMDEV sites and the SLAR sites should have been given far more detailed consideration and far more detailed analysis, something far more robust than you see in the appendices to GC4J. And the third point, we'll come on to it on Friday, is can you rely on the windfall sites? Because together these are what you might call unplanned. I say unplanned at least within the framework of the plan we're currently talking about. These are sites and supply which are really out with what the council is actively planning for now, and they account for a good deal of the supply, and if they don't come forward then that position is undermined.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just Council, do you want, is there anything you need to come back on that, or you...
Yeah, just quickly, Mrs. Dillon. In terms of the SAMDEV sites, obviously we gave information on Thursday in terms of the progress that's been made on those sites. I don't want to go over all ground, but I think we've demonstrated that these sites are coming forward. We're making significant progress in terms of delivering the sites. And now there's about 2,340 dwellings on sites without planning permission. And we already made the point that of those, 830 dwellings are located on multi-phase sites. So development has taken place on part of the site. And the other 720 dwellings, another 722 dwellings are located on sites currently subject to planning applications. So I think there's clear evidence that significant progress has been made on a large proportion of the SAMDEV sites. In terms of the strategic land availability assessment sites, obviously, whenever we look at those sites, we consider the suitability, availability, achievability and viability. And we make a very cautious assumption in terms of when sites in the SLAR are going to come forward. And that's informed by site promotions that were made when we undertook the call for sites, and subsequent progress that's been made on those sites where they're considered accepted in the plan context. So just to put a scale on it, in the 5-year supply period, we've allowed for 141 dwellings on SLAR sites. So whilst that I think it's important, it's a contribution to the wider supply. It's the scale got to be recognised. Obviously, we consider more of the sites are developable over the longer term, but in the short term, I think we've been very cautious in terms of the contribution that SLAR sites will make. Finally, with regard to windfall, I don't want to start talking about issues that we're going to cover on matter brief, but just in a nutshell, Shropshire is a rural county within which there's significant levels of windfall development. I think that is reflected in the characteristics of Shropshire. It's diverse. We've got numerous types of settlements and numerous forms of development, like farm conversions, that come forward in Shropshire. And our strategy specifically facilitates windfall development where it's considered appropriate. The spatial distribution recognises the contribution that windfall sites can make. In our housing land supply, we take a very precautionary approach to windfall development. We only allow for 299 dwellings per annum from years 4 onwards, and that's based on our observations of past trends. I think that's a very precautionary approach to windfall development, and we think it's very much reasonable as a contribution. What I would say is the housing topic paper has quite a lot of facts about windfall developments in Shropshire, which may be worth having a look through. There's a specific section on windfall developments because I know that was one of the questions that were asked, so it goes into it in quite a lot of detail. So I'd suggest maybe if you have a look at that, gives you a bit more of a context about what windfall development is in Shropshire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just moving to questions 6, council, and I think you touched on it. You touched on it earlier, and that was engagement that you'd undertaken with site promoters. I think you said in understanding deliverability. I'm just wondering whether you can give me just a little bit more of an idea as to what, you know, do you have is there a specific forum? How do those discussions take place?
I'll begin. No, we do have a developer group forum in Shropshire. An agents forum as well, so obviously that's important as well because there's a lot of agents represent developers here. So we do have that as an item. It needs it has met on sort of ad hoc, I would say, if that's a word, over the last number of years, but it has met and has been useful in that coordination between council and development industry. But of course, this is one part of it really. We also, you know, we regularly speak to developers, both about their site promotions and indeed other sites which may be promoted but, you know, are coming through the process in another means, maybe through a planning application or such, or other ways. So I think in terms of our coordination with developers, I think we've got a fairly very robust and resilient approach in Shropshire. Of course, it's already been alluded to about the 5-year supply point, about the contribution, about the engagement we have, particularly with agents, I say, on this point as well every year about appreciating where sites are in the process of development. So we obviously seek to engage with developers on that around the supply side as well. So both on the sort of inception part, about what site promotions are happening, what's coming through the system, what is going to be presented to the council, but also as part of the delivery side as well, about actually delivering sites on the ground. I would say as a sort of a rounded view, we've got quite a good relationship with agents and developers, so we've got a good forum to get that information over.
And has that vehicle, has that allowed engagement relating to methodologies for, say, your I know it's a SLA, so and your strategic housing land availability assessment, your 5-year supply, you know, have those discussions sort of influenced how you actually undertake it on your assessment on a local level, and in terms of viability as well, has viability, site viability, is that something where the methodology is being developed with the industry and smaller, you know, both volume and medium, high and smaller volume builders?
In terms of the housing and land supply context, I think we reveal that first. Yes, effectively what we have is a two-level process, if you like, in terms of our assumptions for lead-in times and delivery rates. So first and foremost, the sort of high-level assumptions were informed by proactive engagement with the development industry through the developer forum, within which we agreed sort of general rates, north, central, south. What we then do is we refine that for sites by engaging with the site promoters, whether that's a developer or an agent, to understand what their anticipated delivery rates are and where they're at in the process. So annually, we try to have that conversation with as many of the site promoters as possible to understand where they're at in terms of delivery and what they anticipate their delivery rates are moving forward. So we undertake that engagement each year. And to be honest, in a county like Shropshire, that's essential because trying to undertake the monitoring exercise is very complex because it's such a big geography, and it can take you an hour to get to a site to check if one house is being built if you're not careful. So we're very much reliant on that proactive engagement with developers to understand where they're at in the process, and that's from all scales of development. So we have that discussion with individual self-builders as well. You know, where are you at in the process? How are you getting on? I think we find that incredibly valuable to get an indication as to when sites are going to be coming forward and when they're going to be built out. So I think that's an essential part of that process. In terms of the viability, I don't want to step too much onto matter.
Yeah, it's more just generally about like your methodology, like how your methodologies have come about, whether whether your methodologies have been built with the industry and with their input, just to understand that.
Yeah, so I mean, if you look to our matter rate response, obviously I think the first question was about compliance with the MPPG in terms of involving the development industry. Obviously, we had a specific event where there were representatives of the industry that came along and informed the assumptions within our viability assessment. So they directly informed that process. And those assumptions actually did result in changes to the methodology that we were utilising. I know when we discuss matter rate, we'll have the consultant who undertook that where representing those. He'll be much better placed to explain that to you.
No, that's general, just a general idea. So that's thank you.
On a site-by-site basis as well, what I would say is obviously that viability exercise is undertaken where it's considered necessary. And we do consider the viability developments when we're making our assumptions in terms of delivery timescales and rates. Because it does influence when sites are going to come forward. So that is part of that discussion with developers in terms of where they're at in the development process. And as Mr. West has indicated, I think we do have generally a quite positive relationship with developers in Shropshire and the agents that represent landowners as well.
Can I just, I don't want to labour the point, but I think I just want to pick up a question you raised earlier, Marm, about sort of small, medium, large size developers. I want to say that in the Shropshire context, we've actually got quite a varied amount of development, quite a range of developers, housing developers around both what we would consider to be sort of localised housing developers, one sort of more regional, and then obviously we deal with the national housing developers as well. So we have, and depending on the nature of that housing developer, that sort of lends themselves to the scale of the sites they're interested in normally, whether it's a 30 to 40 house site or a 100 to 150 house site, which is why you've ended up with a fairly broad range, or part of the reason why you've ended up with a fairly broad range of site allocations within the plans. So just because I know you've mentioned it earlier, so I just want to make the point. We do deal with sort of all scales of proposal, and again, not to labour the point, but I probably am, about the registered social providers as well, around around affordable housing provision as well. I think I mentioned last week about the really good relationship we've got with registered providers. We have a forum around that, a registered housing group, sort of housing group made up of social housing providers, where we meet and discuss issues around particular locations, particular sites, particular grant opportunities, and around where they might be proposing to deliver more exception schemes, for instance. So across the board, both from market all the way to registered social providers.
Thank you.
And I'll stop there.
Thank you. And then just, I think this may be quite a quick one. If we can just cover 7 as well when we're here, and that's just around the implications. I mean, really the discussion point is around, should a housing trajectory be included within the plan itself, showing the expected rate of delivery of housing land. Obviously it would be a more strategic, high level trajectory, not a detailed side by side, line by line affair. But I think I'm particularly interested in what are the implications of not having a housing trajectory in the plan itself. Does it affect the plan's soundness?
As a starting point, we consider there is a high level trajectory in the plan, and that we've indicated we are looking to deliver around 1,400 dwellings per annum. Now, I completely appreciate that most trajectories would be more detailed than that, but what we've reflected on is the fact that delivery rates are subject to numerous factors that influence what they're at, the level that they're at. And we've already talked about peaks and troughs, and that's influenced by short, medium and long-term factors that are both known and unknown. So our view is that actually that a more flexible approach is a better approach. So what we anticipate doing is within our authority monitoring report is identifying a more detailed trajectory, which allows us to track delivery and project forward based on the current knowledge of those factors. Inevitably, any housing trajectory that's prepared is of its time, and there is always a risk that 6 months later, once other factors become apparent, that it's effectively superseded. So our view is that the more flexible approach, which identifies that sort of high-level target within the plan, and then has a more sort of detailed snapshots within the authority management report, is a more appropriate way of monitoring delivery.
If I may just come in, there is a however point there, Marm, on that one. Obviously, we know that you've yourself and Mrs. Crosby to the initial questions, they've asked us to produce a snapshot for or housing trajectory, and we've included that in our response to the initial questions, and I think it's referenced in our matter statement as well in 6.3, I think.
Okay, thank you.
But so you've got our position on that. We do think the degree of flex is a better approach. If you do not agree with us on that point, obviously that's a main modification, and we would consider that if that's what we concluded that it should be included. And obviously we would positively think about that in terms of any response you wanted to make on that point.
Obviously, the snapshot was provided after the submission of the plan, hence really the reason for having this question in here, just to give an opportunity, because obviously there wasn't the opportunity previously in the Reg 18 or 19 to comment on it. So, Mr. Reid, have you got a question about, sorry, a response to about the trajectory? Or
yeah, very short point actually, if I may, please, Mrs. Dillon. It concerns this point about what is suggested as being an included rate of or a trajectory within the plan. Paragraph 74 of the NPPF is what needs to be looked at, and it says in terms that there needs to be a trajectory. So the question is whether or not, if there isn't one, should there be? And there's no reason given as to why there shouldn't be by the authority. The authority's ostensible position is that it has one, albeit what's described by Mr. Cowden as a high level one. Of course, that's nothing more than just an averaging of the overall amount. There's no rate, there's no expected rate, and there's no analysis by the authority as to what the expected rate is. So it can be dressed up as being a flexible approach, but it's nothing more than an averaging. So there should be a proper assessment, if only because that will allow then developers to know whether or not actually what is sought to be achieved is being achieved as expected. Thank you, Mr. Dillon.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Coxon?
Thank you, Ma'am. I entirely agree with those comments from Mr. Reid. I won't repeat them, but I'll just refer you, Ma'am, to the detailed wording of paragraph 74. And that's very clear on the need to include a trajectory and then consider whether it's appropriate to set out the anticipated rate of development for specific sites. So in this case, of a plan that allocates sites, we would say that it is. And you asked the question, Ma'am, well, what's the issue in terms of soundness? Well, like my point on minimums, Ma'am, it's the issue is its consistency with national policy. Ma'am, I just wanted to respond on question 6, if I may, as well, in
Yeah.
relation to the supply being confirmed. I'm quite surprised by the council's position here, Marm. There are two things in play. You need to be satisfied that there'll be an adequate supply on adoption, both in terms of the 5 years and the plan period, to ensure that the plan is sound and deliverable. And that needs to be done regardless. But then there's a second question of actually confirming the supply for the purposes of paragraph 74B of the framework and paragraph 75. Now, I know your question, I think, refers to 74A, but I think I know where I got that type because I picked up from that in the PPG. Still, I think they haven't updated it from when the paragraph was changed. The wording, paragraph 6810 of the PPG on this point is very, very clear in relation to when the supply can be confirmed. It says local planning authorities will need to be clear that they are seeking to confirm the existence of a 5-year supply as part of the plan making process, and obviously, comma, and engage with developers and an interest in housing delivery, and obviously you've asked about that. And then there's another comma, at draft plan publication regulation 19 stage. In other words, there's a very, very clear requirement. If you want to confirm your supply for the purposes of paragraph 74B, 75 and footnote 40 of the framework, you have to make it clear at that stage. And they didn't do so, Ma'am. So I think from our perspective, absolutely correct. We need to assess the supply in the terms of plan making and whether it's adequate. But I can't see how it can be confirmed, because to do so, again, it'd be a departure from national guidance. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you.
Mrs. Dillon, can I come back on that?
Yes, you're welcome to, yes.
You'll have seen from paragraph 5.5 of our matter 4 statement that we accept that we didn't do that. We did not specifically state that the council was seeking to confirm the existence of a 5-year supply as part of the plan making process. That's a reference to the fixing.
Yes.
So we didn't do that. The guidance says we should. It's still open to you to decide that you're going to do that, as we've asked you to do, because guidance is guidance. It's not a rule of law. But otherwise, I don't demur in any substantial extent to what you've just been told by Mr. Cox.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're now at 3:05. And by my reckoning, we need to go back to discussion point 4, which starts to merge into the employment side of things. It's sort of the bridge in question between employment and housing, and then we would be into employment. So what I propose we do is we have a break now. And just a short comfort break. If we say we'll say 15 minutes again, if everybody could be back for then, and then we'll head into the realms of employment, keeping that all together. Now, I just want to check first of all, at the moment we've got, depending on whether the discussion is as lengthy as the discussion that we've had on housing, we could start to overrun beyond our normal sort of ideally 5 o'clock time to kind of finish. Is an overrun to, we wouldn't be here for any longer than 6 o'clock anyway in any event, but does an overrun actually cause anybody any issue? Okay, and if I can just invite you to pop your camera on, anybody. So we've got, are there particular, I'll just so I can understand what the constraints are that we're working in, and if there are any particular question, you know, switching around that we can do to accommodate people. It was always going to be a long session, this one. So if I start with Mr. Deeves first.
Thank you, Mrs. Dillon. I want to make a brief point under your matter 8 when we get there. Unfortunately, I have to go to a trustee meeting at about 2:45. Sorry, 4:45.
Right.
It is a brief point, and it concerns definition rather than more arcane matters in the nicest way of planning legislation. So could I ask respectfully that we take that as soon as is feasible from when you've concluded matter 5.
Right.
It's a little bit out of the ordinary stream of the nature of the debate that has gone on so far, and I anticipate will be in the next session. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if we can. Okay. Mr. Carver.
Hi, a very good afternoon to you, Mal. Although it is my own premises, I will be kicked out of it at 5:30 because night security comes. So I'd like to make my points before then, if at all possible.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm hoping. And Ms. Osmond Smith.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mr.
Hello.
Dillon. Hello. Yes, my constraint is 5:30 as well. I can't stay any longer than that.
Right, that's fine. Well, I do hope that we'll get through by then. It was just in case we didn't. I mean, is it the whole? Any particular discussion points? Is there a particular order that would be?
Well, I mean, primarily I think our points go to question 4 and 8 really sort of merge into one another. So that's what we're talking about. So hopefully we can be over and done with by 5:30.
Yeah. Okay.
Same with me. Yeah.
And,
okay. Thank you.
I'll just confirm the council are fine till then as well. So you go. 5:30 is fine for the council as well.
Right. Okay. Okay. So we're all gonna focus to get through by 5:30. That's what we would do. So if we just have but if I can see if we have a 10-minute comfort break, and if we can come back at 3:20, please, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
You don't want to.
Okay, it's 3:20. So I propose that we resume this matter for session. I think first of all, Mr. Deeves, you indicated that you had a more discrete matter that related to matter 8. I wonder whether if we take that now, and that gives you sufficient time, and then we'll move back to matter 4. Is Mr. Deeves there? No. Mr. Carver, I think you have your hand showing.
Hi, sorry, I forgot to click. I'd like to ask a question on point 4.
Okay. It's not a quite. It's more of
A response. It's a response to the point 4 question. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, not a question of.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Well, we'll just see whether Mr. Deeves is, and then what we'll do is I'll be inviting the council first, and then if you want to put your hand up after that, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is Mr. Deeves there? Not right. Okay, we'll see if he may well arrive back shortly. So if we'll turn to matter 4 then. Not a matter 4, discussion point 4, and that was really we wanting to explore whether the housing requirement in the local plan is appropriately aligned with the forecasts for jobs growth to deliver a balanced approach. Now, some representatives have raised some localised concerns about an absence of balance between housing and employment growth, and that's really on a more sort of settlement basis, and this was touched on last week. I'm really wanting to keep away from site specifics as such, but inevitably there may be some geographies creep into the discussion. So if I just ask the council to switch their camera on first of all, and then if they want to. Have they got any response for me?
Thank you. Question 4 and question 8 both refer to the balancing. So in my response to question 4, I'll raise our evidence around that.
Right, okay.
Question 8 if needs to. The EDNA assesses the housing requirement as a labour supply scenario at paras 8.41 to 8.57 and tables 8.11 and 8.12. That's pages 105 to 109. In assessing that labour supply scenario, it looks at the whole housing requirement for 30,800 at a rate of 1,400 dwellings per annum, and that includes the contribution to the Black Country Authority of 1,500 dwellings. The evidence shows that the housing requirement would support a delivery of 12,145 jobs, and that is compared in the EDNA, comparable in the EDNA, with the Experian baseline forecast in table 8.3 and is 8.9 to 8.2, where total jobs would be 16,700, and then the Class B and equivalent elements would be 6,600. Also, the regeneration scenario, which is slightly higher, the table 8.8, would give us overall jobs of 19,677 and Class B and equivalent of 7,600. And there is a past trends sensitivity test at table 8.5, which indicates that total jobs could go as high as 35,630, and the EDNA puts that around about 13,000, and the employment strategy topic paper culminating in table 25 estimates that to be the Class B equivalents to be around 14,000. So on the surface, the 12,145 jobs from the housing requirement will be slightly below what was required at the top level, but would adequately cover at least our Class B equivalents under the baseline and the regeneration scenarios. So on the surface, there is more than an appropriate balance to deal with the jobs that would come out of the primary objectives of the local plan through the employment policies.
Right, okay. Can I just ask a question around what represents a balanced approach? Are you, when you talk about a balanced approach, is it new jobs to new jobs, new jobs to new housing, or is it trying to strike a balance between what's taken into account in existing imbalances, perhaps? Which way is it?
Well, it has to start with development washing its own face as much as possible. And there will be a necessary focus on rebalancing around the county and addressing particular issues within particular settlements. So in the topic papers, we do note that new employment allocations are targeting centre, south and east. And there are specific issues were raised last week, and the answer was that those issues do arise in part from the council addressing particular circumstances within specific settlements. So it's a bit of both.
It's a bit of both, yeah. Thank you.
In addition to the housing requirement assessed in the EDNA, it's also necessary to consider the contribution to the Black Country Authority of 30 hectares. which wasn't taken into account in the primary analysis in the EPA of the labour supply scenarios. And yet, so the 30 hectares will give us an additional 2,200 people to add to the 12,145 coming out of the housing scenario. So that will take us to a level of 14,445. So going back to the numbers I gave you around the economic scenarios, the baseline, the regeneration and the past trends, at a level of 14,445, we would cover the germane useless being promoted through a local fund, so in Class B and equivalents. So with the backcountry contribution for employment, it doesn't carry with it any housing requirement, we would have an appropriate alignment. If we compare the contribution of labour from the housing requirement and the backcountry authority, at the Experian baseline level, we would exceed our Class B requirements by 7,800 under the baseline, by 6,800 under the regeneration strategy, and by 445 under our past trends. There is a wider generation of employment noted in our labour supply table, table 25 in economic strategy topic paper, and that would leave us, when the residuals from meeting Class B were set against that broader requirement, we would be short under the Experian baseline by 2,200, short on the regeneration strategy by 5,250, and on the past trends by 21, just over 21,000. It's proposed in our evidence model that these wider requirements actually relate to the needs of the entire population and not just the people moving into new houses. And it's proposed that we would address these broader needs by addressing issues within the wider population. So we'll be looking to reduce further our unemployment rate, taking that down from 3.6% to 2.6% to give us a further 1,500 people. A reduction in unemployment of that level is not unreasonable, given that the EBNA estimates that on page 27, where 3.12, the unemployment rate is actually 2.9, and we would only be taking it down to 2.6. And in 2021, the annual population survey, post-COVID lockdowns, actually recorded as unemployment as low as 2.2%. So it is within the range. We'd also be looking to meet the needs of those who are recorded as workless, but who wish to secure work within the county. And that would furnish us with another 7,200 people. We do need, in an ageing population, to look to defer retirement, and our expectations then would furnish us with another 1,900. And the council, through its health and wellbeing strategy, is promoting a social inclusion agenda. and that's expected to deliver another 3,200 people.
Can I just ask a question? Can I just ask a question on that table? What evidence underpins the assumptions that have been made in relation to those figures that you've just given me in terms of reducing unemployment and economic activity and deferred retirement, etc. So, what level of confidence is there that that's a reasonable assumption, and is there anything that underpins it?
Yes, well, it draws on two things. It draws on the information given to us by the labour market profile. So what situation the county is actually dealing with. And then it draws on the council's objectives within Shropshire Economic Growth Strategy and within the Health and Wellbeing Strategy.
Sorry, I missed that last.
The last one is the Health and Wellbeing Strategy, where we are looking at a social inclusion agenda as a means of addressing broader needs within the population. So health and wellbeing issues, deprivation, barriers to entering the labour force, which don't necessarily relate to people's abilities.
So are you so I understand? So the figure, those assumptions, the level of assumption, that's based upon targets in other strategies. Is that, have I picked that up correctly? Apart from obviously other than the labour market profile.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Further to that now, Shropshire's economy has been growing over the last two intercensual periods, and we have seen an impact now from the effect of an ageing demographic. The effect of that is that and in addition to the ageing demographic line, we have been moving toward where we are a net exporter of labour, with commuting flows into out and into Shropshire, meaning that more people are leaving than are arriving. However, in the period from 2001 to 2011, we saw a significant increase in the number of commuters into the county. And we are now awaiting Census 2021 to see how that situation has changed, because the indications from our evidence is that Shropshire is moving away from being a net exporter of labour towards being a net exporter of employment. And the relative levels of in and out commuting means that the difference between becoming a net exporter of jobs is only an increase of in-commuting of 5,500 people.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, the difference between in-commuting and out-commuting, with the increasing of in, is that we are now only 5,500 short of being a net exporter of jobs. That would mean, Ma'am, of course, that we would be attracting more people into the county, and the wider job creation would be met by labour force that we would acquire, as we have been over quite a long period of time. If all of these objectives are delivered, then we would satisfy our global need for labour set against our gross job creation, such that we would only be short of our labour to the tune of 1,700 persons, which would fall on the need to retain out commuters. So we are self-sufficient in terms of labour for our Class B and equivalent, and for the wider range of employment uses that will come along, it's possible for the existing population to fulfil a large proportion of that, and for adjustments through commuting to address the balance. So we would be able to meet the job needs of new migrants into the county, would meet the employment needs of disadvantaged residents, we would move towards being a stronger net exporter of jobs. We would still be exporting some labour to neighbouring areas that rely on that. We are providing sufficient land for a broader range of employment generating uses, and so we will be able to respond positively to a broad range of sustainable development opportunities. The sources of labour will enable us to diversify our supply across education, skills and wage levels, and we are drawing a broad range of sources to meet our needs. The need to balance. Do we need to balance?
Can I just interrupt there? I'm just conscious, Mr. Deeves. I don't know whether Mr. Deeves was going to be leaving in a few minutes. I don't know whether he's still with us.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Mr. Deeves. I did try to just straight after the break. I did call you a couple of times, and I don't think your lozenge was. You weren't in your lozenge. So unfortunately, I had to start. Obviously, you're you were due to go, and I'm conscious just to give you, if there's I think you said it was a quick point that you were wanting to make. It may well relate to something that I was going to raise, having read your representations, but if you want to go ahead, if you've got time.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. I've got about.
Sorry for the council for breaking up. I'm just conscious that I'm just trying to accommodate everybody.
It is difficult. I'm very much obliged to you, ma'am. Our point concerns employment land and its definition. The word is used in the draft local plan, I think 68 times, but I can't find in the plan or in the national framework or in the national guidance or really anywhere else in the planning cosmos a definition of what that is. Now, it might well be that people who are practitioners argue that this is self-evident, but I have a particular reason for wanting to ask that the council put a proper definition into the document, and it concerns renewable energy generation. Yeah, if I were to build a coal-fired or nuclear power station in Shropshire, I say for the benefit of any press that are listening, that is not a proposal. I have no doubt that that would be counted as employment land. Okay, I am assuming that. Okay. Were I to build a solar farm, maybe a couple of, there are something like 400 or 500 hectares of solar farm under planning consideration in Shropshire at the moment, which is pretty much more than the total employment land as set out in the plan. Were that to be classified as employment land on the grounds that it does generate electricity just like a coal-fired power station, then that would be very, very difficult to manage going forward, and also it would completely unbalance all the calculations we've talked about this morning. So, and it has also become apparent to me as the hearings have proceeded over the last couple of weeks, this question may be more subtle than it first appears in the nature of agricultural land, which clearly is a different system of definition, and for releasing of greenbelt, which is also a thing that has come up in various areas. I think primarily it's important that going forward that planning inspectors for the period of this plan, once it's in place, have a solid and agreed base on what constitutes employment land. For this reason and for reasons that we can't see into the future, because I would not like to find some decisions reflecting one view of the land and other decisions reflecting a different view. That would just simply create a lot of bother and confusion. I hope that's sufficiently concise for your purposes. Yeah. It does seem to me to be an important issue. I'm not entirely sure what form of words will resolve it, but I'm not a practitioner, so I will leave that to others. Thank you, Mum, very much. Okay, indeed.
Thank you. Are you able to stop for the answer, or are you able to pick the recording up?
I'm able to continue to listen, Mum, so that will be fine. Thank you.
And Councillor, sorry, I've broken in between you in your chain there, so it's not something I normally try to avoid. But I would just wonder whether there's any thoughts on what Mr. Deeves has said.
Yes, well, we're not aware of, well, there isn't a definition in NPPF, but we're not aware of a definition anywhere else. What we would advocate is that it's land identified in the local plan for employment generating uses, and in this draft local plan those uses are identified at policy SP 13.2. I'm not quite sure what we would gain from explaining that in the plan, other than stating the obvious or signposting people where to find relevant information.
That's fine. It's not a soundness issue from your perspective. Yeah. Okay. And just to explain to Mr. Deeves, our role as inspectors is it's around soundness, not to necessarily make a better written plan as such, or there's some things that are nice to have, the nice to haves that maybe don't strike to the heart of soundness. But the council have had an opportunity to consider what you've said, and I'll leave it with them to determine whether or not they want to reflect on that in terms of any modification.
Thank you, ma'am. I would say soundness means the plan can be consistently applied going forward, regardless of which way the definition is actually construed. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That's a fair point. Thank you very much. If I can just get the council back on screen then, and I'll ask Mr.
Mr. Cowden. Mr.
Cowden. I knew I was going to get it wrong at some point. I was having a look on my sheet just to you must get that all the time. It's a bit like me. I'm plagued with an E on the end of my name, and I'm forever apologising for it, and it's never right. So Mr. Cowden. Is there anything else is there anything else, or were you finished? Sorry, when I broke into you there, were you finished, or was there anything else?
I was going to address balance. You were directed last week to consider balance in relation to the housing requirement divided by the employment requirement, providing a sort of a distribution factor of 100 homes per hectare, and encouraged to compare that with provision in settlements. The council would advocate that if you divide the county on the distribution factor, we'd actually be looking at the place plans. So the 18 place plans divide the whole county. And so in order to measure against that distribution factor of 100 homes per hectare, you'd have to consider all the houses and all the employment proposed within that place plan area. When we looked at that, we found of the 18 place plans, 9 were above the threshold, 2 were just below the threshold, and 7 were clearly below it. of those 7, it came down to the localised distribution factors that you had mentioned earlier. So in Bridge North and Shropshire, two of the locations, there is a need to address the land supply in proximity to the greenbelt. 2 other locations were Market Drayton and Craven Arms, where we were meeting the needs of key local employers. The 5th one is Oswestry, where these are safe sites, but there was a need to boost the availability of employment in order for that town to compete effectively in the sub-region, which included areas within Wales. And the final 2 locations were Broseley and Highbury, where the housing demand is quite localised, and so there are limited opportunities for significant housing additions. If you were to look at individual settlements, you would need to look at that from the perspective of the urban focus. So it's anticipated that 70% of the housing would be located within the principal settlements. And so anything above a hub would be considered against a lower distribution factor of 70 homes per hectare. When we looked at that, there are 18 settlements and 2 strategic sites, 2 strategic settlements, and of that 20, we found that 14 were above the threshold.
You know, this assessment of the is that something that you've just done recently, or is that, can you direct me to where that's set out?
We haven't set that out now. We were responding to information put before you last week.
Yeah.
Mum, just before we move on, just wanted to reiterate a point again which was made last week about the paragraph 2.19 of the draft local plan, which specifically responds. It clarifies that the local plan seeks to provide a balance of growth, a sustainable pattern of growth, responding to the scales, needs, functions of the county's hierarchy of settlements. So it's not a one-size approach here. So just to reiterate the point which Mr. Cowden's made about looking at the county in 18 place plans, which we think is quite helpful. Just again, I'll just pick up a point which Mr. Cowden made again about Broseley, because it's worth reiterating as well. Broseley have just gone through going through a neighbourhood plan process, and we will be seeking approval to go to referendum on that next month. So hopefully the referendum will happen later this year. We've had the examiner's report on that, and that specifically includes both housing and employment land within that neighbourhood development plan as well. So just to make a point, right, it's not just us, but there's neighbourhood plans happening as well, which are balancing growth along those lines. And obviously we were engaged in that process of the neighbourhood plan.
Okay, so thank you. Okay, just looking at the hands. I've got Mr. Carver is coming up as first, and
hi.
Hello there.
Hi, very good afternoon, ma'am. I've got a sort of a general point on employment delivery and a specific point to Bridge North, and I will get through this only in a few minutes. Don't unduly worry. I'm representing Save the Greenbelt in Bridgenorth, but my background is I'm an owner proprietor of businesses, and we employ about 350, mainly in the West Midlands, and interestingly 2 plants on the M54 corridor. And it's difficult to see how the employment land is balanced with the housing programme, specifically in Bridgenorth, and it's some 1,500 houses if we include previous allocations. All the demand for industrial land in Bridgenorth historically. I mean, historically, Bridgenorth in the last 15 years has built 763 houses, and it allocated employment land of 6.7 acres in Tasley to accommodate that, and this still remains farmland and hasn't been taken up at all. There are 3 main sites in Bridgenorth: Tasley, Chartwell and Stanmore, and over the last 10 years only about 2.3 hectares has been taken up, employing some 50 new people. Interestingly, all 3 sites are owned by the same Jersey-based Hickman family. And on Stanmore, which is on the brink of the Greenbelt, Stanmore has reduced as a site. It did employ many more people, but Coran Showers left, losing 70 jobs, and the MCM, the Training Centre for Technology, and much was mooted in council documents that this was a centre of excellence, has unfortunately gone to Telford. And so we are left in Bridgenorth with very, very little activity, and with quite a lot of land available. That SAMDEV says 13 hectares, I'd say it's probably nearer 15 if you take into account empty sites like the Coran Showers that's remained empty for 2.5 years. And so we have quite an excess of land, industrial land supply compared to the take-up. And we're now adding another 16 hectares at Tasley, and we have quite ample without going into the Greenbelt. And now I want to move you on to a more general point, and it begs to ask the question, why has demand for industrial land been so low in Bridgenorth with an increase of 763 houses when there is substantial availability? And as an employer, I always chose the M54 corridor whilst ironically living in Bridgenorth. And the reason is that the logistics are so much better from train, motorways, good roads, and the Bridgenorth road is slow and windy, as is the Bridgenorth to Wolverhampton road, and it isn't advertising to get investments in. And therefore, the big helicopter view of this is Shropshire Council correctly assessed the M54 corridor was the strategic sites that they needed to address. But they've then put a whole load of land in Bridgenorth, which isn't on that strategic corridor. And it should not be lost on the council or anybody in this meeting that Telford is right in the centre of Shropshire. And Telford has an abundance of industrial land available, some 160 hectares and 149 hectares safeguarded. So Telford can take up some of the slack because it's right in the centre of Shropshire. And if Shropshire wants to compete with Telford, it's got to make land available on the M54 corridor, be it in the east, but on the M54 corridor, not in an out of the way place like Bridgenorth, that's historically a market town. And Stanmore, the Pacific point that we've really been very upset about, is it on Greenbelt, and it's simply not a very special site with key tenants losing. That's really the point.
And we'll be covering Greenbelt in matter 6, I think. Thank you very much.
Does Council want to respond at all?
what I'm going to do is they will do if they want to. I'll give an opportunity in a moment, but I'll listen to the others first. So we've got a few. So I'll just let the council think about how they want to respond to that, and we'll just move on to Ms. Mulliner, please.
Thank you, Ma'am. I think it's clear from the debate that sorry, I should say Jacqueline Mulliner from Terence O'Rourke representing Harrow. And Harrow have the employment allocation, the major employment allocation at Shifnal. So I think it's fair to say from the debate today that it's very clear that there is an ongoing issue as to whether there is actually a balance between employment and housing, whether that balance is quite in a quantity terms, but also spatial terms, and then obviously an ongoing issue for the needs of the Black Country authorities. And I think from what I've just heard is that there is room for a greater supply of employment land, and that would obviously align with the step change that is required. I think inevitably at the moment, and we haven't brought a point about the duty to cooperate, and partly our reason for that is the NPPF footnote 6. There is clearly an agreed position in the statement of common ground. But having said that, listening to the evidence on migration, on urban focus, on the M54 corridor, and the importance of those rail links and the opportunities along those rail links, and having used that rail service this morning from Telford into Birmingham, I have to say, an incredible service, very easy, very quick, didn't even contemplate driving in. And so that functional linkage is therefore very clear, and the opportunities for greater sustainable development is clear. And I think whilst the position may be unknown at the moment, clearly there is a bit of a rebalancing exercise going on of putting some employment where there has been housing development previously, for example at Shifnal, but there is also a safeguarding of some additional land at Shifnal for housing. And the question we have is what happens beyond that, because actually it's clear that there is a greater capacity for employment growth to align with, as I say, that step change, the corridor, the rail links, the urban focus, and there is a greater opportunity at Shifnal to do that. And so in terms of looking at the uncertainty at the moment, but the ability to potentially safeguard further land to come on board as soon as that certainty becomes clear, there is greater certainty around that, then there is an opportunity to release lands, rather than if you are looking to, say, an early review of the plan, where the guidance tells us that we shouldn't really be considering again greenbelt releases, and yet we know that corridor, the importance of the corridor, is absolutely going to require greenbelt releases. Now I know we're going to come on to this tomorrow, but I think the point that I just wanted to make is that actually it does appear to me that there isn't actually an equal balancing, looking at those migration patterns, looking at the capacity actually for greater provision of employment to align with the step change, and looking at those opportunities along the M54 corridor, in particularly along the rail corridor, which allows for sustainable transport commuting, and looking at then that opportunity to achieve a more sustainable pattern of growth, or a sustainable pattern of growth as required by through definition of green belt boundaries, which we'll obviously talk about tomorrow.
Okay, yes, and you're at the session, you're participating in the session tomorrow, or are you at the green belt session?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
so you'll be able to, so I'll just move on. If the council have the capacity to just continue to think about their responses. I don't know whether they want to give any responses to the first two speakers now, or whether you want to continue.
I think we'll respond after we've heard everything.
Yeah, that's all right, because I don't want to do is to overwhelm you with lots of different things, because I can appreciate what that would be like. So but if you're happy, I'll continue on then. So I think next we have Ms. Osmond Smith.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dillon. First of all, I'll deal with the generality of the points that sort of go to questions 4 and 8. Mr. Carver had some points that involve Stanmore and some criticisms of that allocation. That is a site-specific issue. My colleague, Mr. Hopkins, can respond on that if you want to hear anything about it, or he can speak to that at a later date when it would be of assistance. But I say this only at this stage is to issue some caution, because some of the details that you were given about the Stanmore employment site are wrong. So just a note of caution on that. Before I launch into what I have to tell you, it might just be useful to give you the references to the documents that I want to speak about first. And it may be that you're able to look at some of them. 2 tables in particular, I think, are really useful and necessary to have in front of you. The first is the initial employment topic paper, which is EV 112, and specifically pages 61 to 65.
Is that the February 2022?
No, that's the second one. But we're going to go to that as well, and it's pages 41 to 44 in that document.
All right.
So the first one is the August 2021 employment topic paper, or employment topic paper 1.
Right. I don't have a copy of that to hand. Is that something that I need to go on to get into electronically, is it?
I think if you can access it relatively quickly, it would be useful.
It might take me a little bit to access it. I've got the 2022 one to hand, but I just haven't.
Only because there's a big difference at the council. Again, I have to explain to you, as between the second employment topic paper on the pages that I've just given you and the first employment topic paper, which says something very different.
Just bear with me.
And I hope I don't try your patience with this, but I think it's probably going to be a worthwhile exercise to have those 2 tables.
Can you give me the reference for that first?
Yes.
Can you give us the actual document reference? It's just
EV 112.
It's in the alphabetical list. It's topic paper, so it's under T rather than E.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for that, because I do recall some of them a little bit challenging to find sometimes. Yeah, right. So I've got the 112, you say?
Yes, yeah. That's it, and it's pages 61 to 65, which are the sort of comparable pages in the earlier document.
And that's actual page numbers, is it?
Yes, in the documents themselves.
Yeah. I'm there. Sorry.
No, not at all. The other references I think I'll just give you, and we probably don't need to turn them up. EV 043 is the EDNA, the Economic Development Needs Assessment.
Yeah.
And the Economic Growth Strategy is EV 044.
Yeah.
And our representations for this particular session are 4.2. But it's quite a complex issue. Certainly it's taken me some significant time to work through and understand it. So I'll take it in stages, and part of the backdrop about what we've got to say is paragraph 82 of the framework, which sets out part C that planning policy should seek to address potential barriers to investment such as inadequate housing. And so it's not disputed or not to be disputed that it's important to align jobs with growth, to ensure that the economic strategy is realised, the economic strategy set out in the plan, and to prevent unsustainable commuting patterns, which of course can have an impact on the realisation of that strategy, and also environmental impacts from increased car travel. So the economic growth strategy here, set out in EV 044, is to create 40,000 jobs by 2031 and to align jobs and growth, and that underpins the plan. And when we turn to policy SP2, we see that it seeks to try and achieve that by providing, of course, 30,800 new dwellings, that figure that we've debated for much of today, and 300 hectares of employment land. The ambition again being repeated at 317 of the plan to deliver sufficient employment land to deliver enough jobs to achieve a sustainable balance between those two issues. But the question is, what does 30,800 new dwellings yield in terms of a workforce? And what does 300 hectares of employment land yield in terms of jobs? And the plan doesn't tell us what that means or explain how and why one satisfies the other in order to achieve that balance. And that's what takes a little bit of digging around the documents. So I'll start with the 300 hectares. That's the land that's required to meet with the regeneration scenario. And that's an important term, regeneration scenario, because it's one of the scenarios that was assessed by the EDNA. And one of the...
I'm just going to shut my window because there's a small child playing outside. It's not my small child. I don't have small children anymore. Apologies for that.
Not at all. So the
just in my ear, so I could.
So the regeneration scenario, essentially that's linked to the 300 hectares. That's where it comes about essentially, when one has regard to the Shropshire plot ratio. And we can see that all set out on page 39, table 21 of the first topic paper, which is EV 112. So that's where the 300 hectares comes from. It's essentially aligned with the regeneration scenario. And the regeneration scenario creates 19,677 jobs. So with its 300 hectares, that's what the plan's aiming for. It's the 19,677 jobs, and that's all set out on page 55 of EV 112. It's also set out in document EV 043, which is the EDNA, the affectionately known EDNA, on pages 96 and 97 under the heading Future Employment Land Requirements. And that's what tells us the regeneration scenario is about, and it sets out the modelling for that on page 103. And it's scenario 2 in the EDNA. There's 5 scenarios in total. 2 are the jobs led and 3 are the homes led. But what the EDNA doesn't tell us is how many homes are required to meet those jobs or to generate sufficient workforce to fill those jobs. And in fact, nowhere throughout any of the evidence that's before you will you find any modelling or demographic forecasting using consistent underlying assumptions to test how many homes are required to support targeted jobs growth. And that's a real omission. And for anyone working in local plan examination, that will be quite a stark omission, that there's an absence of any modelling to show how the two relate to one another. So what we have is a housing target set out in the plan and a jobs target sort of hidden away behind the 300 hectares figure. But what we don't know is what the interaction between those two things is. And our straightforward submission is because there is no interaction. The two have been arrived at completely separately of one another. So what the EDNA doesn't do, and what nothing does, is set out how many homes are required to facilitate the level of economic growth anticipated by the plan. And of course, we can get distracted by homes being the main objective of a plan, but of course it's not. Homes are one objective, but economic growth is another really important objective. And it's as important to deliver those economic ambitions as it is to deliver sufficient homes for the population. So what the EDNA does do, as I've sort of set out already, is it goes on to set out 3 further housing-led scenarios. And the final one is based on the plan requirement of 30,800 homes. And what we see is that generates an employment or labour supply essentially of 12,145. And Mr. Cowden dealt with that in his opening remarks and said, well, on face value, it appears that there's a deficit. But the council then go on to explain how they address that. But the question then arises that if the plan is planning for 19,677 jobs and housing that's planned for supports only 12,145, where does the labour force come from for those missing 7,000 jobs? And it's at that 7,532 shortfall between the two figures that we address in our hearing statement on page 9. And what we have been able to do is to derive from the council's documents a factor essentially that 1.065 homes are required for every additional job. And
so how many was that, did you say?
1.065 homes are required for every additional job over above the 2014 household derived data. And so we set that out on page 8 of our hearing reps by going through and essentially extracting from the different documents that we have how the council have arrived at its figures. And that leads us to the conclusion in the submission I make that 8,019 more homes are required over the plan period to meet with the council's economic strategy. Because quite straightforwardly, the 30,800 new homes cannot be reconciled with the 300 hectares of employment land. And it doesn't support the diversification of the labour force, which we've heard about from the council today, but it's also set out in 3.6 of the plan, because part of what the council says is that the uplift over and above the standard method is to support the diversification of the labour force, but it doesn't do that because those figures can't be reconciled. The further complexity to all of this is that the employment topic papers, as you will have read, expect growth of 29,000 to 35,000 jobs. So it sets out the sort of the baseline scenarios, but says based on previous growth, we expect this growth of 30,000 to 35,000 jobs. And that's repeated across both of the topic papers, but the council hasn't sought to explain how that could possibly be achieved with 300 hectares of employment land either. So then, if it's okay, we will turn to the topic papers and to the two, I'm going to call them troubling tables, because I like alliteration and because they are. And the troubling tables are at table 43 in the August 2021 document, that's EB 112.
Yeah.
And in the latest, it's table 25, which is on page 44.
Sorry, can you give me the page number for the first table?
Yes, it's 64.
Right, I'm just I've got myself in a bit of a muddle. Sorry, for the 2022.
For the 2022, it's page 44.
Page 44. I'm looking at the wrong way around. So. Table 25.
Exactly it, yes.
Yeah, and sorry, for the other document, can you just, is it
Yeah, it's page 64.
Yeah, and that's table 42.
Yeah, 43, yeah.
43, beg your pardon.
So it's the Shropshire Labour Supply Balance table,
Yeah,
essentially.
okay.
But both documents explain that the success of the Shropshire Economic Growth Strategy, SEGS, relies on there being a sufficient labour force. That seems like a pretty obvious point and a good one. And that's a challenge, it's acknowledged, in Shropshire because the expected population growth is going to be largely people in retirement age groups. So that's set out to, a reference to that is 540 in the latest document, but it appears in both. But quite importantly, the projected labour force from the housing growth, or from the population growth, is therefore just 2,079 people. Reference for that is paragraph 5.44. So that's a population growth of 25,500 people there or thereabouts, and you only get, because of the specific demographic makeup of Shropshire, 2,079 additional people for your labour force. So looking then to what the council does about this gulf between how many people are going to be living in Shropshire over the planned period and contributing to that labour supply and the number of jobs that are going to be created, we get to table 25 on page 44 of the latest document. And I'm going to focus on the first column because while it explores higher jobs growth scenarios, the one that the plan, the 300 hectares, is what generates 19,500 jobs in both table 25 and table 43 of those two documents. So I'll focus on the latest document, but note that there's only 6 months between the topic papers. And that's important when we come to look at the very big difference between the way in which the balance sheets are essentially assembled to arrive at the 19,500 jobs. So the first is that the 2,079 people, working age migrants from anticipated trends, that's people generated from population growth, and that remains a constant. So that's near the top of the table. So we're in the column dealing with projected labour force growth. And then we've got in migration from the Black Country authorities through meeting 1,500 dwellings of unmet housing need. And we get 1,715 people arising from 1,500 homes. So first point to note is that there's no justification for why, of all the homes that are going to be delivered over the planned period to meet the Shropshire need, presumably, you get only 2,079 additional people to the workforce. But all of a sudden, from just 1,500 homes meeting the Black Country Authority needs, you get 1,715 workers, which is almost the entire equivalent for the homegrown number of 2,079. So no explanation from that. And I was interested to hear from the council earlier that the figures already take into account migration trends from the Black Country. That is the population figures. So some of that is already inbuilt. And I appreciate, of course, that the Black Country authorities' demographic makeup is likely to be made up of younger people. But nonetheless, does that figure, which is nearly the equivalent for the population growth generated labour supply as a whole of 2,000, does that pass the sniff test? No, it does not. Then we go to unemployment, worthlessness, and we can see there accounted for is 1,500 people brought back into employment from unemployment. And there's a big change here between the topic papers, because in August 2021, what the council was saying is that there were 4,700 people unemployed, and they would all be brought back into employment to achieve that balance. And this is where it starts to become a worthwhile exercise to put the tables next to each other. There's 4,700 people in August last year, and now we're down to 1,500. Now, clearly bringing everyone back from unemployment in one go was going to be totally unachievable. And the latest figures recognise that. But what all of this goes to is your question: where's the evidence? What are the strategies for achieving any of this? Where are they set out? How is the plan going to assist that? And how can we have any confidence that these numbers are going to be achieved? Because if they're not, then there's a real disparity between what the council is planning for in its economic strategy and the number of people that are being provided through the provision of new homes. So obviously that was an enormous leap of faith. But what we also find later in February is the council revising all of its figures. And not only does that figure go down, but we now find another 12,310 people from other sources that didn't exist apparently in August. And that's when we come to the economic inactivity: 7,200 people want a job, extended careers, extending essentially the time that people work before taking retirement, of 1,900 people in the health and wellbeing agenda, which generates a further 3,210 workers. So again, a huge difference of 12,310 additional people for the labour supply going towards that 19,500 jobs that weren't accounted for in August. And if that was an obvious way of dealing with understanding the labour supply, then of course that would have been obvious in August, just 6 months before this document was provided. But it wasn't, because it relies, as the council have said, on the NOMIS data, of course, which is fundamentally unreliable for points that I'll come to in due course. But it's curious because the commentary that's set out in the February topic paper doesn't explain how the further labour supply was identified, what changed so radically in the 6 months between August and February. And it's not clear that the figures are at all up to date, and why the previous out-commuting ambitions that we see now down from 5,500 in August to 1,923 in February, why that's changed so radically as well. So none of what is set out in table 25 has actually informed the plan or the economic strategy that's set out therein. It can't have, because it's radically different from what was set out by the council in August of last year. And none of it has been explained. And unfortunately, that has all of the hallmarks of fudging, of cooking the books to find an outcome that the council knows it can't achieve in terms of the labour force that's required. The other point is that the labour market profile is not a robust way of dealing with understanding the labour supply that's going to come forward over the plan period. One would expect to see some modelling done of that to understand the relationship between the homes and the jobs, and that's missing. So the council is grasping at straws here, and the straw that it's grasped at is the labour market profile, which is published quarterly and can vary wildly. And Mrs. Dillon, I'll just give you an example of that, and it's the economic inactivity figure of 7,200 workers. The latest figures are 6,400. And that's what happens when statistics like this are published quarterly. Is overnight you lose 800 people. And that's why they're not reliable as part of this exercise. But in any event, as I've said, that data profile isn't new. Those data sources are not new. And if they had been a good way to understand the potential labour supply, then they would have featured in the council's evidence last year. But this is certainly an unusual, if not unique, approach by the council to try and understand the interaction of the jobs and the number of people who are going to be in Shropshire over the planning period. Just a point on out-commuting, because while it has a reduced importance for the 19,500 figure in the latest table, the latest balancing table, as it were, certainly it had a greater prominence before, and it has a greater prominence in respect of those higher growth scenarios where the out-commuting trends are expected, or there's an aspiration to change them quite radically. And just a word about that, paragraph 5.44 on page 43 of the latest topic paper has a number of bullet points following the main text. And the third bullet point down says that the county can measure some success from its current economic strategy through the record of changing commuting flows in the Edna. Shropshire has experienced a net commuting shift from minus 12,225 persons in 2001 to 5,665 persons in 2011 from increasing numbers of in-commuters during the previous intercensal period. And when that's actually looked at in the Edna, that's document EV 043 on page 53, we see that that change, the pattern of outcommuting, has been going up in respect of the number of people leaving Shropshire. So the reason that the net change was because many more people were coming in, not because there was any success in achieving self-containment for people staying in Shropshire and working jobs in Shropshire. And of course, that doesn't mean or represent success, because less self-containment means unsustainable, potentially unsustainable commuting patterns. But in any event, the council doesn't say how it plans to reverse that long-term trend. And it is a long-term trend. You'll see when you go and have a look on page 53 of the Edna, that's a long-term trend of outcommuting. The topic paper, again, in those same bullet points, third bullet point from the bottom, sets out that it proposes a more sustainable approach to retain more of its resident working population by reducing outcommuting and making available 5,665 persons of working age. And that feeds into table 43 of the first topic paper, but as I've said, it's amended in the latest Edna regeneration scenario. So it's this issue of big changes with very little explanation and no evidence of how any of those aspirations can be achieved, what the policy basis for it is, or why long-term patterns should change. And on that last point, I note that the core strategy, which of course was adopted in 2011, had as policy 14 an ambition to deliver 290 hectares of employment land, so very similar. And one of the ambitions was to reduce out-commuting, that's on page 29. So what evidence is there that that strategy worked? Or is this plan just doing the same and hoping for a different result? And it's that lack of evidence that we really don't have, and no explanation for the changes in the council's balance sheets. So to finish, in answer to your question, whether the jobs and homes are appropriately aligned, I think the answer absolutely has to be no.
Thank you. Are the council still happy to continue listening before they respond, or do you want to respond to this, Mr. Carver and Ms. Osmond-Smith? And Ms. Mulner? I'll continue on. Okay. So it's a I'm probably going to pronounce your name wrong, so I'm going to apologise in advance. So Will James.
Hi, Mum.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I do apologise, because that would have been a really bad attempt.
Not at all, Mum. I get it on a daily basis, and you weren't too far off, so I will not criticize too far.
Could you just tell me what I do? How do you pronounce it?
So it's Howell James, Mum, from Nexus Planning, and I'm representing Lands Improvement Holdings. Mum, I endorse what Miss Osmond-Smith has just said. I certainly won't go into the level of detail that she did in terms of the employment, land and housing growth alignment, but I do support the views that she raised in that there is a clear misalignment. I'd like to also direct you to paragraph 9.10 of the Economic Development Needs Assessment, which is document EV 043, and that supports Ms Osmond-Smith's assertion that there is a misalignment between job and housing growth.
Paragraph, can you just repeat the paragraph?
It's 9.10, Mum.
Thank you.
And from a soundness perspective, our concerns are that the plan is not based on proportionate evidence in regards to what the economic development needs assessment is saying. And just further to that, I know the council has tried to address this through its further submissions through the employment strategy topic paper, which is EV044, and one of its rationale for doing so is to reduce the employment land plot ratio from the 40% figure outlined within the economic development needs assessment to 26%, which I think the council alluded to earlier is based on past trends. Just a couple of concerns in that regard. Firstly, the economic development needs assessment, which is a document produced by an independent consultant, hasn't been updated to support that. But secondly, the past trends of employment land type delivery are not consistent with what the projected employment land type delivery will be for the plan period. So we've set this out in detail at paragraphs 27 to 33 of our matter 4 hearing statements, and our representative ID is 601. So if you could have a look at that in your own time, that would be great. But yeah, just in summary, really, the office provision is significantly higher or projected to be higher for the plan period, and that has got a much more efficient plot ratio. Therefore, we do not consider that the council's approach in this regard is justified. So Marvin, in summary, we consider that a greater provision of housing is required over the plan period to ensure housing and employment growth alignment for the plan, and therefore to ensure that the plan meets the test of soundness. Many thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Can I just check, Mrs. Dillon, are you wanting to deal with question 8 as well as question?
Well, it seems to be merging, doesn't it? It seems to be merging together. If you want to merge it together, I think some people have made the connection there. I think it was me trying to keep things separate when they maybe should have been, put together. But yeah, if you feel free, I'll just make sure that everybody's had their say on question 8 when that comes round.
Oh, well, my point is solely on question 8 actually, rather than question 4. So I'm in your hands whether you want.
Yeah, if you would wait, that would be that would suit my agenda more.
I thought so. I'll wait on that.
Harry. We can't hear you.
Good afternoon, Inspector. Sorry about that. Council are having major IT issues at the moment. They can't see proceedings. They've just knocked on my door, so I don't know whether we can. IT are looking into it now, so hopefully they'll update me shortly.
How much have they missed? Do we know?
I don't, I'm afraid, no. They just said that they were going to try and get it sorted, so.
Have they been able to hear, or has it been completely?
I'll try and establish that for you. I'm not 100% sure. They just said that they can't hear at the moment, and they were going to try and get it fixed.
Right, okay. Well, we'll have to wait then. I'll just so what I'll do is I think if we have a short comfort break and come back at 20.
1 moment. And a comfort break for us.
We can see and hear everything. What we can't do is turn on our camera and speak.
Right, okay.
Okay, that's fine. If you're happy to, we can try and continue. Just I'll be inviting you anyway, so I'll just look at the lozenge then. So I've just checked yes, Mr. Reid's going to address in question 8. So I'll invite the council now to, if they want to respond to all of the matters that they've heard. So that was from, I'll just go back just to see the order. So that's from Mr. Carver, Ms. Mulliner, Ms. Osmond Smith, Mr. James, think that's them all. So over to the council, please. I can't hear the council.
Inspector, the council can hear, but they are unable to respond.
Right, okay. What we will do then, if they're happy, we can continue on, and then they can potentially respond, assuming that they can get back. Do you think? Yeah. I haven't had this situation before.
Can we check with the council whether they're happy to do that, Kerry?
Yeah.
Sorry, you're going to
Yeah,
between
it just
you
may
and
we could continue along, and it would just be, as long as they can hear, then we'll get them to respond in one big go if they're happy.
Council have asked for 10 minutes to try and resolve the problems.
Okay, then that's fine then. So really, we don't have any alternative than to break for another 10 minutes. So if we can come back at 16:50, please. And just remember to turn off your microphones and cameras.
Oh, right, you on. Well, I think we're back up.
Yes, you are.
We're back up.
We can see you.
Sorry, we've been running around like headless chickens for the last few minutes.
Sorry, I hadn't appreciated that you were having difficulty, so we just continued on. I'm hoping that you've heard everything.
Yes, we didn't realise we were having difficulties until the end of Miss Osmond Smith. So we were able to enjoy in full Technicolor and surround sound her peroration. And when we tried to respond to that and turn on our camera and microphone, we discovered that we couldn't.
Yes.
So since then, we've had IT people swarming all over us. And we're not quite sure what they've done, but they appear to have fixed it.
Now, I'm not quite sure whether people may now have gone off on their break, so I'm wondering whether we just have, if we come back at 10 to, just in case we've lost anybody.
Can we just check if the council heard Mr. James?
We did hear Mr. James, but it was, I think we got his point. It might be worth, when he comes back on, just to make sure that we didn't actually miss anything at his point. That was when we were kind of running around at that point, but yeah, I think we got the gist. But
yeah, I mean, the note I've got is that he wants greater housing for employment growth alignment. That was his theme.
I think that was the gist of it. Yes.
Yeah, which is not a unique theme amongst objectors.
Yeah, in plot ratio, you raised the plot ratio issue.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. If we can, I think if we just, because we may well, as some people might well have just as we were talking, we may have lost some people to a comfort break. So I think if we do, because it is quite hard on the eyes when we're staring at screens for the best part of the day. So we'll just come back at 10 to, please. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, we're just coming up to 10 to 5. And thank you for your patience, everyone, and your continued participation. I realise that we are starting to get a bit late in the day, but I am quite keen that we do press on and complete the agenda today, if at all possible. So if the council can hear me, I'll invite them to respond to the I think we've got the points that were raised by Mr. Carver, Ms. Mulliner, Ms. Osman-Smith, and Mr. James, I think.
Okay, thank you, and apologies for the interruption.
That's absolutely fine. It was going to happen sometime, so at least the main thing is it's sorted.
Well, fingers crossed. So responding to Mr. Carver's point, I believe Mr. Carver's main point was around the overall sustainable development approach within Bridgnorth, and whether there was sufficient opportunity to cater for employment land requirements there. I think he made specific reference to Stanmore employment area around a kind of a demise in jobs on that one. I think it was the sort of the overarching view from Henry, from Mr. Carver on that one. It's not a view we share on that one from Stanmore's perspective. We do view that as a successful employment area, and we have got evidential evidence of recent planning applications for parcels of land in there which have been granted as of last year, in fact, on that one. And if so wish, we can provide information upon that if that would be helpful. Also, I think he referenced the relocation of the Centre of Excellence as well. That's correct, that has relocated, but our understanding is that that premises has now been relet already. So you can see that from our perspective, it's a successful employment area on that regards. He did obviously make the point about the proximity to Telford on that point, but obviously we are looking at Shropshire Council's needs, and obviously we need to plan effectively for Shropshire Council upon that. We have our own economic growth aspirations, and Bridgnorth is in fact one of our major settlements. It's a principal centre in the hierarchy. We believe that over the past number of years it has under-delivered. That's a situation which is improving with the current planning approval for the state application. Planning application. Sorry, that's yes, original there. So we don't necessarily agree with Mr. Carver's conclusions about the nature of Bridgnorth and the need to plan effectively for employment land as well as residential. So that's Mr. Carver's point. Can you remind me who's next? Sorry,
no, you're fine.
Small enough.
Sorry, I've made quite a few notes, so just bear with me. Ms. Mulliner from for Harrow.
Yeah, I think Ms. Mulliner's points were primarily around quality and location, and again, obviously, you know, we would support you would expect us to say this, the allocation of that land in the development plan. So you have to perhaps I need to remind myself about what Ms. Mullins' points were on that one.
I think some of it's strange. She did strain to green belt like for tomorrow there, and it was about there being she thought that there was room for a greater supply of employment land, which would align with the step change in the in the segs.
Right. Well, I think, our response on that was, it is the employment land that we provided, and the nature and location of the new additional employment land that we provided in the draft local plan does exactly that point. It does respond to the aspirations of the economic growth agenda at Shropshire Council. So that's a fairly obvious point, but that is my response to Ms. Mulliner on that point. I think I'll pass over to Mr. Richards to respond to Ms. Osmond Smith.
Yes, thank you. Mrs. Dillon, the argument put by Ms. Osmond Smith was foreshadowed in her client's matter 4 statement. And the end point of that case is at paragraph 26 in their matter 4 statement. And what it says in 3 lines is this: on the basis of the analysis presented in the EDMA and the application of additional home to jobs ratio of 1.065, and then in bold type, the number of homes required to support 29,178 to 35,637 jobs is 48,936 to 55,813 homes. In other words, the case that's being put to you, that there is an imbalance between jobs and homes, and what is required to fix that imbalance is an additional 19,000 to 25,000 homes on their case. Now, we've explained to you in our hearing statement under what was questions 2 and 7, now questions 4 and 8, why it is that we have arrived at the conclusions we did, and Mr. Cowden took you through, in essence, that today. I'm going to ask the officers to deal with the apparent differences in the 2 tables we looked at in a moment. But of course, if there is such a huge imbalance between jobs and homes that in effect almost doubles the number of houses to be provided from the starting point of the local housing need, because that's what their case is, the local housing need figure of 28,000 almost needs to double at the upper end of their range. So that there is such a serious imbalance. Well, in effect, her clients are saying your job strategy is wildly optimistic, wildly optimistic. And of course, one response might be, particularly in an area that includes Greenbelt, to say, oh, well, if you're right, and our jobs strategy is wildly optimistic, then we better rein back our job strategy and our plans for economic growth to something that is not wildly optimistic. And there will be wailing and gnashing of teeth for those who have employment allocations on land that is proposed to be taken out of the Greenbelt. So Ms. Osmond Smith and her clients better be careful what they wish for. But on that basis, but after saying that, I will ask the officers to explain the differences between the 2 tables that you looked at.
If you look at table 25 on page 43 of the economic growth topic paper, the top line in that table, projected employment growth, is subdivided into two. The top line with 19,000 and 29,000 is overall employment generation across the whole county, across the plan period. The second subdivided line is the Class B and the equivalent land uses, which are expected to be delivered through the local plan and through the employment allocation rates for 300 hectares. So it's the lower of the two lines where you should be focusing your attention. And it is against that lower of the two lines that we match our labour supply delivery. In the first line of labour supply delivery, the 2079, that is drawn from table that is drawn from table 810 of the ENA. Now the table has cautiously used the SNPP projection for labour expected to be delivered for 2079. However, the information that we presented to you today is from table 811, which is the higher provision expected from the housing land requirement in the third row, which is 12,145. The 12,145 would include the top two lines in table 25, so the 2079 and the 1715. They will be taken into the 12,145, and that will adjust the table accordingly. In terms of unemployment, we have, in moving from the August to 21 to February 22 table, we've clearly taken a more balanced approach to reduction in employment. So we expect a lower delivery, but we expect that employment will be the immediate source that will deliver as we start to put jobs into the market. In terms of inactivity, work customers, extended careers, we have been on an iterative process, and we believe that using the labour market profile, we are using proportionate evidence. Things may change, but the situation that Ms. Osmond-Smith has presented would equally have been the data that we put forward, but we were preparing it at a particular point in time, and we used the data available at that time. We are in fact setting ourselves targets there, and not simply assuming that things will happen. So we are stretching ourselves over the position that Ms. Osmond-Smith has presented. So we believe that the information that we've presented to you would self-correct table 25.
Sorry, I just missed that last sentence.
The information that we've laid out to you today would correct table 25 in the matters. And that is in the matter statement too.
Thank you.
I think we have one more to respond
yes.
to.
Mr. James.
Mr. James. Okay, yeah, I think it's plot ratio. Plot ratio. Yes, yeah, I think so. This is the 40% to 26%. That's right. Okay. Well, that's again on the basis of monitoring information that we've carried out. I think that's again is covered in our matter statement. I think obviously the Mr. James is fine. This came up in conversation last week as well around. I won't talk about site specifics. Yeah, we're not talking about site specifics. I'll refrain.
Yes, thank you.
But in terms of the 26%, that is our understanding based upon the evidence of trend in Shropshire, which is an evolution of what was assumed within the EDNA, which you have evidence on in writing.
Thank you. Okay. I have 2 hands raised. I'm just wondering, are they legacy hands to be taken down? Mr. Carver and Ms. Osmond-Smith. I'm wondering if they are legacy hands.
It wasn't a legacy hand, Mrs. Dillon. If you wanted a response, a very short one to what the council have said, then I have one, but only if it will assist you.
That's absolutely fine. Yeah, I'm not really I don't want to be going backwards and forwards. I'm absolutely fine. I'll go away with all of that information I have today and arrive at my view on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, but nothing really to say about Mr. Cowden's response because he hasn't answered the points put to him. But in respect of my learned friend's submissions, that is really a gross mischaracterisation of my client's case, which at paragraph 19, Mrs. Dillon, where I took you to in my submissions, meets the council's 300 hectare 19,677 jobs aspiration, but clearly the council throughout their evidence base have expressed the potential for higher scenarios, and so we meet that too at paragraph 25. But plainly what is set out in the plan could be matched by a further 8,019 homes. That's what we say, that the final figures that are presented really deal with the much higher growth scenario set out in, well, all over the place, but table 25 even puts there that the council would need to find 35,500 people to match the jobs that would be created. So that's significantly over and above the 300 hectare 19,500 jobs that the plan plans for. And I understand why Mr. Richards goes there, of course, because there is no response to the points that have been made, but that was really a mischaracterisation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just looking at the time there, we're now at 7 minutes past, so I think where we are now, we're jumping over to question 8, which I think some of the participants have already really spoken about, and I know that Mr. Reid had indicated that he would wait until we got to discussion point 8, and there may well be others that wish to speak. So this is about whether the preferred balanced approach, growth approach, and the resultant employment land requirement of the 300 hectares is justified, positively prepared, and consistent with national policy. So there is some overlap. It's coming from the opposite direction. So I appreciate there is some overlap in what people have said. So is there any? Do we have any speakers? Okay, Mr. Green, your hand went up first.
Thank you, Mrs. Dillon. It's Charles Green from CPRE. We also have had difficulty getting a handle on this balance approach between housing figures and employment land figures, and we produced the Appendix 1 of our Matter 4 hearing statement. I think you've indicated you had difficulty accessing our Matter 4 hearing statement, but that schedule brings together the numbers from housing and from employment land. We've heard about jobs. The jobs figures that we've just been hearing about have been turned into employment land figures by the council, and that seemed to be a necessary exercise to understand this stated balanced growth approach in terms of how it's been applied both overall and to each settlement. And we did that partly because early on in the process, as is set out in our Regulation 19 submission, our confidence in the council's figures had been knocked by what turned out to be completely incorrect maths within Table 6 on page 40 of their preferred scale and distribution of development document, which we've elaborated in our Regulation 19. It turned out they'd divided by twice instead of once to give a figure that was therefore inflated to 250% of what it should be. So since then we've taken to turning all of Shropshire's relevant tables into Excel spreadsheet format in order to check their maths and the logic within them. That's relatively easy to do with an Adobe Export PDF conversion program. But we've demonstrated in some detail that the original calculation of their employment land guideline figure was based on a formula that included that 40% factor. It goes back to the iterations that Mr. Corden refers to. It was at the preferred scale and distribution of development, which was pretty well universally applied to each settlement, and that's shown on the calculation of what that original balance figure is shown in our Appendix 1 to our hearing statement. That subsequently, and that actually remains the case. That formula remains the case for all but 2 of the 11 key centres, and also for the principal centre of Ludlow. But it has been amended, presumably within these iterations that Mr. Corden talks about. It's been amended for other centres, most notably Bridgnorth and Sheffield, and you've heard about others as well, Highley, etc. But as we heard, quite extraordinary, the council now claims, after the conclusion of the Regulation 19 consultation, that the more realistic factor should be 25%. Well, a simple question is, doesn't that rather throw into disarray the whole of the balanced growth logic? One might also ask whether Shropshire Council has considered why this newly discovered figure of 25% is so far adrift from the 40% national average figure that they were content to rely on throughout the numerous consultation phases. They could have picked that up. Some inkling of the difference was available within the actual employment land turnout figures within the Authority Monitoring Report, or AMR, for 31st March 2017. And that was the latest AMR available for the Regulation 19 consultation. The later AMR to 31st March 2020, which is document EV 012, was eventually released in July 2021, nearly 5 months after the end of the Regulation 19 consultation, even though it had been billed as a key document both at that stage and the previous stage. So it seems that it was only after the production of this catch-up AMR that this 25% figure seems to have become apparent. There are 2 further points on this balance and the whether the 300 hectares is a justified and a sound figure. firstly, on our Appendix 1, it's clear that although SP2 states an overall guideline figure of around 300 hectares of employment, if you add up the figures for the individual settlements, the guideline figures for the individual settlements, they actually add up to 375 hectares. We'd queried why Appendix 6 of the pre-submission plan, or Appendix 6 of the plan you have in front of you, did not show those individual settlement totals, which might have made this glaring anomaly more apparent. Its title did actually say it showed employment development guidelines, but it didn't. So the Council's response to this anomaly is not to show these missing guidelines in Appendix 6, but to propose minor modifications 004 and 205 to remove reference to employment development guidelines in the titles in Appendix 6. And that's in sharp contrast to their approach on housing guidelines, where they do show the housing guidelines in Appendix 5. And the second point is the balanced growth formula that they originally used assumes each job required 42.25 square meters of floor space on average. This is all set out in our matter 4 statement, but it's worth just noting. Yeah. That was based on a sort of rather simplistic weighted average from various use classes. But the economic growth strategy vision for Shropshire, which is that Shropshire wants to be the best, does imply more productive jobs sought, which could achieve a better weighted average than this. In fact, the figures released to us in reply to that about the double counted 40% calculation indicated that an average figure of around 31 square meters of floor space per job might be more appropriate. If that were the case, it would reduce the employment land requirement by some 27%. I'm sorry to throw all these figures at you. It's
they are
I've had rather a lot of figures, but it's one can get lost in the can't see the wood for the trees, and that's what our Appendix 1 attempts to do, to give an overall summary.
Thank you.
I mean, as you know, our conclusion for all this is that the Council's figures of balanced growth between housing and employment are in somewhat disarray and not justified and therefore unsound. But can I just also refer to the revised and final economic development needs assessment, which we've already heard about, EDNA, which was produced for the Council by Litchfields, and that's, again, we've had the reference, it's EV 043, dated 9th April 21, which was, again, that was after the conclusion of the Regulation 19 consultation. That document concludes at paragraph 10.9, so it's in the conclusions at 10.9, that Shropshire's employment need should comprise a range of between 128 hectares to 234 hectares for the plan period, and that was to include flexibility. It also states this range assumes a significant allowance for the replacement of losses, which are just the sort of losses that the Council talks about in Shifnal, where previously earmarked employment land has been lost to housing developments. The question is, if Litchfields think this is all that is needed, why is the Council seeking the much higher guideline figure of 300 hectares? And if you refer to our Appendix 1, which adds figures up and gives a total, in contrast to what the Council do, why is there said also to be a total actual supply of employment land of 404 hectares? The Shropshire Council are plainly providing for far more employment land than is needed. Again, there's a conflation between need and demand. We're talking about need, I think, here. Yeah. Need is clearly shown to be no more than 234 hectares based on EDNA. And even that figure of 234 hectares is based on the recent strong take-up of employment land in Shropshire, so it's implying that it itself is a slightly anomalous figure. So the clear conclusion is that the employment land need of around 300 hectares as set in SP2 is plainly not needed. It's therefore not justified. It's therefore not sound. And that's our case. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reid.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Our case on this point is that the plan isn't positively prepared. There's two aspects that I want to deal with. The first is the degree to which there is the delivery of sufficient employment land to meet Shropshire's needs in accordance with the strategy indicated in the plan, and then also the issue of the provision of land sufficient to meet the BCA needs.
Which just really comes in, that's where we start going into question 9, don't we?
So yeah. I'm going to park much of that, in fact, bulk of it. I'll just make passing reference at the end when I deal with that issue. Just looking at the position with regard to Shropshire's needs, there are three key aspects that I'd ask you to focus on for the purposes of our submission. The first is that what is required, and I dealt with it last week, within the plan itself is a step change in economic development. That phrase step change is dealt with throughout the plan, as you know, and I'll come back to that in a moment. The second is that what is sought in part is strategic development, that is to say development of a significance beyond Shropshire's boundaries. And the last is the provision of employment development within the M54 corridor and the significance of the M54 corridor for the purposes of the plan. Now, in terms, firstly, of the issue of step change, I'll say this immediately, that the obvious conclusion from the evidence is that it simply doesn't achieve that which it says the plan says it will achieve. And one can see that in the employment topic paper EV112 and paragraph 415 in particular, where one will see, where you'll see there, that the current level of annual provision is less than it was at the time of the old RSS, which is, we say, hardly indicative of there being a step change. And if one wants further evidence of that, one can see the difference between the annualised provision at the pre-submission draft stage and at the submission draft stage. The difference in annual provision there is from 15 hectares per annum to 13.6 hectares per annum. So actually it's reduced over the planned production period. Now that's part of the context for considering the strategic points that I'll come on to next. And the strategic approach, as I say, is to find not only development of a strategic scale, but one that meets the particular requirements of the plan insofar as it indicates it, and that's within, in part, the M54 corridor. And I refer specifically to the M54 corridor as opposed to the very broad definition that's contained within the plan at 3.142, which deals with a number of other locations beyond the M54 corridor. And the significance of the M54 corridor is identified in terms in a number of documents. I'll give you the references. The Edna, firstly, 2.53, 9.73, 10.23, and 9.21. And in the March 2019 Cabinet report, which I'm not sure actually has a reference yet within the examination documentation, but at paragraphs 5.7 and 5.8. One can also see it within the Avison Young 2019 West Midlands Growth Study, which was endorsed by the Council in that same Cabinet report at paragraph 5.6. And the question, when one's looking at the issue as to whether or not the plan is properly prepared, is whether or not any of the proposed locations for development meet those requirements, and we say they don't. And we dealt with this in part last week insofar as we made submissions on Shifnal and Cosford. But if you recall, Bridgnorth was also prayed in aid by the authority as one that delivered development within the area at a strategic scale and within the M54 corridor. Now, Cosford, before I go on to Bridgnorth, I should say Cosford we can deal with obviously very briefly, insofar as it simply doesn't provide the the employment provision that it must. That's to say, an open employment provision rather than the very specific provisions that are made on that site. But looking at Bridgnorth, if one considers the extent of the proposed allocations, they amount to around about 27 hectares on separate sites, namely at Stanmore and then the Tasley Garden Village. And one couldn't conceivably suggest that those are strategic in scale. Now, there's also a potential future direction of growth within Bridgnorth to the west of Tasley, but you'll have seen that that's not safeguarded, it's not been SA'd, and it's not committed in the plan, and so one can't take that into account. In any event, obviously Mr. Carver had something to say about Bridgnorth, and that reflects what we think about Bridgnorth insofar as it has a considerable degree of difficulty in terms of its accessibility, not least that it has no train service. And the observations of Mr. Carver, as I say, are reflective of our position. And lastly, in terms of Bridgnorth, it's to be noted that that wasn't assessed in terms of any of its sites within the strategic sites consultation essay. So for those reasons, one can't identify satisfaction of the aims of the plan and the supporting documentation by way of any of the provision within Bridgnorth. Shifnal, I made, as I say, submissions about this last week, but I reiterate that the provision in question just simply doesn't get to the level of provision that is appropriate for the purposes of strategic, the meeting of the strategic needs. And what you heard last week supports that, insofar as Mr. Cowden said that the allocation of land within Shifnal was for the purposes of rebalancing Shifnal as opposed to any broader requirement, and that reflects what's been identified as the reasons for the allocation itself, which is again to meet the needs of Shifnal. And when one is considering the potential for any further provision within Shifnal, there is a need for some considerable investment in infrastructure in order to achieve that. And lastly, with regard to Shifnal, if one looks at Appendix T and P of the Strategic Sites SA, appendices T and P, one can see the considerable problems that are associated in sustainability terms with the Shifnal allocations. So that's what I say in terms of whether or not the plan does what it seeks to do and what other documents say it should do. Lastly, at that point those points are to be considered aside from the BCA needs, so that even if it's regarded or it's considered that those various sites do meet the particular requirements of the plan, they don't deal with the overarching BCA need, to which I'll return in a short while.
Thank you.
So those are the submissions I've made on question 8.
Thank you. Can't see any other hands for question 8, so I'll invite the council to respond. And I apologise because I should have posed the question to you first and I didn't, so I apologise for that. At least I don't think that I did.
It's late in the day, I think. I'll just deal with Mr. Green's point. I think we've probably already mentioned this before earlier. Obviously, it is, I think Mr. Green's major point is we're allocating where we need to be. In his view, there is no requirement to do that. And his question, the ratio, the employment ratio, the 40% to 26%. We've already talked about this, but it's worth reiterating because it's been mentioned by Mr. Green that obviously the 26% is based upon up-to-date monitoring information. It's an evolving situation from where we were with the ETNA. There's a good reason why the ETNA began with the proportion it began with. We recognise that is a sort of an aspiration nationally, and it's certainly an aspiration in Shropshire as well. But we also have to respond to the trends as well in Shropshire about what we actually deliver in terms of gross to net on employment locations in Shropshire. Clearly, the aspiration in the plan is to deliver, I think, more efficiencies around that, but we have to take into account the evidence we've got ahead of us. Now, once you take that into account, that does change the situation with the economic development needs assessment in terms of the quantum of land required. It obviously increases that, which is reflective of our employment land requirement position. Mr. Green's other point about the supply being higher than requirement, that's again acknowledged. Again, it's a similar point in respect to housing. Effectively, it's a choice in the market effectively, and we know in Shropshire that is a necessity really in attracting investment opportunities into the county. Now that is what our aspiration is. Invest in Shropshire is a major thing here in Shropshire, and that is where we feel as though we need to be in terms of supply, in terms of attracting that from an employment land requirement perspective. So that's just responding to Mr. Green's substantive points. In terms of Mr. Green's points, Stanmore, again, I think reiterating the point, it's already been made actually in response to Mr. Carver. In that response, it's the same response. Which law we do consider to be a sustainable area, towns. It's our third largest town in the county, and a town we need to plan for effectively, and obviously as part of that process there's obviously the green belt is part of that process as well. In terms of his response about Shifnal, we do think obviously Shifnal is the employment allocation proposed in Shifnal, we do consider to be on the corridor. We do consider it to be associated with an existing settlement rather than encroaching into a new area. It is there to support both the localised jobs, but also can work effectively in terms of supporting some of Advocate's unmet need as well. because of its location on the corridor. So we don't agree with, as you would expect us not to really, with Mr. Reed's point there about the strategic location in that respect. So I think I'd leave that there for something.
Thank you. Okay, unless there are any other, we'll move on to discussion point 9. And with this, I'd just like to explore whether the provision made within the plan to fulfil the employment needs in the Black Country is justified, and the plan's approach to delivering it is effective in addressing this in a sustainable manner within the plan period in accordance with national policy. So I'll just open that up to the council first of all.
Just saying that.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
Well, yes, in looking at meeting the Black Country contribution towards Black Country's unmet needs, the council first considered the linkages between Shropshire and the Black Country, and taking into account the fact that the Black Country need was quite large and still had not been wholly addressed by all its neighbours. We also took into account how Shropshire related to neighbours, particularly Staffordshire. And particularly in relation to geographic proximity. We also took into account the examining authorities' comments around the provision of the Westmeads interchange within South Staffordshire district, and particularly 4 elements. One was paragraph 5 to 30, encouraging those that would assist to look at the aspirations of the Black Country and the need for regeneration. In 5.3.33, the Black Country's attempts to seek assistance from neighbouring authorities with shortcoming.
Sorry, I missed that. I just missed that last bit.
5.3.33 was encouraging, was recognising the Black Country authorities' efforts to seek assistance from neighbours. 5.3.36, that contributions from neighbours are ultimately a decision for the council making the contribution. And finally, paragraph 6.10.23, in providing assistance, it will be advisable to ensure that an adequate labour pool remained in the Black Country after assistance had been provided. You're looking at strategic relationships. The council considered the connectivity and accessibility that came from the physical proximity of the two, Shropshire and Black Country, and also the commonality focus on the M54 as a development location. In considering the connectivity and accessibility, the council also considered the availability of transport routes and transport services. As Mr. Crawdon has pointed out, we considered the migration relationships, and we also considered the commuting exchanges. I looked at the actual overlaps around these two during the travel to work areas, where Shropshire is recognised to have been an exchange with at least Wolverhampton and Walsall. We're recognising that whatever the levels are, it's possible that they could change over time. We also looked at the advice in MPPF Para 35. So to make a proposal that is practicable, and also to seek to ensure that it is a sustainable solution. And we took into that consideration the advice from the examining authority for the Western interchange. What the council chose to do, in the interest of sustainability, was to focus on commuting exchanges and to encourage out commuting from the Black Country to 2 levels, either to double it or to achieve equilibrium with commuting from Shropshire to the Black Country. And that also provided the opportunity for Shropshire to alleviate pressure on Black Country by actually limiting our own out commuting. So achieving an equilibrium, well, sorry, reducing out commuting from Shropshire to the Black Country by a similar level. We looked long in the evidence provided in the topic, economic growth topic paper, page 68, what the land requirement for those aspirations might be, and found that happily they lay in a range of 28 hectares to 31 hectares, hence our offer of 30 hectares, which is added to our employment land requirements. The evidence shows that it's clearly added to after the needs of Shropshire are utilized.
Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Dillon, chapter 6 of the topic paper sets all of this out in much greater detail. Mr. Cowden's just summarised it for you.
Yeah.
But references to the various documents that he just gave you are all in chapter 6 of the topic paper when you come back to read it at your leisure.
Lovely, thank you. Now, just looking at the time, we're at 22:06, and I was keen to try and finish for 6 o'clock. Just jumping ahead, I know I've got 5 hands up, so I'm conscious of that. Question 10, looking at that, I think what we'll do is, unless anybody has any strong objection, I would just take that as read in terms of the representations that we've had, and we've certainly, in terms of floor space ratio, we have covered that as well. So are the council happy with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's good on.
And is there anyone who, if you switch your camera on, if you have a burning desire to not to have number 10 just taken as read? Okay, thank you. That just gives me an idea as to the time that we've got, so we can just try and it's an important point, important question, this one, but if we can just be mindful that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, we've got 5 people and we've got 20 minutes, so I would just try to keep to a 4-minute each, please, and then we won't overrun drastically if you can. So the first is it'll be well, it's Chris Tyler, but I know it's not Chris Tyler, and it's, if I find my sheet.
It is Chris Tyler.
Oh, it is Chris Tyler.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon.
Yes, I'm doing employment.
Okay, right.
Leslie was doing housing.
Lovely. Okay, thank
you. Right. Well, thank you, Mrs. Dillon. I speak on behalf of Much Wenlock Town Council, and this response relates to basically the lack of attention given in the LPR to small historic market towns. I refer you to Shropshire Council's Much Wenlock and surrounding area place plan of 2019-2020, and in this document on page 8 in brackets economic opportunities, it states the development of up to 2 hectares of employment land, of which 1 hectare has already been allocated. This statement is repeated in the LPR Reg 19 on page 238, S13.1 clause 4 and S13.11 clause 5.181. The statement is incorrect. The area of allocated land remaining is now only 0.24 of an hectare, as shown on stage 3 of Shropshire Council's Reg 19 site assessment of MUW 011. The question relating to unmet employment land is not met by Shropshire Council's local plan in relation to Much Wenlock, where the building of 200 dwellings will require 350 jobs as per Office of National Statistics calculations. The area of 0.24 hectares will only sustain 51 jobs. As you will be aware from our written evidence, simply providing employment land in Much Wenlock has not brought about any significant increase in local employment in the last 25 years. Indeed, the 1 hectare of designated employment land still being promoted by SC in the Much Wenlock and surrounding place plan has remained so redundant that Shropshire Council allowed a flood attenuation pond to be constructed during reducing that availability to the 0.24 hectares. Can officers of Shropshire Council now explain how their proposals will be more effective and reduce the already high proportion of residents who commute to work elsewhere? Can they also explain as to what allowance has Shropshire Council made for employment land within the unmapped Eastern Strategic Growth Corridor that threatens to cause gridlock at the 5-way A458 A4169 Gaskell Arms Junction in Much Wenlock? I hope that was quick enough for you.
That's lovely. Now, I think the Gaskell Junction, is that, thinking that's ringing a bell with one of.
It could have been in matter 3 on question 21, but we never got round to it.
Right, okay. Okay, and then if I can, I'm going to run through the people and then we'd like to get the council to respond.
Can I just add one other detail? I was going to ask on question 10, but I can just briefly put it in here, just very quickly.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. It would be helpful if Shropshire Council officers could clarify if it is their deliberate intention to consign the historic town of Much Wenlock to a role of commuter town. If not, it would be helpful if you could ask Mr. West to explain how this fate can be avoided if the proposals for housing and employment supported by Shropshire Council in their local plan are to be approved.
Thank you. Alex Munro, please.
Give me a second. Here we go. Okay, good evening, Mrs. Dillon.
Good evening.
Thanks for hanging in there. Okay, I represent Manrock Homes. I spoke on Thursday.
Yes.
Obviously, they're promoting employment land at Shrewsbury. That's the context. It was obviously anticipated my response to this particular matter would have the foundation of a response to matter 3, but we can kind of press on. Obviously, the council will be pleased to hear that I'm sort of Goldilocks on this. I think the employment land levels are not too few, not too much, just about right. I mean, accepting that 30 hectare of the Black Country's unmet needs, I mean, obviously represents a positive and proactive step, as obviously the council concludes there is a current absence of an examined plan, and obviously the true level of unmet need hasn't been identified, so I'll obviously leave others to contest the housing delivery point. Obviously, it's also been noted from earlier discussions that the council has deliberately avoided in identifying specific employment or housing sites intended to meet this 30 hectare needs. Now, that flexibility seems sensible, albeit I would expect the plan to identify a sort of range of sufficiently located deliverable sites or a windfall strategy that can secure an appropriate supply of sites that have clear functional links with the Black Country. And obviously a number of correspondents have obviously identified where those functional links may lie. In our view, we're talking principally the M54A5 corridor, despite some conjecture, probably Bridge North and an eastern fringe of Shrewsbury. Where we have concern is the twin issues of the council's reliance on defined allocations to meet pretty much all of its strategic employment needs, including those for the Black Country, and the inflexibility of its development strategy that I think we'll touch upon Friday now. If its allocations don't come forward for whatever reason, I'm struggling to see how the employment needs can be met, and obviously as they're aggregated, that includes for the Black Country. As a representative promoter of a land at Shrewsbury, obviously that's where our specific interest lies. The land supply in and around Shrewsbury itself is the terminus of the M54 corridor. Obviously, as Mr. West volunteered last week, there is a significant doubt in respect to the delivery of one of the main sites at the town, that's SHR 166, which is obviously subject to an application for scheduling by Historic England. Obviously 45 hectares is a significant component of supply. I think there's also a further Historic England objection to a site at Ludlow, there's a further 6 hectares. So in terms of their allocation-led approach, currently there are issues. And obviously in the context of the Black Country and all needs across the plan, we need a definite strategy that allows delivery. I mean, obviously our own client has approximately 30 hectares of land that's available deliverable. We've submitted a pre-app, we're discussing it with the council behind the scenes. There's significant marketing evidence demonstrating demand. I present that as a case study, effectively.
If it's an omission site, I don't want to hear about that today, sorry.
It's an omission site in respect, and obviously if there are deficiencies in terms of the council's delivery, we've used it as a test case to actually examine how it may come forward under the general.
And that would be something for the council at that time if that happens, and then it would come back into the examination at that stage.
But I think obviously what we want to conclude is by the time we come to cover sites, obviously through the interrogation of development strategy on Friday, looking at the deliverability of its allocations, there is going to be a deficit. Ultimately, the strategy at the present in time will not meet the needs of the Black Country and will not meet the needs of Shropshire as a whole.
Thank you. Mr. Kells.
Thank you. I shall be brief. I want to make just a couple of points, and the first one is a slightly obvious point. It's in relation to how the Black Country arrived at this figure, and we put in our statement the range of figures they had. This is a medium range based on GVA. They had a similar figure for past completions, which I think would be 433 to reach a similar level. But I just want to make the very simple point in terms of GVA, that the justification is to meet the GVA of the Black Country. And it is patently obvious that if the need is transferred to somewhere else, if it is GVA as opposed to completions or employment levels, the GVA in the Black Country cannot go up if development takes place on the M54 corridor or in Bridge North or anywhere else. I just want to make that very simple point to start off with when you're considering the alternatives. The second point, and Mr. Richard referred to RSS and the past when we had regional strategies, and of course that employment land was much better off in many ways strategic sites under regional spatial strategies. I was part of a team for the Regional Assembly looking at precisely regional sites, and what we would do, particularly for the larger sites, which is perhaps the issue mainly for the Black Country, is you would start with the region, you would look across the region, you would establish a level. What we now have is competing authorities coming up with figures, many of which are double counting, and that's the point we've made with regard to South Staffordshire. South Staffordshire is effectively in a similar position to Walsall. The Black Country. All its strategic sites are on the edge of the Black Country. All its strategic, apart from one of the 4 main ones, are on the edge. Yet of the 90 hectares it's finding on its previous path, based on its previous path completion, many of which resulted from being part of that market, only 20 are considered to contribute to this. And of course, the big elephant in the room is the SRFI, which is providing very large amounts of the larger sites, particularly for logistics. And I don't see anywhere where Shropshire Council has considered how much of that land is meeting the Black Country need. We have 80 to 100. I did ask for the figure and I haven't received it for where that came from in the inquiry. I haven't got a reference to it. I asked for it, but I haven't got it. But that land, 270 hectares, is not providing for Shropshire's needs. It's not providing for Staffordshire's needs. Some of it is. So you have this huge amount of land. There's a very similar problem in Leicestershire, where exactly the same thing is happening with Hinckley rail freight interchange. It's being excluded explicitly from calculations. But these are providing exactly these needs. And the last point I want to make, I'm not going to repeat my dare I say, the over-egging of the wonderful rail links to the M54 corridor. And if you go, I'm sure you've read the M54 strategy, you will see the emphasis that was given on I-54 and sites at the edge of Telford, which in employment terms were much better linked into strategic centres than these sites that are dotted along the M54. Dare I say it, in some cases have a dirty great motorway between them and a railway station.
Thank you. Miss Mulliner.
Thank you, Ma'am. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Anthony Harding from Lambert Smith Hampton. But before I do, just wanted to say in terms of the sites, obviously the councillor right, I didn't think we were talking about site specifics during these sessions. But you will forgive me having listened to what was said about obviously the employment sites and other opportunities on the eastern side of Shifnal, that they are unsustainable. The sustainability appraisal does not consider that to be the case. The sustainability appraisal considers those sites to fare overall good in terms of sustainability. So you'll forgive me, but I just have to refute that because it's just not right to have raised it and not have it refuted. So my colleague Anthony Harding.
Thank you.
Mrs. Dillon, good evening.
Good evening.
Anthony Harding, Lambert Smith Hampton, representing Harrow Estates. And I'll be focusing on document SD002, which is the submitted local plan, specifically policy SP2, SP14, which focuses on the spatial delivery and what we've touched on throughout the day, the balanced growth for Shropshire when considering the unmet employment need for the Black Country. And before I move to the key points, I just wanted to focus on the geographic profile of Shropshire. It is a very large administrative area, and you have Cheshire bordering to the north, Herefordshire to the south, and Wales to the west. This means we have very differing characteristics, environmental, social, and economic. If you were to go to the edge of Stourbridge or the edge of Dudley and look at drive times to either the southwest boundary, northwest boundary of Shropshire, it's some 47 miles. It's quite a considerable distance. Mr. Carver has mentioned windy roads earlier, and that means you're looking at approximately a 1 hour 15-minute journey time to get from the edge of the Black Country. Even longer if you go into the Black Country urban areas. You may over the next few months as well hit agricultural traffic, which
on some of those roads does have an impact on journey times. So the point there is spatial location of where the unmet need is proposed and located is of critical importance. And I'm pleased to see that you have referenced that within your questions to the local authority about where housing and where employment will be located. And I just want to touch upon two documents. One is the M54 Growth Corridor Strategic Options Study. I won't go into fine detail. It's surprising the lack of reference to that document within the employment topic study. That document from June 2019 does make considerable reference and places significant importance on that study area in terms of the economic advantages, the strong linkages in terms of regional markets, labour force, and industry between the Black Country and that eastern area of Shropshire. The document, which I think we haven't touched upon today, and this is the final document, is EV041, which is the Statement of Common Ground between Shropshire and ABCA. And there's a reference to ABCA's Regulation 19 submission at 7.11 bullet point 10, where they state employment sites in Shifnal and Bridgnorth, given their location and functional relationship, could be assumed to be capable of meeting needs arising in the Black Country. That's carried through in the matters agreed section between the authorities. That's paragraph 8.10. Having considered migration patterns, geographic proximity and physical links, it is agreed that this unmet need could credibly be accommodated within the already planned development in Shifnal and Bridgnorth, over the planned period to 2038. What that doesn't say is Shrewsbury, Cosford, Oswestry, Whitchurch, and so on. It doesn't even say any of the other strategic growth corridors. What we have here is an agreement between ABCA and Shropshire that Shifnal and Bridgnorth will put considerable emphasis on the delivery of the unmet need for employment and housing from the Black Country. I'm not seeing that carried through within where the local plan is in terms of the strategic, the balanced growth for Shropshire, because that's placing emphasis on that unmet need. It amalgamates it within the overall need for Shropshire. And my final point really is there is theoretical but realistic risk that the Black Country's unmet need could very well, on those other strategic corridors, out with the eastern corridor, the M54, have benefits economically to the likes of Welshpool, Wrexham, Llangrannog, Leinster, all of those surrounding areas. If a mechanism isn't introduced to focus, I wouldn't go as far as ring fence, but to earmark, place greater weight on the unmet employment need being focused within very close proximity to the Black Country boundary. And I think there is, with some retuning of policy SPT to SP14 and the explanatory text, there is the potential to look at that geographical relationship and to find that mechanism with some rephrasing there. I don't propose to do that now, not for me to do, but I place that before you. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Can I just pick up on one point, say by Ms. Millward, concerning sustainability? Can I just ask you to focus, please, on the ETP, most recent ETP, let's say the employment topic paper for 2022, not the 2021 one, and table 11, just in order to see in any event where the where Shifnal is placed in terms of a corridor, and it's not within the M54 corridor, you'll see. I don't just say that in passing when one's looking at the question of sustainability. But dealing with the principal issue, I'll endeavour to deal with it quickly. The answer is that it isn't effective, that's the plan in terms of dealing with Black Country need. This bears, or this issue is directly affected by the DTC question, of course. You'll have the evidence now of the DTC issue. And can I just flag up, I'd like to just have a brief, let's say something briefly about the next steps in terms of the DTC question, if I may, at the end of the session, just to see if you've had any thoughts about how to deal with it. So I'll come back to that if I may. But the DTC point, of course, in this case shows, or rather the DTC evidence in this case shows, that there hasn't been any proper analysis by the authority, either for housing or for employment. Just simply doesn't exist on the basis of the paragraph 11 test. And that is a fundamental defect in terms of then finding, of course, what the level of provision should be. Again, I'll come back in a moment to the detailed points that we make about the actual analysis, but that's sufficient to deal with the case in terms of what's being provided for here. And its outturn is found, of course, in the fact that 30 hectares is what's been agreed upon. But if one looks at what the actual shortfall is for ABCA, even on the basis of all the other commitments coming forward, as you've seen in the 26th of April letter, it's 108 hectares. So that's even with everything. And that's, of course, why Dudley and Walsall say that there should be provision of up to 75 hectares in order to meet the BCA needs. And then just dealing with the specific justification relied upon by the authority, it refers to the employment topic paper analysis. The employment topic paper, I've said it already in terms of the housing topic paper, but there's no evidence that the analysis that you find in the in any document. Now that approach that's been taken within that assessment has looked at the position in a similar way to the housing analysis by assessing travel to work and migration levels, and then looking at other factors beyond that. Those other factors, exactly the same factors that I dealt with in the housing context. And I say the same again, I don't repeat it all. With regard to the migration point, what the authority has done is again started from the basis of, well, what would be an appropriate approach, and then just doubled it. And that formed then the basis of the analysis. And what, of course, that shows is that there was no assessment of the degree to which the whole of the BCA's needs were capable of being met within the area. And the approach ultimately adopted by the authority was to follow that through and apply the various additional factors. But when one looks overall in taking into account those various points, there hasn't been a proper assessment of the BCA's needs in accordance with paragraph 11.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we'll come back to your point, Mr. Reid, about the duty to cooperate in a moment. I'd just like to check that the council, first of all, are in a position to, if they're happy to, because we're just over, we're 9 minutes past 6, so a little bit over. Are you happy just to, have you got the ability to respond? I know I'm conscious it's getting late.
The ability to respond is rapidly well.
It's very hot. Yes, it's very hot where I am at the moment, which is very unusual. So it's I can only sympathise with what it might be down where you are. So
okay, well, it's glorious as well. But in terms of just responding to the various points that have been made there, so Mr. Tyler first, I'm not entirely sure what point Mr. Tyler was actually making in response to question 9. Factors needed seem to be much based around much wedlock. I will say that much wedlock is not specifically mentioned within the Statement of Common Ground between Shropshire Council and ABCA, where Shifnal and Bridge North are. So I think he was making a local point there.
I think you're correct then. I think that will be something that will come back up at stage 2, and I should have said that to Mr. Tyler at the time. So
okay, yeah, no worries. In terms of Mr. Monroe, I think it's a similar point to actually made to Mr. Monroe last week as well. I think obviously I've read his matters report as well, so his matter response as well, and in terms of clarifying the position with Historic England on SHR 166, I know it's a site-specific issue, but it is relevant. I think with it his wider point about leeway within the plan for employment growth. Obviously, we are waiting to hear what the outcome of that situation. So until we do hear, our position is that site is in the plan, and obviously if that changes or that situation changes, I'm sure you'll be asking us for an opinion on that as well. Mr. Kell's point, there seems to be a lot of talk. We seem to be straying a little bit into examining the ABCA plan, Black Country plan, there, rather than looking at Shropshire's plan. So I'm not going to comment on that. I don't think there's any wider point there which Mr. Kell's made which I need to respond to. Forgive me, it was by Miss Mulliner, but I didn't. Sorry, Mr. Harding. Sorry. Just I think Mr. Harding's wider point was about flexibility. I think in how the or more specificity in terms of how the 30 hectares of employment land could be delivered. I think it's a point actually you mentioned early on, Marm, actually, and we responded to. Apologies.
So you're okay.
It is getting late. What I would say on that one is in terms of the allocations we proposed for Shifnal and Bridge North, we have proposed 39 hectares in Bridge North and nearly 28 hectares in 39 hectares in Shifnal, sorry, and 28 hectares in Bridge North, as well as the existing saved employment allocations. Now, I think what we were trying to do in the Statement of Common Ground, clearly we were trying to identify examples of where it is on the basis of a proximity argument about where 30 hectares could be sustainably delivered. I think if there was a wider need to explore that in more specifics in the plan. Obviously, at the moment, we've said it would be delivered across policies S1 to S, basically across all of the settlement policies in the place plan. If there's a need to be more specific about that, and there's a concern about that, I think we would take that under consideration. but within the realm of on the existing proposals within the plan, rather than adding additional employment land to the equation. Mr. Reid's point, I think, about Shifnal not being on a corridor, I think there's a colleague did point out in the employment topic paper, which I think Mr. Reid referred to, I think he referred to table 11, but there's table number 4 in the same paper, which on page 13, which identifies Shifnal as on the corridor on that particular corridor as well. So I think it's an error in drafting on that point. We do, just to clarify, we do see Shifnal as a location on the corridor, on that corridor.
Okay.
Is there anything, Mr.
What I would be interested in is the issue that's been raised about paragraph 11B, I think it is, of the NPPF. That's something that I think you might be able to talk about that in general terms for the housing and employment, because I think that's something that we haven't heard the council's response on, and it would be helpful for me.
If you go in the wrong section now.
And while you're considering that, what I'll do is I'll ask. I think Miss Crosby, I think you were going to give some clarity on the duty to cooperate issue that Mr. Reid raised, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you. So as we said the other day, we'll write to the council. It'll probably be sometime next week. It's going to be, we're busy this week with hearings like everybody else. So we'll draft a letter at the beginning of next week, just setting out what's the sort of things we think would be helpful in terms of duty to cooperate. I think that was a request from Mr. Richards. And we did say that we would write to the council next week or as soon as we can. Obviously, need to give the council time to respond, and we'll leave that normally in the hands of the council to indicate how long it's going to take them to pull together the sort of information we're asking for. Once we get that back, then assuming there is some information and some evidence, then we would consult upon it and get people's views and take it from there. So it might be that we do it as a paper exercise. It might be that then we feel the need to have another maybe brief session, which could be held virtually like this to save lots of time and effort of everybody travelling and so on and so forth. We obviously tested this system now for virtual, so but it's a little bit sort of one of those things where you've just got to take it one step at a time and make a decision as you go along in terms of what the next steps are. But certainly we would commit to the fact that we would ensure that people have an opportunity to comment on any new evidence, as would only be right and fair. Does anybody want to comment on what I've just said? Mr. Reid, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Mrs. Crosby. No, thank you. I mean, I would just say this, that certainly we'd want to have sight of that documentation as soon as possible, but it's in your hands, of course, in terms of the timetable. But through you, if we can request that as soon as possible, for obvious reasons, if nothing else, because I've been hampered in terms of the sorts of submissions that I can make on many of the issues today, because I simply don't have the evidence that should have been provided at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Yeah, I hear what you say, Mr. Reid. Yeah.
And can I just?
I suspect if we had another session, it's likely to be sometime, I would imagine, I don't know, September time at least anyway, because of I don't like to hold sessions over the summer holidays. It's not fair on people. So by the time the council come back anyway with the information, that's probably the likely timescales for that. I know there are some sessions being planned for minerals and waste, whether we can look at joining it with that in some way, but that's just off the top of my head at the moment without knowing any sort of particular timescales.
Yeah.
And just to clarify there, the documents that were circulated earlier on today, they would form part of that the basket of documentation. It could be just commented upon, because obviously it may well be we didn't have a specific, while some people like such as yourself, Mr. Reid, you brought that in, other people didn't, so we would want to make sure that people have had the full opportunity to comment fully, so
yes,
aware of that as well. So
thank you.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you.
Was going back to the council, aren't I'm going back to the coming back to yourselves now.
Just to say that that exchange you just had, we've been listening to, and we will of course respond to your letter as expeditiously as humanly possible.
Thank you.
You just asked a question about paragraph 11B of the framework.
Yes.
And we looked, and you asked it, or the same thing came up in the context of housing.
Yes.
And the duty to cooperate. 11B says strategic policy should, as a minimum, provide for objectively assessed needs for housing and other uses, so that obviously includes employment, as well as any needs that cannot be met within neighbouring areas, and that obviously also includes employment. But then there is a reference to footnote 6, and you have to read footnote 6 as part of that paragraph. You can't just stop there, as Mr. Reid was effectively asking you to do. And of course, footnote 6 says, as established through statements of common ground.
I remember you did say this the other day. Now, apologies for that. I do remember.
I'm very happy to make the same point, and I would generally simply echo what Mr. West said to you this afternoon. This is not an examination of the Black Country Local Plan. So I hope that jogs your memory or provides you with enough information that was lingering in the back of your mind.
Thank you. Okay. So
Sorry, Dylan, I just wanted to make sure that you have our response to that. We certainly made that response last week about the circularity of Mr. Richards' argument. Just so
yes, I just remember. I can now recall the discussion when I was saying, oh yes, what I meant was it had come. The whole conversation had come back to me. So thank you for that. Okay, so it's now 20 past 6. That concludes all of the questions that I have today. I do want to just ask before we depart for the evening, whether there is anyone who hasn't been able to say what they were expecting to be able to say in the confines of the agenda items. If you could just pop your hands up if there is anything. Okay, and I just wanted to double check that everybody's been happy as far as you can be with the virtual format that we've had today. And I know it's been a long, I recognise it has been a long day, but it's just, is there anything that everybody's happy that they've been able to have their say and be able to access and get their points across? I do believe that we have, where people have had difficulties, I think we've sought to remedy those. Okay then. Well, with that, I'll close this session now, and we'll be resuming again tomorrow morning at 9:30 for matter 6, which is Greenbelt. So thank you and safe journey if anybody's is travelling, and if not, just have a pleasant evening, everybody. Thank you. Bye.